Junubia mama, ya nana nana. Junubia zenajima, ya najima najima. Junubia jua kamara ya habibi. Junubia jua kamara kebnistaniya. Diniya kiyafa zenajima, najima najima. Diniya kabila zenajima wo, najima najima. Kumuriya kukore fi shajara, kukul biniya biniya kumuriya binangnim fi shajara, kukul biniya biniya. دولة بتاعنا زي دولة هنا دقنا باب لماما كله فتالينا هنا قلنا سلامات لمريم هي سلم علينا هنا قلنا أكيفو كله ويقفوا لنا جنوب يا نانا يا نانا نانا بابا بفكر في الشجرة عشان يربي يالو ماما بفكر في الدنيا عشان ما يشاف بنيا بفكر في قلبه عشان محبة جنوب يا ماما يا نانا نانا بنيا قيافة زي نجمة نجمة بنيا جميلة زي نجمة وو نجمة قمرية ببوري في الشجرة بقول بنيا جنوب بنغنغ في الدنيا بقول بنيا جنوب يا جوا قمرة هي جنني جنوبيا جوا قمر كيف خلانيا جنوبيا بابا جنني كمان 3 بنات انا لقيتهم في السكة انا شفتهم ماشي لمدرسة حبيبية 7 بنات انا لقيتهم في السكة دي انا شفتهم ماشيين كنيسة كله جيرانية بنية بسلل رونيا بنيا بمجد ربنا شوف بنيا مسؤولية الواحد في الدولة يا نجمة مسؤولية 2 في الدنيا يا بنيا مسؤولية 3 في الدولة دي يا بابا ماما جنوب يا ماما أليزا يا ودي شباب جمجمة جنوب يا سيستا يا مبلغ مشوار جنوب يا ماما يا مدوى أبني مدولية واحد دولة يا نجمة مدولية 2 دنيا يا بنيا مدولية 3 دولة يا بابا ماما
مشاهدين تلفزيون زوم تي في، مرحبا بكم في هذه الأمسية wherever you are. We hope the week was good on you, and this we hope that we will finalize this week for you peacefully, happily as ever after. مرحبا بكم بقلب رحب بكل مشاكل الدنيا، بكل اللي فيه أنا برحب بكم. أسبوعنا أسبوع حافل بأحداث بكل ما هو that keeps you bubbling. But you know what? This is life. مرحبا بكم. خليني ابتدي ارحب ببعض الاخوه والاخوات اللي اوريدي معانا هنا، ضيوفنا، مشاهدينا، وانتم ضيوف كمان. تينا رومانو، ماثيو كون، كيكازوس نيكولاس، كازميرو لوبينغا، ديفيد ميليونارو، جبريل كوانو، جون مودي، احمد اورماك، بوب واني، Emerio Renato, Nana Anunu, Dita Yanga, Suzy Filberto, Dina Lolik, Bolnyang Ladu Lorere أو لوريري ومجموعة من الناس أخرى جاية. يعني الواحد بصراحة بيقضي الأسبوع كله بيكون متشوق إنه يجي يقابلكم. أنا بس أحب إنه أكون يعني زول يخليكم كده تستمتعوا به كده. أخوي كريكوجو is still on his way. I don't want to say he's still making busy with his makeup, but he's on his way coming in. He'll be with us shortly. لكن كالعادة هنا لما نجي في شو بتاعنا زي ده في كل ويكند بنجي شوية كده we get ourselves كده a bit warm up nicely يعني. We put some music and then we move on from that point onward. ايه رأيكم نخش فيه كده ومع بعض كده يعني نجرب حاجة كده مع بعض ونشوف احنا ماشيين بو وين ولا كيف، لأنه ده نظامنا هنا جنوبين كده. أي حاجة بنحاول we try to make it as warm as much as possible. So without further ado, I'll start with this one.
I mean,
Suku matala bobe, suku kawi matala bobe. Ashana celebrate, kulyo kalina celebrate. Ashana celebrate, kulyo kalina celebrate.
كلام جميل. That was فنان أخونا الفنان المعظم فنان جنوب السودان المخضرم أخونا إيمانويل كامبي وأغنية بتاعه أغنية Celebrate. Of course, celebrate, you can celebrate anything. You can celebrate death, you can celebrate birth, you can celebrate progress, you can celebrate failure, you can celebrate, you name it. These are all the things that we do celebrate. كالعادة قبل ما نبدأ برنامج تاعنا نحب نذكر بعض إنه في الزوم تي في عندنا في أدبيات هنا بنتمثل به وبنتمسك به كلنا كمشاهد أو كضيف أو كبريزنتر. أن إحنا بنتذكر كلام ده مش عشان إنه نصغر من الناس المشاهدين أو المشاهدات، لكن لها ضرورة قصوى إنه إحنا لازم نستمر كل أسبوع أو كل مرة بنطلع نذكر الناس، لأنه الأحداث ما يتعرف هي فلتة ثواني، لما يفلت منك أنت بتفوت منك كله ما بتلمه. So إحنا بنقول في الزوم تي في if you are coming here even as a مشاهد if you practice this for yourself even it will appear in your comments. When you come to Zoom TV, we ask you to be as civil as much as you can, because Zoom TV ده التلفزيون مش بتاع فئة عمرية معين، لكن في أسر بتقعد قدام زوم تي في بعيالها. الأسر بتكون قاعدة مع عيال وبتشاهد زوم تي في، وبالتالي هم توقعهم لزوم تي في إنه زوم تي في يكون عند حسن ظنهم، وبالتالي whatever معلومة زوم تي في will give should also reflect في الناس المشاهدين برضو، المشاهدين والناس اللي بيجوا كضيوف. بالتالي هنا بنطلب إذا أنت الراجل إنك بتلبس قميص، ما شرط تكرفت يعني زي ما هنا بنقول، لكن ألبس قميص حاجة كده أنت ممكن تستقبل بو ناس عندك في بيت، أو ممكن تطلع بو تمشي سوق، ولا مش سوق، السوق ساكت يعني. أنا عارف في زول يقول كان زي ما أي حاجة بيمشي، لا مش داك، ممكن تشوفوه زيارة لأهل ولا أصحابك وكده. لو أنت ست برضو السام بنفس القدر، الحكاية بينطبق عليك. يعني الموضوع مش موضوع see through وما معروف والحاجات دي. so this is not what we are after. بالنسبة لنا الرجال برضو عندنا مشكلة كبيرة، مشكلتنا إنه نقوم نكرفت من فوق ومن تحت مفيش يعني، ولا بد مفيش خالص من تحت. so ده يبقى جريمة أصلا. والجريمة في ذاك إنه أحداث كثيرة حصلت في فيسبوك وهنا شاهدناه مقاطع بتاعت فيديو، وفي ناس عندهم وشافوها. we're trying to save you and save ourselves that embarrassment when you actually want to decide to come up here. to say to drop your piece or to say something. And by the way, even انت مشاهد انت لو غلطت كمان انت مشيت دسيت لينك وبغلط واللينك فتح وانت ما كان قصده لانه انت مش على وعيك انك تعرف فرق بين لينك وبس اي حاجه تانية on the screen. ان انت قاعد كده مش ولا بد يعني حيكون فضيحتك ولا فضيحتك بالقلاقل. طبعا هنا مش هنعرف نعمل شنو، هنحاول نليزه برا، لكن ده فترة ثواني ده في ناس والله خطيرين جدا بيشيلوه. So this is our Zoom decorum. I had to put that one out there to make sure everything is okay. زي ما أنا قلت أخوي كريكوجو is on the way coming, and I hope it hasn't snowed a lot for him, but he's coming. It is a commitment that we've made. He will be here. Now أنا بدأت افتتحت الحلقة بتاعنا ب celebrate. We celebrate many things like I've illustrated. However, the reason in حلقة النهاردة اللي هو reiteration of the unity of Western Bahr el Ghazal, there is a reason for that one to come up. We have talked about it in the past on a different platform, but this evening, this morning, tonight, wherever you are, it has come up as a crucial thing for us to revisit again. The reason being is in our state, where I come from, you come from, there's few things that has happened. And as أبناء منطقة وناس موجودين في الميديا موجودين قدامنا قدام الجنوبين, it كان لزاما علينا, we have to talk about this because we have been talking about the unity of جنوبين and كل الحاجات دي. طيب لما يوصل في جو هوش عندك, what do you do? You don't just go quiet and go like, no, that's all right, let this continue. That is not the thing. That is not من أدبيات يعني أنت لو مثقف أو على الأقل مدرك لأي شيء في حياتك كإنسان عادي, أنت ممكن تفوضك تقول لا ده مش مهم بالنسبة لي, وأنت شغال بقى مع جيران برا عملت النص جيران وجارك وأهل الحل وأهل المدينة وبعد كده أهل الولاية وأهل الدولة والولايات المجاورة والقرى والنجوم, كل الحاجات دي انت شغال تقول لهم في الكويس, لما يوصل لك جوهش ما عارف تقول بتاعك اصلا. So that doesn't make a sense for whatsoever reason. الان عايز اقول شنو. مرحبا بك اخوي اوديسيوس, كريستين لادو, مرحبا بكم. الان عايز اقول شنو, انه we are touching base with what is going on in South in Western Bahr el Ghazal. It is حدث احنا لاحظنا كذا حاجه من قبل اسبوع من قبل اسبوعين تقريبا او 3 اسابيع. كان استقاله بتاعت الامين العام الاستاذ تينجو من منصبه كامين عام للحركه الشعبيه في المعارضه. بعد كده فاست فورورد لحد 3-4 يوم الفات فوجينا برضو باستقاله مجموعة يعني لفيف من كبار الساسة في الحركة الشعبية في المعارضة. القاسم المشترك بين كل هذه إنه هم كلهم من غرب بحر الغزال. So ده لفت انتباهنا لأنه okay, what is going on? So perhaps there is something that we need to drill into and find out how does it impact ناس غرب بحر الغزال كشعب وناس غرب بحر الغزال كintellectuals عامة. So we had to have a talk, and that's the reason we are trying to have this talk today and trying to find out exactly how this is going to play out, because it is a حدث في تقديرنا وفي مقدور شخص ضعيف قدامكم إنه ده حدث تاريخي بيطلب الوقف عليه النظر فيه, لأنه احنا عارفين الاستغالات الفردية, لكن الاستغالات اللي بيطلع فيه 6 و7 و8 و9 و10 ومين عارف يمكن في استغالات لسه مستمرة جاية, ويمكن في لسه أو في يمكن في مجموعات لسه ما طلعت ولا ما, كل حاجات دل بيستوجب الوقفة. I hope إنه العربي ده ما كتير, بنحاول نلملم فيه شوية هنا, ناخد فيه عربي جوبا شوية, عربي بابا شوية, وشوية عربي العربي, وبعدين عربي بتاعي أنا عربي بتاعي ناخد فيه عربي بتاعي فيه. فاللي حصل شنو, إنه في الاستغالة الأخير بتاع المجموعة الأخير لما طلعوا أحدث نوع من بلبلة في أوساط مواطنين ومثقفي أو مثقفات والذين يمارسون السياسة والنشطاء في كذا المجالات في غرب بحر الغزال. أحدث نوع من البلبلة. هنالك من وقف ضد هذا النوع من الاستغالة، هناك من أيده، وهناك في ناس عندك من ما ضده ومن ما مؤيدينه وما عندهم رأي، وفي عندك ناس هم ما ضد الموضوع وما مع الموضوع وعندهم رأي. وفي ناس هناك أصلا بيقولوا ما المفروض أي حاجة يحصل أصلا. أنت كإنسان أو شخصي وشخص أخوي كريكوجو، لما نكون كنشطاء what do we do؟ we find it حاجة بيلزمنا إنه نطلع نتكلم نقول رأينا للناس. علينا قال يمكن نوفق بين اللي عنده رأي ضد ومع، واللي واقف في النص ما عارف يقول شنو فيه، والحيران، يعني في الواقف ولا حيران ولا أي حاجة بس واقف، والحيران يمكن علينا قال يفهموا اللي بيحصل ده شنو ولا معناه شنو ولا شنو اللي حاصل هناك. Now we all know إنه الناس لو ما متوحدة أي حاجة بتقع في دماغها. السؤال اللي احنا نطرحه، هل الاستغلالات الحاصل في الحركة الشعبية كويس من أبناء غرب بحر الغزال هل لها أثر سلبي أم إيجابي على الولاية؟ ده السؤال بيطرح نفسه، ده السؤال بديهي. احنا هنا ما بنسأل إنه هل بيضعف الحركة الشعبية في المعارضة ولا ما بيضعفه. ده مشكلة حسابات حركة شعبية في المعارضة إنه هو يحسبوها حسابات خاسر ورابح. لو من حاسين إنه عندهم هناك الحساب ده بيخليهم ما يكونوا ربحانين، then هم الوحيدين اللي هيقولوا كويس، هم الوحيدين اللي هيقولوا what is going on. لو هم حسبوا الحكاية إنه لا والله هم أصلا خسرانين، هم التاريخ هيشهد ما الأحداث لما تحصل في كل كل حزب أو في كل حركة بيسجل نفسه حتى لو رفض يكتبوا تحت، لكن ما في الكتابة الشفهية بتحصل، الكتابة الشفهية بتحصل. فهي دي مجموعة من أسئلة، وفي بعد أسئلة أخرى هنا بنسأل wouldn't it be a good idea إنه الناس تلتف في الولاية على الأقل تستوعب الفكرة وتقعد تحت وتناقش أمورها في دواوين الخاصة بالداخل الولاية، لأنه الكلام هنا مش ضد أي حد أو ضد أي ولاية أخرى أو ضد الجنوب عامة، لكن الكلام هنا عن أهداف ومصالح بتاعت الولاية نفسها، مواطن الولاية نفسه. المواطن هو الخاسر في الموضوع. لو الحسابات ما تم بشكل كويس، لو أبناء المنطقة ما قاعدوا تحت وحسبوا مواضيعهم وقاعدوا تحت ويتكلموا وراعوا كله in perspective, the broad in perspective، آراء وأتعاب بتاعت المواطن الغلبان، الأمهات التعبانات، العيال اللي بيموتوا من أمراض ما المفروض يموتوا منه، الجائز المفروض عمرهم لسه ما تم لكن الأحداث سبقهم وخلاهم يكونوا ضحايا وعمرهم يتم قبل ما زمنهم يتم. الشباب اللي بيموتوا في سواء كان في الأدغال في حروبات ما عندها معنى لها nonsensicals كويس، أو في داخل المدينة بيتقتلوا لأسباب هم ذاتهم ما عارفين. انت مش عارف تنوم في بيتك، انت مش عارف شنو اللي بيحصل لك، انت قاعد في غرفة بتاعك بالليل لا مؤاخذة يعني مرة بتاعك في جنبك، انت بتقوم تبول في جردل، يعني انت بتدوس على كرامتك متمرمط اصلا. اذا كان المصلحة في انه احنا نرفع كل هذه الاتعاب والمتاعب عن كاحل اهلنا في غرب بحر الغزال، يبقى المسعى الوحيد والاجدر انه ابناء المنطقه يقعدوا تحت زي ما انا قلت، يقعدوا تحت برام، يحاولوا يشوفوا الاولويات بتاعت المنطقه شنو. بعد كده يتلموا مع بعض ويقعدوا ويشوفوا من هيحلوا كيف. إذا هم مشوا في محلات ما قادر يحلوا مشاكلهم then يبقى something is wrong with wherever they are. أنا بعتقد إنه أي حزب أو أي حركة بيكون فيه مجموعات من الناس إذا الحركة أو الحزب ده بيتكلم عن حل مشاكل. مرحبا أخوي كريكوجو في الاستوديو. أنا قلت لكم الراجل الجاي أنت قلت لا. لو كل حركة أو أي حزب بيعتقد إنه هو لو عنده أجندة بيتكلم فيه أجندة داير يحل مشاكل الناس لكنه ما داير يشوف في مشاكل الناس وهو ما قادر يسمع للمجموعات اللي فيه إنه يحل مشاكل أو يساعد المجموعات دي يحل مشاكلها، يبقى يستوجب إنه المجموعات دي ما يفضلوا في داخل نوعية بتاع الحركة زي ده. ليه؟ لأنه يبقى إنه أنت كحركة مع الحركة أنت يور بودي بدل بيحل المشاكل أو الأهداف اللي أنت خطيتها يور فيجن اللي بيخطوا اللي بيحلهم لك هم الناس اللي معك. So you're supposed to be helping them on each side wherever they are. إذا بتساعدهم على أساس إنه they have to do that. But if you are failing to do that, the result of it is what we have seen مع أخواننا في غرب بحر الغزال. استغالة يعني ناس كبار مش الشباب رجال صغار بدوا في السياسة، ناس رجلهم وزن في داخل الحركة الشعبية في المعارضة فاضطروا يطلعوا يقولوا لي انه الكلام ده ما هيأثر في الحركه الشعبيه. شوف هيسكتوا هيعملوا نايمين ما هيقولوا اي حاجه لكن this is a big dent in الحركه الشعبيه. هي خساره خساره خساره. الفهم ده المفروض ان احنا برضه في غرب بحر الغزال احنا نفهم انه we're not talking about مكسب لنا لانه that's not the idea. لانه وجودنا في كل محل مكسب، وجودنا ساكن في داخل الجنوب مكسب. so يبقى ده مع الموضوع انه مكسب لنا ولا لا. بالنسبه لنا الموضوع مساله انه اوكي ده حصل what is next في المنطقه. so اخويا كريكوجو we have done our Zoom decorum and everything and ابتدينا نسخن خلاص احنا داخلين في الموضوع وبعد كده الناس مستمعه اللي شدتينه ما خاتين بالهم لما انا ما شفت اي لايك طلع ما في ثامب اب من شدتينه الناس مشدوهين what is going on. So مرحبا بك greet your viewers and I don't need to let you to know what is it about. You know what we're talking about. You're welcome, brother.
Greeting, brother Derinda. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, buddy.
This is our prime time. You look sharp. You look handsome. You look smart as usual. So
thank you.
Yeah. I hope I am not making propaganda for you.
Oh, well.
little bit of info, Marshall here. So, greeting to ZööMTV viewer. A little bit, my sincere apology. I am a villager, so I moved to a large city called Calgary, and sometimes my time calibration is not there, so that is why I'm still struggling to understand the geographical location of the city. And we have a commitment, and we respect your time, we respect your commitment being here, and for one of us failing you not to be here, or both of us, that will be a disaster. So we will make sure we communicate effectively. We respect this time, we respect your time, and we look forward to have a healthy conversation. As Brother Derinda alluded to, I think when something happening around your home, في راس جبراكة بتاعك، اوكي ده عربي بتاعنا اسواو، بكريت بيقولوا في راس سكو، ده حتى لانه انت بتزرع فيه بنجوك، بتزرع فيه امنيوك. And I believe a lot of young generation here, they don't know what is amnyok, you know. بتزرع فيه ورشانزوه، لأن ورشانزوه ما بزرعوه في الزرع، ما بزرعوه بعيد، ده حاجة بزرعوه قريب هنا في كشم بيت. So when something happening في راس جبراكة بتاعك في كشم سكو بتاعك, I think it is a healthy thing to pay attention to it. لانه لما ورشال بنجوك ده يجري جاي يوصل في فضايا محل اللي بقشوا ناس بقعدوا فيه بلفوه كشمه برجعوه جوا بنجوك هناك جوا راس سقوف راس جمراكة تاني، عشان انه كل ما انه يتقدم ما دبيب ممكن انه يتصلل بيجي من فضايا للناس. صبرا ممكن يجي جوا فضايا. So therefore it is very important على اساس انه احنا نصلح الكلام ده. وافتكر الجيل القديم شويه بتاع السبعينات وبتاع الثمانينات they can envision الحاجه اللي انا قاعد اتكلم عنه. للاسف الشديد جنوب السودان فقد الحاجات الكويسه الجميل ده على اساس انه مطر قاعد ينزل برسلوه قال كلام اكسر 6 شريف بس، وتقوم تعمل بلوبات كده تكسرهم 7 ذات، تقول والله انا مارك برا دقش بقى دبل so لكن ده منو جنا في جنوب السودان الفواو دلوقتي. when was the last time رسلوه جنا يمشي يكسر شريف من راس جمراكة، ولا يمشي يمرق بنجوك يجيبه، ولا يلاقي تمنيوك بالدعوية ده عشان انه كنت في النار. anyway we have this dream والحلم ده مهم جدا جدا. عايزين الحلم ده ذاته عيالنا احفادنا يعيشوا تاني. يمكن بكون باسلوب حديث شويه، لكن اللي بيحصل في غرب بحر الغزال الموفمنت بتاعت اخواننا اللي خرجوا من ايو we are here to celebrate it. وزي ما انا قلت امبارح في الشو بتاع ادوارد في شو بتاع ده Western Bahr el Ghazal TV شو بتاع برادر انجلو led by برادر انجلو. انا قلت غرب بحر الغزال we have a very unique position. وخليني اكرر الكلام ده تاني. اوكي historically احنا قاده. اوكي عندنا انكل كليمنت مبورو بنشيلو تاجيه we remove our heart for him respect. تباها اعلى منصب في جمهورية السودان وزير داخلية. ده منصب انه ما في اي جنوبي شم ريحته تاني and will never might happen. it is history. ده ملفه مقفول. اوكي ده ولد بتاع كوتيمبو and انا ممكن الصق جنبي نفسي في جنبه بنقول انه ده خالي على طول. اوكي قسم الله عبد الله الرصاص what are you talking about. ده ولد بتاع بصرة. شوف العيال ده قاعدين يطلعوا من فيليج الصوار ده. اوكي كاردينال ربنا يطول عمره جابريل واكو ده زول وصل في اروكا بتاع فاتيكان لحد ما انه ناس صوتوا له. الكاردينالز حول العالم صوتوا اسمه داخل هذا بوكس السري ده عشان انه سبرايز يمكن كان روح القدس بيختاروا على اساس انه يكون في الكرسي الباباوي. اوكي الكرسي الباباويه ده ابن ابن كوتيمبو. اوكي so لو اذا the list will go on and on. okay then what happened to us على اساس انه احنا عايزين نبقى ازياء. what happened to us احنا عايزين نبقى توابع. اوكي من علم بونا ملوال علم السياسه يا بونا ملوال مقلب الدنيا كله في جنوب السودان جين كانسل اوف إلدر مقايد البلد ومقومه. ده تلميذ بتاع انكل كليمنت مبورو. they cannot deny this. they cannot walk away from it. okay what is wrong with us? we decide to be tail, we decide to be follower. This movement of the brothers, I salute them, and I will salute them from ZööMTV perspective officially. It is about time we have to sit down. Homa whistle في فرقة سكة. انت لو إذا ابن غرب بحر الغزال, and I will start with البيت الفريتيتي precisely. There is no disrespect to Luo and أخواننا دينكا بتاع مريال باي. هنبدأ بالبيت الفريتيتي في الأول, وده مهم جدا جدا على أساس إنه فريتيت we need to pull ourselves together. okay لو إذا there is a call, popular call لحد في السنين الفات قريب ده هنا بنسموه في حاجة قال Balanda Mamurje or Balanda wake up. Let us transform it, upgrade it. We make it Fritit Mamurje, Fritit come together. What is wrong with that? Tarjama bta'afi haja galat, brother. Ndrida?
Nope.
Then let us flip it. Al asasin al hajra, let us pull ourselves together first. Okay? Inta fa hakuma inta ma Salva Kiir. Proud member of Jabha Khalas Watani so far. 2 of us are here. Inta still juayo. Inta zolal gatata wasilta faragasika bita angolingo ma bagare o mashi ingo alima hinak ma angosulugu. Inta wage funus. Okay? You are ma hizbushunu wala hizbomunu. It is about time we have to come and present our agenda. Mushkiltana shunu. Okay? Al-Bayt al-Frititi. What are al-mutatalabat, al-tazallumat بتاعتنا شنو؟ نتفق عليه. Okay? نتفق عليه. بعد كده go back to your base. If الحزب بتاعك ما قاعد يخدم أجندة ولا ما قاعد يساعد في اتجاه اللي إنه بيخدم مطالبات بتاع فريتيت, then that part is not for you. Okay? It applies to all of us, wherever you are. لأنه أنت you have to fix. Charity start from home. قالوا باب بيت النجار مقلع, لكن we will not allow this one to happen. أنت حلاك, you have to learn على أساس إنه تساعد تيفا بتاعك ده كويس جميل تمام كده. بتاع سيدومي ما بطال, لكن افتكر بتاع أنجلو is beating everybody يعني أنجلو كاسيانو, you know, بتable top ده. يمكن زمان هو ما بيقدر انه بينافس مع نسيبي هاشم جيتانو لانه حتى معروف بهاشم فانك. اوكي, لكن انجلو ناو بظبط حاجات بتاعته. So انت لو اذا حلاك you have to start with your own to fix شعرك اولادك, because those are this is how you promote your business. Show style. Okay, انت ترزي لازم انه الملابس بتاعك يكون custom made, tailor. مشتري زي بس كيد بنطلون لناس كيد لهم قمصان اي حاجه, لكن you are own, you have to make it unique, you have to stand out. عايز يجي يدفع قدر بتاعك ده, then you know حساب بتاعه براو. Okay, when you think in Western Hemisphere, when you talk about custom tailoring, okay, that suit ما بخيتو ساكت to be tailored for you. قدر حجم كتفك, your chest, your height, whatever حاجة perfect, not just a generic one. And also they can have a custom signature on the cuff of your shirt. It might be your abbreviation أو اسم بتاع جناك. Sorry, I failed to plug my battery. Computer is giving me one. Just give me a moment here.
That's all right.
You know, it's custom made. Somebody who can make a custom made something for you, to tailor it for you, I think you will appreciate them so much. And this is what we want to tailor our strategy, our policy, our demand, to tailor it for Western Bahr el Ghazal and precisely for the Fritit first, to address the issue with the Fritit. What are they? Okay, and then we open it up to address the issue of Western Bahr el Ghazal. Luo are there, Dinka Marial Bai are in, and then we upgrade it to the next level. So, brothers and sisters, tonight topic, والضيوف نالنا موجودين دما. We love ourselves, as a matter of fact. Yeah, في شنو بتعال فوقه. What is wrong with it? Okay, hatta as a human being, so that you love somebody else, you have to start with yourself. Love yourself, because Jesus even said it. Love others the way that you love yourself. So حبك الشديد لنفسك ده, بعد كده you can share that love with others. So let the Fritit people start with their own home. Let us fix our own home. عندنا اخواننا who walk away from Ayo وصلوا فرق السكه. عندنا مشكله بتاع بقر بزنس بتاعه بدأ تاني so that to keep us engaged. في حاجات تانيين will come around. and Christmas للاسف الشديد حكومه بتاع OUA في جنوب السودان شهر ديسمبر بيجي عشان انه يقتل ناس. and that will be, I don't know what's gonna happen this year, but let us keep knocking on a wood على اساس انه nothing stupid will happen. وهنا شفنا ال provocation which started in Freetidland بيجيبوا بقار push them into مزارع بتاع ناس يبرجل حاجات عشان انه انت لو اذا فتحت كشمك يدك تلقى. Okay, so this is something we have to be prepared for it. This conversation, we encourage all of you, come out, please speak your mind and speak loud and clear. We have a problem. Our people are suffering. All South Sudan is suffering. But do I understand what is happening in KGKG properly? No, I hear it secondhand. Do you understand what is happening in Magui? No. In Tombura? No. In Yei? No. But I understand what is happening in Kapia Genje. I understand what is happening in Ngosulugu, in Mboro, in Bazia, in Damziber, in Korgana, in Korsilik, in Kubri Jamus, because it is close to home. I have relatives across those lines, so I can get firsthand news from them, what is taking place there. So this is why we are here. Yes, we embark. We are talking about unity بتاع جنوبين, unity of a purpose, so that to push this regime. But how are we going to qualify to talk about unity بتاع جنوبين and this message we fail to serve it at home? That is the reason tonight we decide to come. ZööMTV, yes, ZööMTV. We never localize ourselves, but في حاجة قاعد يعمل نفسه في كشم جبراكة بتاعتنا. So that is why we want to address it. Brother Nderinda, you can come in. We don't have any guests. All of you are guests. You are welcome. We will drop the link. Come in, bring your perspective. Let us have a healthy debate. We have to disagree to agree. Okay? So make your argument stronger, but don't yell, don't be abusive to anybody. It is mutual respect. That is why we are here. So, Brother Nderinda,
Yeah. Thank you so much, Krikuju. That last bit that you made there was a clear illustration of what it is like. زي ما انت قلت الحاجة اللي بيحصل, and thank you Sister Christine for giving us that piece of information. When Brother Krikuju was talking about what will happen, it looks like the regime جاسم على صدورنا في J1 target شهر ديسمبر مش عشان يسلبريت ميلاد المسيح.
I am sorry, I jinxed it.
But you celebrate عشان you celebrate you know what, spilling the blood of innocent South Sudanese. It looks like they're worshiping something. You know, we do know those who love blood so much, they are the followers of Satan. That's what I can say. Because my condolences to the people of Loka and Lanya County, because the killing started already. See, this is December, and things started already. And also, just to take it back to what I was saying there, is that if, for instance, هنا في جبهة غرب بحر الغزال, sorry, جبهة الخلاص الوطني, if we don't tell our colleagues in جبهة الخلاص what is happening in غرب بحر الغزال بالتفاصيل دقيق, how do we actually expect جبهة الخلاص الوطني to envisage and include or incorporate our issues in the bigger vision of Jabhat al-Khalas? It is not an intelligent question, by the way. It is just a normal question. And that is the question at hand. That's في صلب الموضوع. لأنه إذا كان إذا بتمشي في أي منظمة أو في أي تنظيم سياسي أو حركة متمردة أو حركة سياسية whatever you name it أو أي نشاط طلابي وإنت ما بتشيل جزء من المشكلة بتاعك أساسا قبل يأثر فوق ما remember إحنا جنوب كله ما قبيلة واحد. لو جنوب كله كان قبيلة واحد ونفس العادات نفس التقاليد نفس كله then there is no point for anything else. It's all okay. Whatever is agreed on there will apply to everyone and nobody will complain. But جنوب is 64 أو 75 أو 100 وشوية زي ما أخواننا تانيين بيقولوا كويس قبيلة. مع الأسف الشديد in Africa if you don't talk قبيلة the third term is yet to be dropped off but not now. Maybe في القرن القادم you know maybe the term قبيلة will drop off. Europe was قبائل. What do you call the Vikings? The Visigoth. What do you call them? These are قبائل. دول كان قبائل. Today they call themselves British or Britons or they call themselves Scottish, you know, or they call themselves German. But هما مجموعات كانوا قبائل. لكن عشان هما بسرعة لملموا نفسهم وبعد ما دينهم مرق by the way قتلوا نفسهم وعملوا وقطعوا في بعض كويس لما انتهى كل الأمور اللي اكتشف إنه the best way قوتهم في إنه هما يكون مع بعض. بالتالي the Visigoth and whatever you call them all of them لما نفسهم بعد كده they become الحاجات اللي شايفينه هسه. So أملنا كبير. جنوب السودان هيجي يوم تاني بعد كده الجنوب بس جنوبين. That's it. There is no more. جنوبي من وين؟ أنا جنوبي من جوبا. جنوبي من واو. جنوبي من ملكال. جنوبي من وراب. بعد كده حتى ذاته الحاجات اللي فيه موجودة هيكون حاجة حاجات تبتعتزبه. بعد كده ما حاجة تبتعن بأي حاجة. So بنفس الكيفية لين الحق نمشي نتكلم مع ناس بتاعنا تحت نقول لهم يا جماعة من أجل إنه المنطقة بتاعنا at least يلقى نوع من حلول لمشاكلها we need to have one قضية. yes ما أنا نقول واحد قضية ما تفهمينه بس قضية واحد. في مجموعة من قضايا عندنا في غرب بحر الغزال by the way you know في موضوع بتاعت يسمت التنمية الناس اللي بيشتغلوا عندنا بيجيبون في راسنا من محلات تانية which doesn't happen in ولايات تانيين by the way. يعني the case of Western Bahr el Ghazal is so unique. انت ممكن تكتب فوقه volume كويس. so احنا لما نقول غرب بحر الغزال ولاية متربصة ولاية محسودة ولاية كل العيون عليها في الناس اصلا قاصدين غرب بحر الغزال we do say it out of the facts not just a mere propaganda or something because it sounds good. المتربصون الآخرون no ده حقائق لأنه نوعية الإشكاليات اللي بيحصل في غرب بحر الغزال ما بيحصل في ولايات تانية. شوف تبور بحاله ولا في أبا نايل ما عملوا مؤتمر لأفغار. just imagine that part. ما عملوا مؤتمر لأفغار for instance. This damn thing has to happen في غرب بحر الغزال. حاجة هنا في غرب بحر الغزال ما عندنا أفغار. يعني حتى لو أفغار بتنزدين كمريال باي الموجودين معنا في غرب بحر الغزال والله I don't think كمية بتاع أفغار اللي هناك ممكن يعمل مؤتمر. برا ممكن نشوف إنه we can make مؤتمر المنتجات الزراعية. I can see that happening. We can have an expo للمنتجات الزراعية. I can see that happening. وبعد كده لأن إحنا في غرب بحر الغزال بنقول أوكي ممكن نعمل إكسبو للمنتجات الزراعية والحيوانية. لكن عشان كامل يكون في عندنا مؤتمر كامل للأبقار يا أخي موضوعنا يعني ربنا ده أبلانا بحاجات كده. ربنا ذاته أنا قاعد أسأل نفسي في شنو غلط يا جماعة عليكم الله كده like and share and do everything that you do You know, I know this thing is قاعد بوقف على الناس على اعصابها, لكن just like and share عشان يجيب لنا ناس ثانيين خليهم يجي يقولوا نحن يوم كلامكم مش يوم كلامنا. احنا بس قاعدين make sure the ground is clear for you. You know what you're coming for, you know. So like and share, do everything, please keep doing it for the next 5 minutes, because this is قضية. ما هو دي مشكلتنا جنوبين, عندنا مشاكل بدنا كجنوبين, احنا بدنا من كلنا نجي فوق and go after it, we will sort of sit back and so concentrated we forget to do other things that's supposed to support مشاكل بدنا. So that's the thing. فده ده الحتة اللي احنا جايين فيه, وبالذات تركيزنا في يوم نهار في الليلة ده ولا في الصباح ده wherever you are في غرب بحر الغزال, لأسباب إنه الناس بتاع غرب بحر الغزال they need to understand. If you don't agree with what has happened, please don't be the stumble block for it. Just stay. خليك في الكاتيجوري بتاع الناس قاعدين منهم متأكدين what has happened. خليك قاعد معهم. At least دول one الناس ما متأكدين what happened عندهم القابلية يفهموا فيما بعد. لكن if you think انت ابو الفهيم ولا ام الفهيمه وانت عارف كل شيء وانت ناتي فوق, لا والله ليه هم عملوا وما كان ما ادراك احنا وراك يا دكتور الى مقبرتك يا دكتور, ما you have some issues coming up. التاريخ داير ما هو سياسه عايز سيسنه, انت لازم تسيسن سياسه بتاعك. معلش عربي ليش لازم كان يجي زي ده, تسيسن سياستك عشان تعرف تمشي, عشان حتى لو بكره كلام الناس اللي عملوا الحاجه دي طلع صح, ما في زول بيقول بعين لك بعين حمراء, ما في زول بيشوف فيك بعين حمراء. الناس بيشوفوك ان يب yeah he really understood what was going on. لكن لما تقوم تجيف كده بتقلق وترفع يدك انت مستعد تذبح اخوك واختك وامك وعمك واهلك كله because of something that you sort of in your دماغك مقتنع به, maybe you need to have your head examined. بمعنى انه حتى فكره الوحده عندك ما عندك معنى به, انت ما بعرف معناه شنو. لانه if you do know what is the meaning of unity, your unity impacts everywhere in South Sudan. People don't have to think انه if we are not united in غرب بحر الغزال يا باقي جنوب ممكن يكونوا عندهم وحده. كذب, انت كذاب ولا شنو؟ It's the same thing that عنده في كل محل. اقول لكم مثلا عشان تفهموا الحكايه, شكل داير في رومبيك يمين شمال left right في كل محل. Isn't that impacting Junub Sudan? If you cannot see how it is impacting Junub Sudan, you better leave Junub Sudan. Because you have an issue. Leave it. Leave out, move out of the country because you don't know what is going on. You should understand that everywhere in South Sudan that has an issue, it impacts the rest of the country. مشاكل اللي كان حاصل في النملة, أبقار في النملة وما أعرف قالوا للناس النملة إنه كان قالوا أبقار كان يأكل ده كان ما عجبكم الكلام, you pack yourself and leave. Didn't that impact the whole of South Sudan? لو ناس نملة ما كانوا متوحدين, today we would have been talking about a different topic, isn't it? لكن عشان ناس نملة لملموا نفسهم وناس بعد ناس البيامس والكاونتس المجاور كلام كتير الكلام ده طلع برا في الميديا والموضوع شوية شكله كده you know. So you need to understand, no matter where you live or where you live in South Sudan, whatever is happening there, if it is wrong, it impacts the rest of the country. So Western Bahr el Ghazal, الناس المرقت وقالت انتوا ذاتكم ليه تمرقوا. انا اللي حيرني واحد, انتوا لما طلعتوا انتوا ما شاورتونا. ده الجماعه اللي استغلوا حسن لما طلعوا ماشيين لايو, ماشيين انضموا لايو, ما شاورهم. وحسن لما هم دارين يطلعوا من ايو زي ما هم مشوا قال انتوا ما شاورتونا دارين تطلعوا ليه. God, I'm done with this. Really, I can't understand this. The logic behind that kind of تفكير بيخليني اتمنى ارجع في بطن امي كويس واتولد في قرن تاني, وتستغرب انه ناس كانوا يقولوا الكلام ده. By the way, انا ما against you saying كلام ده, لكن I'm against the kind of that mentality. I don't understand. What is the logic? الزول لما مشى انت هسه قاعد تشتكي انه وكان مشاورك, والزول لما طالع من هناك انت قاعد تقول له لا انت طلعت كيف ما كان تشاورني في الاول. وده من قال دخول الحمام زي خروجه. مشكلتنا كبير. الاخوان المشاهدات والاخوات الاخوان المشاهدون والاخوات المشاهدات، المشكله ببساطه اي زول جنوبي ممكن يتكلم في المشكله ده، لانه you will talk about it as from your perspective from wherever you are, because this can happen to you. This can happen to you wherever you are. It can happen to you there. So you need to understand, you need to think about it with that tajarrud, you know. Okay. So you need to think about it with tajarrud. What is happening? If things are happening that way, how are you supposed to move around about it? And this is what we are trying to do here. And I believe we can drop the mic and anyone can come up and drop their piece, because I have this idea. This is the last time people are talking about this in the media. Just like I made the appeal yesterday. The real nitty-gritty of talking about this has to happen among أبناء غرب بحر الغزال في جنب ترابيزة رملة بتاعهم وهم قاعدين برام. They need to work it out. What is the appropriate thing for them? Then they come out and tell the people of Western Bahr el Ghazal, Amatan, what are the best thing in their interest for the people to understand. I think that's a sequence logic of tackling such a thing. The question was what was discussed in in the COW conference. Yes, you're right. You don't make any sense of out of such conference, because we even fail to understand that conference. How do you bring Muzaren as cow herders and you want them to talk? Yes, to some extent you can say, yeah, what kind of a talk? Okay, a talk of أن حكومة قرر إنه يجيب سلك شايجي يحود به مزارع أو في محلات معين يتخصص لهم pastures where the cattle can come and graze up. Right? You might think logically this is what is supposed to be discussed there. But no, the discussion there was we want you to coexist together. You know what? Takum akhwan wa abgarda akhwankum. My God, abgarda akhwankum. So this is the thing. Malaysia na gan khutubet, lakin this is along that line. You need to coexist without مراعاة حتى لفكرة إنه في مشاكل. يعني أبقار جاي الناس الماشيين ورا أبقار معلقين كلاشينكوفز. You know, أبقار ده يروم مزارع زي ما يروم إنت صاحب المزرعة لما دت لدار تقول كلمتين. You know what? Kalashnikov will be your best answer. If not, لو حاجة حصل لبقر وبقر ده مات بغلط ولا كيف جماعة بيجي بدور عليكم. انتوا يا قتلتوا بقر. لو بقر واحد راح بسكته ودر هناك لانه اللي كان ماشيين ورام ما خدت بالهم لانهم مشغولين في نظافه كلاشينكوف بتاعهم، بقر واحد ودر مشى لقى ومات في حته، هيجي يدوروا كل بيت يفتحوا حله. You know, وديس از واقع، يفتحوا حله يشوفوا لو دم لحم بقر يا شغال في جوا حله ده معنى بيت ده عنده مشكله كبير، هيطقطقوا ناس، هيموت فيه ارواح وحاجات. So this is my sister Christine Lado. This is the stuff that has been discussed because it is so really what was the conference about. This is in a very nitty-gritty, you guys to coexist with Abgarba Mozaren. So it is a laughable thing, but you know what, South Sudan, nothing is impossible in South Sudan. Anything can happen in South Sudan. You don't be surprised in the book of Kunfi conference with cats and dogs, you know, hens and chickens and you know, all of this stuff. So don't be surprised. The thing is, I'm not against the conference idea as such, but I'm against the fact that that conference has to take place in Western Bahr el Ghazal. Why didn't that conference take place in Awil? In Warab, by the way, who were presiding over the conference? The governor of Warab and the governor of Western Bahr el Ghazal. Whose Abgar is موجود في Western Bahr el Ghazal? Then it is Abgar تلقائيا. Is Abgar Tanas Warab, Zaid Abgar Tanya. You know, why have all these cattle camps that is scattered strategically in Western Bahr el Ghazal? What are you doing? It's like having a campaign, preparing for a campaign. Campaign for what? You know, all of this stuff are there. So, Brother Kri, could you jump in before I drop the link for us and anyone can come and say something.
Sure. And as a result of that, people who don't own Bagar, they decide to walk away from
to walk out of the conference. Yes.
Yeah, and because what they are going to sit there and talk about it, it is not offering guideline or solution or proposal or let you guys come and think. It is, oh, you have to coexist. How we are going to coexist? العجب كل العجب ما في بقر قطع حدود وصل يوغندا، ما في بقر قطع حدود وصل كونغو ديمقراطي، ما في بقر قطع حدود وصل سنترال افريكا، ما في بقر قطع حدود مشى لبقاره. اوكي، بقر ده بيجي في تنبرة، بيجي في مريدي، بيمشي لحد راجع، بيجي في بعزية، بمشي بايلة، بمشي لوكا، بمشي نومالي، بمشي مندري. لكن لي البقر ده ما لو اذا زول ماشي ورا بقر، لانه بقر ده ما يقطع حدود يوصل سنترال افريكا عشان يلاقي السيليكا مستنينه، والله ياكلوا بقر بجلده كله. ها موضوع اوكي. بقر ده اللي ما يقطع حدود عشان يمشي لقبة مع بقار بتاع بقارة. So it is something part of the system. لأنه لما رواة بتاعت الأبقار كانوا بيمشوا بخراب وبيمشوا بعصايات المعتادة لأنه إحنا بنعرفهم وبمنان، أوكي، it never been an issue. ما في بقر قاعد يوصل في الزرع بتاع فرتيت، ما في بقر قاعد يوصل في بامبي بتاع زاندي and so forth. لكن لما انه الرواة بتاعت ابقار بقوا بيمشوا بكلانشينكوف، ببيكم، بتاتشر، بورل، اوكي، this is whereby ما بقر طلع تكيان، اوكي، بقر عنده هاي هيل وبيلبس سمبوستر وبيلبس كبس، اوكي، ماشي على كيفه في اي مكان، تعينه انت يا توسع له من سكه. seriously no. those issue زي ما برادر ندرين ده ذكر، احنا عايزين نتحدث عنها بتجرد بعيد من اي مصلحه مود ركوب راس. okay, and as we are speaking right now we never had conflict مع دينكا مريال باي مع بوغار بتاعهم. then how Dinka Marial Bai they maintain their bagar, they are well disciplined. والبقر الجاي من وين from somewhere ياو بيجي تكيان exciting على اساس انه عايز يمشي ياكل ذره بتاع فرتيت. okay, then something is wrong. إذا كنا في مريال باي they can maintain their bagar, then why not بتاع واراب cannot do it, بتاع تونج cannot do it, بتاع أول cannot do it, بتاع رومبي cannot do it, عشان إنه بتاع بور cannot do it. بعد كده ينقلوا الأبقار ببارجات من بور عشان إنه يجيبون قال ميراكولسلي بقر بيلدي تيمان وبيلدي تريبل وكادروبل في حتة معين. you know, let us leave this on aside. But ما يحدث في غرب بحر الغزال it is something people need to replicate it. يعملوا له ريبليكا. لو إذا أنت في بحر الجبل ولا يعطي ولاية من ولايات بتاعك you need to address it. للأسف الشديد we are sending this message across the board لممثلينا في كل القوى السياسية الموجودة في جنوب السودان. It is time to come home and to address our own issue. الحاجة وصل في راس جمراكة بتاعتنا. طبعا عندنا ناس باعوا رقبتهم. اوكي، إذا أكون وزير الفتنة والتريقة he will never come back للبيت الفرتيتي. هو باع نفسه، يعني غيرنا اسمه completely، اديناه اسم لأنه إذا أنت كنت ابن لفرتيت بتمشي في منابر أخرى بتقول يسألوك معنى فرتيت ده شنو. أنت لو إذا ما بتعرف، لو إذا خالك ما قال لك معنى فرتيت ده شنو ولا أنت ما بتعرف، أسكت يا أقول I don't know. Okay, maybe somebody else can come and answer. Okay, لكن مش إنه تقول هؤلاء الذين يفروا أمام العدو. Seriously. والله ديت له إذا جان أختي أنا ما بعرف بعمل معك شنو لكن things happen. آخرون عندنا وزراء مركزيين precisely somebody like Peter Marcello. ناس الموجودين في الميديا ده بيتر مارشيلو قاعد في كرسي بتاعت الوزير مركزي باسمكم. اوكي ابنه بتاع فرتيت زول بتاع اي او ما شابه ذلك لانه كراسي ده ما كله ويا الفرتيت بقايدون فيه. Did you ever listen to Peter Marcello coming to media okay بما في Western Bahr el Ghazal TV ولا even on social media trying to talk to you guys, to address you? I am a politician, I am representing you. Did you guys ever hear it? I challenge everybody here. علينا ممكن يقول لي في يوم من الأيام هو كتب حاجة على أساس إنه حكومة بتاعه ولا وزارة بتاعه قاعد يعمل شنو؟ عنده وزارة شنو؟ Human resources. No. Yeah. Human resources was taken from him. It is something else.
Yeah.
ما تاني ده وزير بتاع حيوانات الثاني ده اكيد بيكون وزير بتاع طيور ولا حاجه بالشكل ده. ما this is they give us those funny ministerial position, you know, you look after قرود وأسود وما شابه ذلك. So
على فكره I need to tell you this معلش بس مقاطعه انا بديك فرصه ترجع تاني فوق. الوزير بيتر مارشيلو لاي زول قاعد بيتابع SSBC اوكي ده التلفزيون بتاع جنوب السودان. لما نجيبوا خبر عن وزارة بتاع بيتر هو بيكون كان في حاجة كده مهم اجتماع مهم حاجة مهم وكان قاعد يتكلم فوقه مش في لما هو يتكلم ده معناه كان في الإعلام كان في هناك وميكروفونات مدمدو وما أدراك وتليفونات وكده ما بيجيبوا صوته في التلفزيون بيجي بس بيقول لك إنه هذا وقد أشاد السيد الوزير بيتر مارشيلو انتوا سألتوا نفسكم ليه؟ التلفزيون ما كارهه. التلفزيون على فكرة التلفزيون ده جنوب السودان ما كارهه لكن لأنه طريقة بتاع الكلام ده هناك صعب. أنا قاعد أقول أنا مسؤول من كلامي. إذا بيتر تقعد تشوف حاجة ولا في زول ماشي قال لك إنه دانيال قال تعال الحقنا في زوم تي في. We will be more than happy for you to come and show us how you talk here. Your smartness as a minister. Maybe that will be a good place for you to talk to زööMing Bahr el Ghazal.
رجال ما يلاوزوا
رجال ما يلاوز زي ما كان في صندوق بتاع بيك اب بتاع خالي في واو زمان. Okay, so you come. It's not a bad place. You come. It's not chakala. It is brain tag. We talk so people can judge you. Otherwise, you have to explain to us why is it not in South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation TV بتاع حكومة اللي انت فيدرال مينستر فوقه ما بيجيبوا صوتك بيقولوا هذا وأشاد الوزير لأنه something is wrong. You're not even maybe based on this كلام maybe Madam Coco Corona talks better than you.
This is exactly what is at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah. Maybe Madam Coco Corona, Minister of Health, talks much better than you. And if that is the level, that's why her speeches is being brought in, even though as of late, they've been editing whatever she says. They will edit it to try to make it as much perfect as they can. مع الأسف طبعا يا التكنولوجيا طبعا انت لو عندك عين you can tell. So that's the bit that I wanted to put out, brother Krikujo. That must be the reason. Otherwise, Peter Marcello, come out, man. Come out nicely, talk to us. A lot of زööMing Bahr el Ghazal ما عارفينك. How are you going to prove to them انت عارفين؟ وطبعا انت ضامن نفسك انه لو اي حاجه collapse حول you زööMing Bahr el Ghazal ما موجودين كله في المعارضه. You guarantee your place already. You are there. You know, you will continue to remain there, which proves at the end of the day it is not about you representing زööMing Bahr el Ghazal. You're representing yourself and representing your own links and relationship with the top hierarchy of the IO. I just have to drop that one for you, brother.
This is serious. لأنه الناس اللي بيمثلونا ما عايزين يجوا وشهم لنا. Okay. ما بسبب إن الحكومة الكرتونية لأنه بيعينون بقرارات جمهورية ومراسيم كرتونية من كشم بيوت whatever بكروب وبشنو بكروك ياو بعينهم or otherwise لو إذا كان عن طريق انتخابات. How are you going to represent us؟ ما سمينا صوتك، ما عرفنا أي حاجة عنك. Okay, what are you doing? You know, no, this is serious. أنت عايز تمثلنا قاعد هناك بأسامينا تعال ولا otherwise you know we know what you are. تكون جانا مرسال بس بتاعت جين كانسل اوف إلدر يقيدوك عشان انه شكلك كده شويه بتشبه عفريتيت، قال انه ما ياو اكوكو مياو قاعد هنا اكونا بتاع شنو ياك انت وين؟ What are you doing؟ عرفنا ان انت قاعد تعمل شنو؟ كتر كير وزير الفتنه الاجتماعيه والتريقه he came حاول انه يجتهد وبعد كده جرافات مشى بوشه كله he disappeared completely from social media. Because we shut him down. He cannot survive it. Okay? Inta عايز تمثلنا, come and talk to us. Let us challenge you. Let us pick your brain. في شنو تعيق بتاعك ده في شنو. Okay? لكن you cannot sit there. This conversation is about the current situation which is taking place in the Republic of South Sudan. Also زي ما إنه قلنا, you know, إذا أنت قعدت أنت من ياي ريفر ولا من تومبورا ولا من وين and you decide to think about it براحة كده, افتكر إنه you can replicate the same message في الدائرة بتاعك ولا في الولاية بتاعك ولا في الإقليم بتاعك. أكوانكم اللي بيمثلوكم في الحكومة نادوم, talk to them, challenge them. اتفقوا فقط أدنى. Okay, لأنه هم قاعدين هناك بكموم and then they start enjoying all those privileges لكن they are not linked to their base. That is why بيختاروا للأسف الشديد. Of course إذا أنا عايز أعمل لي مجلس, okay, I will pick people of my caliber that lower than my caliber that I can manipulate them. Okay, I can play with their mind. Lakin I will not pick the brilliant one. No disrespect to anybody. Look at the level with our president. Then seriously, he's going to bring people that speak jargon that he will never understand what they are talking about. No, that is why Turkey مستشار بتاعت الأمن القومي جنبه. Yeah, فبالتالي حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان that is their standard, how low it is. صلاحيات بتاع تركيا أكثر من صلاحيات بتاع أي وزير including وزير الدفاع. ياهو كبير المفاوضين في مفاوضات بين الأطراف المتناهرة ولا متنازعة في شمال السودان في السودان. ده مستوى اللي بيمثلونا به. So something is wrong with our country and it is about time to wake up, to pull ourselves. كل مجموعة let us pull ourselves على أساس إنه to put an end to this regime, لهذا النظام الأجنبي, لهذا النظام بتاعت المتخلفين اللي إنه قاعدين في جوبا. لأنه I will never join a team to be led by somebody like Turkey. I have a brain. I can think. I can write from left to right and I can write from right to left. Can he do that?
Not even from up to down.
Yeah. Then no. I rather die with my dignity. John. لكن مش إنه أبقى تابع ورا ترتور زي ده, لأنه لما بيتكلم أنت بتخجل. Okay, قاعد يقول شنو? Is he speaking Arabic? You try to. أنا جنوبي. I struggle على أساس إنه to get him. Okay. ويا أمثاله تانيين حتى تلفزيون جنوب السودان بيخجل منهم, cannot bring them على أساس إنه to say a word to alter. Then what is this? The link is there, brothers and sisters. This Western Bahr el Ghazal is not belong to few of us. Okay, come, bring your perspective. Make your argument stronger. Don't yell, Don't be abusive to nobody. And there is a lot of them out there. We invite them to come in. They know our schedule. They know our time. They will go and conduct a show. And calling me stupid when I am misleading everybody when I spoke about the biological weapon. Maybe it is too sophisticated to level of that individual. He cannot understand it. السلاح البيولوجي يعني شنو؟ اوكي ممكن يستخدموا الميلاتونين ضد الجلد بس الاسود. سلاح ماده بيستخدموه يهاجم يسبب سرطان للناس السود بس. It will not affect somebody ابيض ولا حتى النسكون ملون. اوكي ممكن انه يستخدموا فصيل بتاع دم معين. ده السلاح، ده الاسلحه الذكيه، ده الاسلحه الحديثه لانه people are talking about it now.
على فكره مش انه people are talking about it بس، يعني انا عايز اكد ده حقيقه موجوده حسن، حقيقه موجود في سلاح بيولوجي اوريدي، قنابل بيولوجيه محدده بالدي ان اي معين. اوكي يعني ممكن نكونوا قاعدين بين 50 نفر يرموا زي جرانيت، يرموه كده ويطلع منه الدخان، كلنا حنشمه. The only impacted and affected people are the one whose DNA matches اللي هو مخصوص في الغاز. We're not making, it's not a خيال علمي. أيام خيال علمي ده كان زمان، أيام ستيف أوستن، أنا الرجل الحديدي، الرجل شنو، المرأة الحديدية، ده كان زمان. But even then, by then they were actually planning things out. مني عسى كان يده كسر ما بركب في يده حديد. في ياما في ناس كتار عسى زمان ما كان الموضوع كان ما موجود. So this is there already. So you don't need to elaborate. That person or that individual or those people who do not believe in what you've said and they've made a joke about it, I'm quite sure by now they've realized like, I actually, I embarrassed myself by making joke about that person. Now I found information. That information is out there. The information available for who wants to know, not who thinks they know. Thank you.
Those who are in Western Hemisphere, they have been following American media. When the American president, or so-called American president, decided to invite his friend to show his right to Kim Jong-un, bringing him into the beast to show him how this thing inside. If you can remember the video very well, the Secret Service blocked both of them. This is not a toy. This is not something you come to see it, because even the shield or whatever, that thing is anti-nuclear weapon, whatever, okay? So like you bring your adversary and you are going to invite him into your secret. Is he aware what kind of equipment that guy have? His زراير بتاعه يعطي no camera يعطي أجهزة will detect what؟ بيسجل شنو، بيعرف شنو كاسية عن هذا المعدن. And when we talk about it على أساس إنه في مرحلة من مراحل مقاس البدلة ووزن والطول بتاع هيلموت كول المستشار الألماني الشهير السابق
national community, national security
القومي الألماني.
Yes.
لأنه ممكن يجهزوا قنبلة ذكية with sensor based on his height بوزنه ما بقوم بأي زول إلا هيلمت كول because he's راجل بخصائص معين. لما بيمشي في المؤتمرات ما في أي زول القريب حجمه في وزنه مش عارف إيه. So you know, we don't want to start this personal war, but when you hear something weird, go to Uncle Google. زي ما إنه بيقولوا العرب بيقولوا عمو Google, okay? Search it, Google, okay? And our people in Eastern China, they call it googly something. So just go and search it, okay? Gableman, you open your mouth and you start talking about, you know, you don't know what is happening. Now, Who is gonna fight? Okay, أصلحة الذكية. الجندي الذكي Robert will do everything, will sense, will fight like a human being, will target and will repair itself if anything happen. What are we talking about? And still قاعدين نفكر في انه somebody going with Kalashnikov. ما ده السبب انه بدفقوا لكم بافريقيا في المجال. Nobody's using it. Yeah.
They want to get rid of it. They want to get rid of the Tarasana بتاع أسلحة.
Brothers and sisters, we can talk all night long, but it is not about us, and we never claim the expertise. We want to have this conversation. Come in, bring your perspective. Okay. Yes, we appreciate those who are writing comments, those who are reacting. We appreciate it very well, but still we have to hear others, okay, to fix us, to guide us in the right direction, because all of us, we continue to learn. Every night we come, we learn from you. The little that we share it with you, also maybe you are picking up something with us. So it is very important, brothers and sisters. That is why we are coming here to have this conversation.
Something else, brother.
Yeah.
Something else I want to add is that why is this important? Why are we talking about the fact that Nazgar Bahr el Ghazal have to go and sit down for Jam Tarbeza Ramla Btam? They need to sit down for Jam Tarbeza Ramla Btam for many reasons. We've been explaining this since early on, since we started the program. And let me also contrast this with the idea of the ideas of our brother Ethika, whom he's watching. The idea of Equatorial, some Equatorians now are talking about separation. Isn't that as a result of their Tarabeza Ramla Btam? That's as a result of their Tarabeza Ramla. They have to sit down. They're making all the noise they can make. They're reaching out to the Equatorians as much as they can to try to bring all of them around that Tarabeza Ramla, so that they can work it out. And they're doing their work. And of course, this is just an example. I'm not saying that's the best Tarabeza. Lakin, that's the Tarabeza they've sat down and they've realized it is the best Tarabeza they can make. They need to sit down next to it. They do their work based on that. You need to have mabda. It's a principle. If you don't have a principle, then you end up wala indak tarabeza ramla bata separation, wala indak tarabeza ramla bata unity, wala indak tarabeza ramla bata shatat zat. Ita mezol sakit. But there is an importance that you need to have a tarabeza ramla bata, regardless of what is it about. You need to have it. Akhwana fi Bahr el Ghazal, I know a lot are looking at this and they go like, ZööMTV is talking. No way. We are not jumping into that one. I don't know if ZööMTV function, but anyway, it's a place to be. It is just like anything. They sit down, they don't want to jump up. I'm not quite sure. They are women في هذا category. جبنا نقول في كذا category. جماعة اللي عملوا استغالة في جماعة قالوا والله إننا مواعيدينكم. في جماعة قالوا no أنا مواعيدينكم من غير أسباب. في جماعة قالوا لا إنتوا لما مشيتوا في أيو إنتوا مشيتوا براكم ما شاورتونا. إنتوا هسه جيت طالعين إنتوا ما شاورتونا. ده مجموعة في كوم متحير. هم بس واقفين بس عينهم بس قبل عين متحيرين. وفي كوم تاني completely ملوش في الدنيا أساسا ولا مشى جا مش مهم بالنسبة لهم. and ده الكوم الضائع كويس. وده الكوم ده بالذات هم شعبنا. ده كوم ضائع. They are the one that suffer. They are the one that die. They are the one that feel the pain of hunger. They are the one who live under the UN within their own city. في وقت لأنه مسافة بينه قاعد فيه under protection of the UN لبيته ما أكثر من 500 متر. These are the ones. They don't really care. مشى جا ما جا. اللهم دارين يعرفوا. Welcome, brother Jonkor. Masha Jomajo, they want to know how are we going to solve their problem so that they can get out of that hoj with the UN. We heard you في malbes 200 متر من hoj with the UN. These are that home. The thing is, انا ما عندي مشكله معك ترفضهم او ما ترفضهم، لكن التجرد في التفكير، ميري كريسماس تو يو برادر ايزاك، التجرد في التفكير هي ده الحته المطلوب. let's think logically about بعيدا عن النعرات انه انا عندي فرق مع فلان وزعجان من فلان، لا ده زول بتاع ايو، لا ده زول بتاع جبل خلاص، لا ده زول بتاع حكومه، لا ده زول بتاع شنو. مع the end of the day احنا ابناء المنطقه، ولما نكون ابناء المنطقه معناه انه المنطقه في قلب كل واحد فينا، زيه زي اي زول من البلوك بتاعت سنترال ايكوتوريا، ويست ايسترن ايكوتوريا، ويسترن ايكوتوريا، هم من مناطق بتاعهم ديل، بغض النظر عن اي حاجه خلافات في بينهم ولا ما في خلافات، هم لسه they refer themselves as Equatorians. The same thing ناس في Upper Nile they refer themselves هم الناس من Upper Nile، بغض النظر عن في خلافات ما في خلافات. نفس الحاجه في نوردن بحر الغزال في كل الولايات الثانيه والمناطق الاداريه. يبقى where is the sense here? The sensible thing to do is to sit down in your own time, talk about things, help out, shape the history and the policy and politics of your regions. That is a threat by itself للحزب الأجنبي الموجود في J1. ما كلام ده كله في النهاية it's a threat كويس للحزب الأجنبي. والحزب الأجنبي طبعا زي ما أنا قلت يعني خلاص عشية بتاعهم جا، they know that for sure. They are counting their days are numbered. They know exactly what is going on, you know. So if we start doing all of this everywhere, خلاص ما الصدى اللي فيه هناك ده it needs only one sonic sound, ping, انتهى, the whole thing will collapse, you know. أنا ما رجل عسكري، أنا ما رجل you know حاجات ده الكل، لكن I do learn few things here and there ما سكونيو كونيو في كل الحاجات. We can learn anything في كونيو كونيو في العلم. So that's where we are. We have another brother up here coming. Thank you, Ethika. The reality of us Junubin is really hard. It's so bad, but it is time all of us Junubin needs to understand something. Need to understand that working in small groups can actually become more effective. And that's أساكر في بيننا هنا commanders works much better than a battalion بحاله. ولا أنا ما كذاب. Commander comes نفر 3-4 نفر. They cause the biggest damage because they are a small group. They move effectively. They move fast. You know, they take with them things that will cause damage. The battalion moves around with the babar, so they might not even cause that damage, you know, when they attack a place. So معلش نور عسكري يا جماعه للعساكر لنا، لو انا قلت الكلام ده غلط انا بدلت في الموضوع اعذروني، لانه I'm just saying things that maybe I saw in a movie or something. Brother Krikoju, welcome our brother here to the ZööMTV, and so that he can bring us his perspective as well.
Brother Isaac Paul Amin is in the house in ZööMTV. Good to see you, brother Isaac. You know زي ما أنا قلت قبل الحاجة ده قاعد برجل في كشم جبراكا. Okay. أنا ما أعرف بلندا بقول شنو، لكن ده كله تسمو قال بزرو فوق شمسوا بنجوكو حاجات ده. And it is good to see you. And you came in with a lot of energy. This is the first time to see you coming to show. So happy, you know. فما تطلع لنا مستقبل. You come so happy and you are coming to fight, okay? So
you guys, you are too funny. You know what, يعني أنا ما كنت أتارجي that to show, like in the way you talk today make me laugh, make me happy. يعني كلاني ذات أكون very excited عشان I just join for a little bit because أنا عندي حاجات أنا ماشي على.
welcome.
إنتوا عارفين يعني نحن قاعدين نشارك قضايا مشتركة كتير جدا مع بعض، لأنه إحنا أبناء منطقة وواجبنا عشان نضفر بعضين البعض. ما في زول فينا قال هو عضو، لكن الأعضاء بتاعنا هو التفخير الموجود في عقولنا لأنه الطريقة بتاعنا كلنا بنحب غرب بحر الغزال، وغرب بحر الغزال بحبنا. ده المولد وصورتنا كل الدفن هناك، لكن طريقة إنه ما بيجمعنا ما بعد هو الطريقة sometime بتاعت العيدية أو followers بتاع ناس تانيين في منطقة. اللي أنا جيت بسبب إنه في last word اللي كان بيقول الأقر كوجو وبيقول الأك دانيالي، وشكرا لكم بتاعت الجروب اللي انشق من غرب بحر الغزال من أيوه، وهم أعلنوا أنفسهم كجروب منظم وجروب جاهزية للقيادة بتاعت المجتمع. فأنا بجد يعني بحس بأنه هنالك ايديا ما صح، لأنه أنا ذكرت للناطق الرسمي باسمه منباري على أساس إنه يا جماعة غرب بحر الغزال دخل في مراحل صعبة جدا. أول مرة في تاريخنا في منطقتنا إحنا سكننا في كنايس، أمهاتنا آباؤنا أقرباؤنا سكنوا في كنايس، سكنوا في يونيمس. الجماعة دي كانوا متفرجين وكانوا مصرين إنه قضايا بتاعتهم ما بيتحلى ما فوق الطريقة إلا عن طريقة بتتلعيو بقيادة رياك مشار. هم دافعوا عن حتة الدفاع تماما لحد ما الاندق واندي وعند غيرنا تشتت. ففجأة لما يجيك زول زي تاني هو ده يجيك انه انا رجعت باك وانا ادركت على اساس انه هنالك مشكلة، ومشكلة ده خلاص فهمناه انه ريا كان بيطلعوا بينا. انا بنظر للطريقة بتاع الكتاب بتاعته منذ زمن انه الكتاب ده ما بيختلف عن كتابات بتاعت المعارضة اللي كان بيعارضوا رياك مشار، كان بيعارضوا حكومة. ليه زمن داك انتوا ما استجبتوا معانا؟ ليه زمن داك ما يتعاملتوا معانا؟ كنا في نظرهم كان عداء بتاعتهم مستمر. اوكي هم جو راجعين لانه حصل انقلابات داك الجسم بتاع الايوه في ولايه دي. الحقيقه لازم نقوله بصوت الاعلى. في ناس كتار ما بيعجبهم طريقه القائد رياك مشار بيتعامل بجسم بتاعته في ولايه غرب بحر الغزال. رياقة تتعامل معهم بسخرية باستبدادية ما قد تديم مكان. ودي من الزمن بعيد كنا عارفين طريقة تعامل بتاع رياق مع ناس زي طيب جونا ده. انتوا جيتونا ده كيف؟ جيتونا عشان نقعدوا في منبر واحد زي منبر اللي هسه احنا بنناقش الفكرة، ولا جيتونا عشان دارين تقودونا تاني انه فشلنا في الطريقة ده تعالوا كمان في طريقة تاني جديد؟ دي الرسالة اللي أنا من حقيقة ابن المنطقة، أسرتي هناك، أهلي هناك، وأنا ذاته بحس بعالم بتاعهم. أنا بسأل لأن أنا ما ممكن نمشي كزول أميان وأطرش زي أطرش بيرقص في زفة. يعني أنت جاي لنا ببيان كثير جدا ونفس الكلمات اللي أنا كنت بيقوله. رياك سوى، رياك عمل، ورياك عمل. انت يعني السنوات ده كله ده انت كنت ما بتعرف انه رياك، انت كنت زي ما مثل انا قبل كده قلت الفي دبليو سي ما بيشوم رياك بوبو، لكن لما يطلع برا بيقول يا جماعه في ريح هناك. فدي مساله عندنا كمساله بتاعت انه ابناء وبنات غرب بحر الغزال مفترض نقودوا مبادئنا بعد. في مسائل بيخصنا في منطقتنا نناقشها. شيل دوكمنت ده امشي بيه في اي اتجاه اللي انت بتشوفه مناسب. ناقش دوكمنت بتاعتك ده في الاول، ما تسلم امرك للجيه انه جيه ده لو وصل في جوبا جيه ده بيجيب لك حقوقك. انت ما ناقشت مع الامر. كيف انه رياك يفهم؟ كيف رياك يعرف قضيتك زي ما انتوا ذكرتوا قبل في مبدا في بدايات الكلام اللي انتوا بتقولوا؟ ما في زول دي الزول. احنا في غرب بحر الغزال مجموعات كتير، تنظيمات كتير، وفي ناس مستقلين، لكن في نهاية المشوار بيصب لغرب بحر الغزال. الكويس اللي بنجيبه بيرجع لغرب بحر الغزال، الكويس اللي بنعمله البطال بيرجع لغرب بحر الغزال. يجب علينا نفهم هذا الرسالة بصورة واضحة جدا. ما في زول دي الجروب اللي انشق من رياك، بالعكس نقول لهم ألف مبروك، لكن جايين تبدو معنا من يطباق يا وداك بنشأت. يعني انا معلش ما نسي الحديث بتاعتي، الجفرن اللي جابوه من الايوه قدام شنو في الولايه كلنا عارفين. ايفن الهراس الليله بيعمل الجفرنر بتاعت الايو ما من ايو. الناس الجفرنر ذاته بيجيبوا ما ناس الدهو كان في ميدان ولا طيبه، بيجيب ناس يعني ناس اساسا هم كان ما عندهم علاقه بالبيحصل. فبالتالي دي واقع جدا يجب علينا كابناء غرب بحر الغزال ما نكونوا ناس محمشين، ما نكونوا ناس مخفلين. انا بنحارب عشان ترقيه المجتمع بتاعنا. اوكي، وزي ما انتوا ذكرتوها ناس ماتوا في اسفيلة امن ايس حسنا من كير جات مشى جاب توت كيو، هو بفوق لكل الوزير هو الناتج الرسمي باسم الحكومه. هل الناس اللي كانوا في الغابه بتاعت الاس بي ال ب 21 سنه هم مبسوطين؟
نو.
دي الاسئله. ايوه ما مبسوطين. ليه؟ لانه في ناس تيبوا زمن اللي كان ناس بموتوا، ناس بياكلوا مرسم لام مرفوعين لانه ما في اكل. توت كيو كان وين؟ كان في خرطوم.
فدي
وكان
مسألة
ممنوع.
تقول لهم تقل ولا شنو؟
يا عمي في غابه دي تاكل لام مرفوعين لم تقل، ما انت جعان. اوكي اوكي. هسه الجماعه اللي لقوا نفوسهم وين؟ شيل اكزامبل زي مرحوم ادوارلينو، مش الرجال اللي دعوا بذر شبابهم من اجل قضيه ومات كيف؟ هل الظروف ده بيبكيك ولا ما بيبكيك؟ يجيك زول في اللحظه الاخيره هو كان ما تيب، بالعكس هو كان ضد الثوره وضد الثوارين، هو يكون قائدك، هو اللي بيمشيك، هو اللي بيديك الاوامر. يا دول عايزين نبنوا. فده المراجعه يا جماعه. نحن في ابناء نحن كابناء غرب بحر الغزال نراجع اصاباتنا مراجعه دقيق جدا. ما في زول دي زول، الكل بنقدمه لقيادات بتاعنا المعايو ولا مع سلفكير، كله ارشادات عشان نبني وطن بتاعتنا ويكون عندنا مستقبل رشيد في المنطقه، وما اكتر من كده. يعني انا ما ادي زول بشكله ولا بلونه، لكن انا بقول الحقيقه. لو جوا عينك يا تاجر تسمع كلامي، لانه زماني في الدنيا ده محدود. انا لازم اوصل رساله بتهديف في وقت اللي انا بشوفه مناسب. انا ما ضدك انت اسا بيرسونالي، ما كشفت في خصوصياتك، لكن انا بقول لك اللي انت بتعمله غلط يا قيادات. وشكرا.
بس خلينا اخش بس مداخله سريع. انا يمكن انا بكون ما سميت الحاجه دي كويس امبارح ولا في اللقاء بتاع الدكتور فيكتور. هو قال حاجه هو قال يا اخي احنا ما طلعنا عشان نقول للناس ان احنا دارين نقودوكم ولا دارين نوديكم محل، لكن احنا طلعنا قلنا يا حضرنا طلعنا خلينا نجي نقعد تحت ونشوف what we need to do. انا سمعت الكلام ده كده من غشمه، الا لو ادانيك في شحم وما ادراك انا ما فهمته كويس. انا بفهم من الكلام ده زي ما يكون انه اصلا هو عايز يقول، لانه مع الفيديوهات موجوده والكلام اللي هو قاله ده، انك مشينا راجعنا فيديو بتاع ويسترن بار الغزال امبارح المكالمه التليفونيه بتاعه ده، we can hear that again, we can hear الكلام اللي هو قاله. لان انا فهمت انه هو قال انه ما طلعنا عشان نقود ناس، احنا طلعنا عشان نقول يا جماعه في مشكله هناك، خلينا كابناء بتاع منطقه نيجي نقعد تحت and we decide what is best for us. ده اللي انا فهمته. لكن طبعا يمكن هو قال في محلات ثانيه محافل ثانيين وانا ما عرفته. كلامك ده بيكون في محله فعلا، لو هم طلعوا انه هم قادرين يقودوا ناس قدام يعني من اولها، بعد كده بنطبق سؤالين. وانت لو مشيت انت ما شاورت، اذا جيت راجع هسه انت ما شاورت ودار تقودنا تودينا وين ثاني. so maybe that will happen بعد كده. زاد الحته الان بس كان دارني لفت.
لوك يا استاذ دانيال لي اندراند لي واستاذ قرقوجو، انا ليه احترام كبير جدا لكم انتم. طواريق بتاعنا في غرب بحر الغزال شهد لنا شهاده الفشل من كل القيادات السياسيه الكادونه منذ استقلال، وبنعرفهم باساميهم. ما في زول قدم منطقه بتاع غرب بحر الغزال نتيجه لانه هنالك يعني زي انا بتذكر امبارح واحد منكم ذكر كلام ده. حان الوقت اللي احنا كابناء غرب بحر الغزال نرجع في فضايا بيت بتاعنا ونشوف مشاكلنا الحساسي ونتفق عليه ونطلع برا. هنالك عدة مجموعات. يعني انا بعد فشل بتاعت الدكتور رياك وانجلينا التاين في جوبا زي ما بيعترف به الأقدندرة، بيقول إحنا في الحرب ما خسرنا، لكن في اتفاقية بتاعت العيو مع الحكومة السلفا كير إحنا خسرنا أكتر من ما كنا في الحرب. ده اعتراف واضح وصريح من القيادات اللي بيدافعوا للعيو. أوكي، بعد ما هم حسوا بخسارة لأنه الطموحات بتاعتهم الأول والأخير إنه كان بيحلموا بأشياء معينة، ما لقوا الأشياء دي هناك، هم عايزين يجوا يراجعين عشان يحصل في بلورة تاني من جديد. يعني انت توقع بكره زول زي دندرة لما يجيك تاني بقول لا الدوب انا فهمت الرياك ده فاشل، ولا يجيك واحد زي استاذ نتالي جانزي يقول لك انا دوب فهمت انه الرياك ده كان بيلعب في الاوراق لمصلحته. انت هتتوقع من زول شنو اجابه بتاعك او دار تتعامل معه كيف؟ وقت انه هو بهدلك، عساهك، عمل لك كذا اشياء، يعني زي كلمات الحسه بنسمعه من هنا وهناك. اي زول اللي بيعارض رياك في المنطقه انت عضو مكتوب اسمك بقلم احمر. اوكي، فلابد يا جماعه نقودوا. انا ما بيرفض انه اللي بيجي في العزيره بتاع غرب بحر الغزال او في عزيره بتاع معارضه، بالعكس بيزيد لنا قوه، بدينا حماس. لكن حال انت بتيجي توالي لما انت كنت برا وتيجي توالي جوا بس كانك انت مباري معانا، نو وي نيد تو نو ذات. انت اساماتك شنو انت ذاتك لما كنت هناك؟ لانه حسب منطقتنا قد شاهد انقسامات كثير، والتاثير بتاع هذه الانقسامات قد ترجع للبسطاء كعساكر البسيطين في الميدان. كل ما انت تنشقى ومجموع ماشي وراك رياك وسلفا ممكن جيشهم يضطهد يمشي يهاجموا معسكرات في بقاري، معسكرات في بازيه، معسكرات في راجا، معسكرات في دمزبير، معسكرات في دولو، لانه انتوا ناس متمردين، انتوا ما مخالفين، يعني وكان اتفاقيه. طيب منو اللي بيدفع ثمن هناك؟ بيدفع ثمن يا اخوي ده انت، ده انا، ده اخوك، ده قريبك اللي هناك، لانه نتيجه للعشوائيات اللي بتحصل من قيادات بتاعنا. هل رجعوا علينا عشان هم بيحبوا منطقه؟ نو، لانه هم فشلوا لتحقيق اغراض بتاعتهم، وده اللي انا ممكن اقوله.
اوكي.
يعني انا بقدر بقوله لهم.
Well done.
نتمنى ان
Thank
انت
you.
كمان كلامك ما قاطعك. برادر ايزاك، شكرا كثير على الإضافة بتاعك، وده السبب لأنه إحنا بنقول حوار بناء الرأي والرأي الآخر. لكن زي ما إنه أخوي إندري قال إحنا عايزين ننظر للأمر بتجرد. Okay, just neutralize yourself first. حتى إنه you look at the whole picture from out of the box, and that will make it much easier. بيكون سهل على أساس إنه to see it. I have been following من قرار بتاعت نازل استقالة جماعية. افتكر انه something went wrong. لما تبص في اللافتة الكبيرة افتكر من حيث مبدأ الخطة كان أسود they are gonna walk away completely from IO. This is my understanding. Okay. لكن some people have a second thought. ده نمرة واحد. لأنه اللافتة ده بيقول أسود. Okay. He talk about أسود الجناح السياسي والجناح العسكري، لكن الحسابيات ده ما مشى، ما زبط تمام. اوكي، ده نمره واحد. This is just my assumption. نمره اثنين، ما بعتقد انه دكتور فيكتور كيمن كليم جعل من نفسه ناطق رسمي. هو زي ما انه جاء في كلامك امبارح انت قاعد تقول ناس عنينا. اوكي، he's just speaking on behalf of the group لانه اساميهم في الليست. اوكي، حتى انه سابوا تينجو في دار هوش براو شويه، لكن ما هم اتفقوا في موقف واحد مع ناس انكل فيليب جولا وما شابه ذلك بروفيسور يامليل على اساس انه they have to come out. لكن ما اظن انه الجروب they assign him as a spokesperson. بس انه he got a little bit extra energy, that is why he decided to come out with that video. والفيديو ده حرك الناس. ده نمرة واحد. نمرة اثنين، افتكر انه في جنوب السودان لو اذا بسيت في البيت الفريتيتي ما عدا اخواننا شويه في شمال راجا ناس كريشبورو and little bit few هم لانه بيعتنقوا الاسلام مثلا، وده حاجه كويس لتنوع. لكن احنا اغلبنا عندنا مبدا بتاع تعليم المسيح، والكلام ده اللي انا عايز اقوله، عايز ارجع لفكره بتاعت الابن الضال من الكتاب المقدس. اوكي، لو اذا بصيت للمجموعات ديل افتكر انه ما في زول عمل شغل بتاعت الابن الضال، لانه شال نصيبه بتاعت ورثه كومبليتلي، ركب هوا، مشى برجل كل حاجه. اوكي، and he regretted على اساس انه، وما قاعد اشبه هؤلاء بابن الضال، لانه ما في زول اكل ورثه من ورثه بتاع فرتيت وما شابه ذلك، لكنه مع ذلك البيت الفرتيتي ده هو شجره الكبير لانه all of us we are belong to. اوكي، حتى انت بتتفق معي، القتل واكتسب وعمل حاجات بطال فينا، في يوم من الايام احنا عندنا استعداد على اساس انه نقول له كم هوم صن في شنو حصل لك، اكتسبت اكوانك، قتلتها وعملتها وسويت. اوكي، بعد كده will be decision بتاعت فرتيت يرحموه ولا ما يرحموه. اوكي، to give him room. So those brothers اللي انا قاعد اقول هم قطعوا سكه، وصلوا في فرق السكه، جو قاعدين ينجموا وبيقولوا لاكوانهم التانيين including us الناس، اما ما هنكون نفسنا في دار هوش. those who are in حكومه لسه حسهم هاي مش زي اللي بيمشي بيقول الفريديت هم الذين يفرون امام العدو، لانه this one will never come، لانه هو اذا جاء يفتكر اكوانه بيمسكوه وبعصروه ادانه كويس كده، يعني معلو تمشي تبيكنا للناس برا هناك بس علو كشمو. اوكي، so what I'm trying to say brother Isaac, it is good we have to be critique, okay, but we have to criticize them constructively. انت قاعد تقول قاعده، انت قاعد تسيب نفسك في دار هوش عشان شنو يا اخوي؟ ده تواضع ولا ده شنو؟ انت وين؟ اوكي، لو انت ما حسيت انه you have the caliber، انت بتطلع في منابر ده على اساس انه تتكلم باسامي بتاع فرتيت، ما في زول اداك تفويض. The same thing apply to brother Ndrinda here, to me, to Angelo, to others. اوكي، لكن بحكم موقعنا الاجتماعي، اوكي، you know، ما انت فوتت 30 خلاص انت ما جانا anymore يعني، you know، so therefore انت بابا، انت اب، انت قدوه في هذا المجتمع، وكل زول ليدر في بيته. اوكي،
جميل. نقاتك يا اخوي قركويو، شكرا لك. انا في مثل عربي بيقول لك الحداء الضبيب يخاف من لعبه الأبال.
اوكي،
والكشاك مره الاولى اذا كشاك مره الاولى هو بليد، لو كشاك مره الثاني انت البليد، صح؟ احنا في غرب بحر الغزال يعني عندنا مشاكل حدة زي ما انتوا ذكرتوا في بداية الشو، يعني ما بس مجرد كلام اللي بنقوله أبقار ما أبقار وحاجات دي. حاجات دي بترجع علينا في شخصيتنا نحن، كيفية نمثل منطقتنا في غرب بحر الغزال. أنا ما عندي بيرسونال ايشو معاك أنت قركوجو ولا ما دانييلي ولا ما اسمه جوزيف مارشيلو ولا ما الحاج رزق زكريا ولا ما أي قائد في منطقة. أنا بيحاسب ناس على أخطائهم السياسية وأفكارهم الغلط بيقود المنطقة إلى الطريقة ما صح. دي كلام اللي أنا بقوله، لكن نحن كابناء غرب بحر الغزال ما زالت إفازة مكاننا. يعني أنا ما ممكن أكون في طريق وإنت جاي وراي بس تيجي يقول أطلع برا ليه أزيء برا من الشارع، خلاص أنا جيت كرسي ده أنا بقعد فوقه. حتى ابن الدال لما رجع بيت ابونا من كرمك برؤبة ابو اخوانه يحتجوا ليه؟ لانه هنالك مشكله. انا تعبت مع ابوي في سنوات ده كله، كنت براعي المزرعه، براعي الاكنام، براعي كل الممتلكات اللي في بيت الزول اللي شال نسيبه مشى بعدده في مكان تاني، هو رجع من هناك بعد ما فشل دار يجي وانت هدنته وخلتني. ده احساس الانسان البشري بحزب نفس الموقع. ده الغرور الطبيعي بيحصل في جسمنا. لكن بعد ذاك الزيل لما ينزل انت بتراجع نفسك، بتشوف انه ده زول مني وانا منه، العفو والعافيه كده نقعدوا مع بعض. دي بيقعد بعد الحوار، بعد التنازلات. عندنا اشكاليات في غرب بحر الغزال، ايوه ايكوا، مفترض نحله قبل ما نرمي لوم على جهات الخارجيه. والفشل اللي تحصل في غرب بحر الغزال بدا من زمن بتاع اجدادنا. الناس اللي مشوا حزب الامه في بطريقتهم الخاص، الناس اللي مشوا الاتحاد الديمقراطي مشوا بطريقتهم الخاص، الناس اللي مشوا في الشيوعيه مشوا بطريقتهم، الناس اللي مشوا ايفن في الليله انتوا كناس في سالفيشن فرونت مشيتوا بطريقاتكم، الناس اللي مشوا لايوه بطريقاتهم، ناس رزق مشوا لاس بي ال بطريقاتهم. ما في ميدان قد تجمعنا، ما في قاسم مشترك بلمنا في الفضاء يا جماعه. تعالوا نناقشوا طموحات بتاعنا في المنطقه. ما في زول قد تفكر الكلام ده، كل زول قد تنظر لتاني بعدو. لما يفشل هناك بيجيك راجي والله انا كنت ما عارف وانا شفت. هذه الاصوات تتكرر كثير. انا ما ضدهم، لكن انا ضد الافكار بتاعت انه انت بزاز البيت، يعني بتمشي وبتجي راجي، بتمشي وبتجي راجي. الكلام ده غلط.
ايزاك
فاني
ايزاك ما يكون نقاش بيني وبينك، لكن عندنا مبدا الاتي في الثقافه بتاعتنا بتاع فرتيت. قال له اذا جناك طلع دبيب انت بتلفه في صلبك بتدور بيه. اوكي
جميل.
ده الاخوانا. اوكي احنا محتاجين انه ده حته بتاع ترابيزه الرمله من قبل احنا قاعدين نتكلم فيه، عايزين نجي نقعد تحت. اوكي نوبكم. اوكي يا نيامليل يا تينجو يا whatever to bring their name. اوكي اديناكم فرصه تقودوا لكن انتوا فشلتوا. اوكي now نيامليل فور اكزامبل بحق بتاع فرتيت في راسك بنقول لك اقعد تحت هنا. now you become an academian. اوكي العلوم بتاع السياسه اللي انه في مخك ده افتح علينا كلاس اونلاين ولا something tangible. انت موجود في خرطوم قدم محاضرات علوم السياسه. اوكي في الفكر حزب سياسي وما شابه ذلك. ثاني شان انه يدوك بيرة قال تمشي بيه قدام على اساس انه تمثلنا نو لكن خبرتك ده احنا محتاجين له. we push new leaders like Abraham Isaac موجود هنا and there is so many youngsters. اوكي ده بيكون بموافقه كلنا قعدنا تحت شجر في فدايا بتاعت البيت الفريتيتي ده على اساس انه نتفق 1 2 3. يا دانيال لي انت موجود في الناس ده برنامج بتاع فريتيت احنا متفقين عليه. you have to push it within your political party. اوكي يا بيتر مارشيلو ولا سارة كليتو انت موجوده في ايو ده نفس البرنامج. you have the same package عشان انه في النهايه انه اليال بتاع فريتيت ده wherever you go there will be الحد الادنى لانه احنا متفقين عليه. اوكي لو اذا في النهايه انه كل ابناء بتاع فريتيت من كلا المنظمات وما احزابهم السياسيه ولا تنظيمات اللي هم بنتموا له they push the same agenda then our agenda become to the national level. لانه اي زول اي ابن ولا ابنه بتاع فريتيت is pushing that agenda. Okay this is what we are calling for. Okay now you are familiar في ورق surface بتاع little bit you know فكرة بتاعت انه احنا الموجودين في الناس. we put this paper we put our name on it. الدنيا قامت. we never claim على اساس انه احنا قاعدين نعمل انقلاب ال 17 ولا 13 لانه كنتوا اسامين في ورق ده بس مش عايزين ورق to go out there ما معروف سيدو منو. اوكي you can look at this paper يا ايزاك. نقاط اللي انتوا وضعتوا 1 2 3 4 اغلب الناس even vigorously they are fighting it اتفقوا مع الترهناو لكن بيقولوا في حاجات عايز يزودوا. طيب ايزاك come with 2 good point add it to this list and add your name to it. okay تافور بيجيب هاجو وكله بيجيب هاجو Marodama, whoever, okay? Then now احنا بنتبنى على اساس انه الورق ده now اصبح برنامج شامل بيمثل برنامجنا كافرتيت. Okay, then you have a copy wherever you are على اساس انه you present the same برنامج. ده الفكره اللي فيه. اوكي، لكن ما في عمليه بتاعت اقصاء، لانه those people they have their own caliber, they have their own adding they can add. لكن collectively we come على اساس انه we want to work to save الاجنده بتاعت البيت الفريتيتي. I will yield the podium back to Ndirinda عشان انه ما يكون بيني وبينك one on one. The link is there. Who want to come in, they can use the link also to bring their perspective.
Yes, agree with you. That was a good one. Here's what a few things I need to touch so that we bring it to where we are now. أول حاجة قصة بتاعت ابن الضال في بايبل يكاد يكون أي زول بيقرأه بس كقصة بينتهي, but they don't look at what are the implications, what does it imply, what is it all about. الابن الضال لما أبوه قبله في بيت لما هو جا راجي, even بعد ما هو مشى شتت قروشه في ملاهي وفي مزاهي وحياة الدنيا, وجا راجي واخوانه نطوا فوق وقامت قيامه, لكن ابوهم قام قال لهم انه you know what, don't worry too much about حاجات الوفنا, يكفي انه هو جا راجي كويس. now اي زول هيقول but what does that mean, because that's the السؤال البديهي, what does that mean. انا اول حاجه هم زي حاجتين ولا نقطتين او بزياده, لو انا قعدت شويه فوق انا بلقى فيه 10 نقاط. النقطه الاولاني هو حنية الأبوية أو الحب الأبوي أو الحب الأسري أو الحب الاجتماعي.
ده حب الله.
يس, حب الله بيطلب أو بديهيا بيطلب إنه أنت تقبل زول. لو زول جاك ده معناه هو جاي معتذر أصلا, هو راجلك ده معتذر قبل ما هو يقوله, هو راجلك معتذر, أنت بتعافيه. الحاجة الثانية لما الأب قال لاخوانه قال لهم no don't worry about انه هو مش خسر قروش وحاجات دل وبتم ثاني هنا ده. yeah that's all right كويس. so what does that mean. the Ab was saying for future purposes بكره افضل, you guys need to learn from this for tomorrow عشان بكره is so bright, you need to make it up yourself, you cannot make it alone مشتتين, you have to make it as one. كويس. وممكن نشيل اجر زي نفسه القصه الثانيه بتاع الكتاب اللي قال اب عيان ماشي يموت نادى اولاده لملم اخشاب والدوله كل زول قال اكسر كل زول كسر برا وقام لملم وربطه في محل واحد كله بالعدد بياله وربطه كويس, قام قال لهم اكسروا, كل زول حاول ما قدر يكسر. so one together united you're strong. that's that point. now غرب بحر الغزال في منعطف تاريخي المشى في جزء ده حسره really has a problem. انت ذكرت حاجات كويس, تذكرت احداث كتير, الناس المشوا في وين في سانو, الناس المشوا ما اعرف ما منو داك في تواريخ بتاعنا, السياسات الاحزاب السياسيه القديمه وبعض الاحزاب السياسيه اللي اندثر كويس. انت ذكرت حاجات دي كله في زمن ده كله ما في غرب بحر الغزال انا بس مسجلينه كانه ده فلان كان تبع كده والله يرحمه, فلان كان تبع حزب فلان وحزب داك ما معروف بقى وين ده. but ألنا فوق هذا is completely different. It's a turning point. We got to make use of this opportunity حسنا كويس. اللحظة لسه جانا we need to make use of it ولا نضغط فيه يا أخوي عايزك بأي شكل إن كان, نجمع ناس ذل كله, نجمع ناس غرب بحر الغزال, نقعد تحت let's talk because it has never happened in let's talk. maybe it happened في ناس مؤتمرات هنا وهنا حاجات كده ما to that extent, لكن now is the time إنه نولى نار في كل محل. let's نولى نار في كل محل, نقعد تحت let's talk. all right, let's talk serious talk, not just talk of it حيث إنه نقعد نجامل بعض. let's talk, نوبخ بعض, we straighten each other. الناس ما كفاف في محلات نودين في محلات كده. that's منعطف تاريخي, هو حاجة مهم جدا, لأنه هيجي بعد 50 سنة 200 سنة 100 سنة من هسه ناس هيقول تعرف زمان في الجنوب ده لما كان جنوب لسه قبل برجل في بداياته ما ادراك وما ادراك، في غرب بحر الغزال كان زمان مبرجل وكل حاجه، لكن قام حصل حاجه في يوم ما والناس غرب بحر الغزال قعدوا تحت. That's what change التاريخ السياسي بتاع الغرب، لانه التاريخ الاجتماعي بتاع غرب بحر الغزال ما فيه تغيير. التاريخ الاجتماعي بتاع غرب بحر الغزال ما زال هي، يا ريت الطريقه الحياه الاجتماعي بتاع غرب بحر الغزال كان يبدلوا يكون تاريخ الاجتماع السياسي بتاع غرب بحر الغزال.
اوكي
واحد.
شكرا لك يا استاذ دانيال لي. انا طبعا بتكلم معك من منظور سياسي ليس اجتماعي، لانه انا بيفهم انه نحن بيربطنا علاقات اجتماعيه مع بعض. يعني ما في زول في غرب بحر الغزال بيقول بيمشي اكثر من 10 خطوه وما يلاقي اسره من اسره فلان. في لينك بيربطنا مع بعض، وده ما بيتنسي علينا حتى لو في راي اختلفنا فيه، لكن لما نيجي في البيت بنجتمع كإخوة مع بعض. المسألة الحسة بيشكل بالنا كتير، لأنه تنظيمات الظهر الجدد مثلا بشوف ايوه ولا تنظيم بتاع اسفل الفكير، هما تنظيمات مسلح عندهم إمكانيات وناس بيستهدفوا وظائف، بيستهدفوا تايتل. يعني هم ما ناس بمجرد انه جايين في مجتمع عشان يعملوا اصلاحات، نو. يعني كل قيادات الحسه عندنا مثلا زمان كنا بنرمي لهم كثير للناس اللي كانوا وخام المره تابعين لسلفكير انه هم ناس فاشلين، هم دمروا منطقه، فحسه عايزين تغيير. تغيير جانا من السماء اللي هو تغيير جات من الاتفاقيه بيقول انه غربي بحر الغزال يقع لايوه ولانه اسود عندهم جيش، لكن حصل انقلابات كبير جدا. يعني في ظل بتاعت الحكومه بتاعت الايوه في الولايه شفنا انشقاقات، شفنا البهدله، شفنا الحشياء اللي ما حصل في زمن بتاعت حكومه بتاعت سلفكير بدات تحصل في زمن بتاع رياض مشار. اذا في تحافظ. انت بتفكر حال ده حكومه ريلي بتاعت المعارضه اللي هم شاكلوا من اجله بزمن ده كله، ولا هنالك في قش في جوا؟ فدي المراحل اللي بخليك انسان اللي بتفكر من اجل منطقتك، اللي بتفكر من اجل المواطن بتاعتك، بتفكر من اجل اهلك. انت بتشوف انه في حاجه غلط. الغلط ده مفترض يحطوه في ترابيزه يصلوه. انا ما عندي طموح في الليدرشيب انه دار اخد ليه مجموع ولا كده، لكن انا عندي طموح في فكره بتتغير المجتمع. انا ما ممكن اكون قاعد في سايلن واشوف مجتمع بتاعتي بيتبهدل، اشوف مجتمع بتاعتي بيتشتت. في حدة اشياء قد تحصل. كله قصد مين؟ قصد رياض مشار، سلفكير، وات ايفر. انا ذنبي شنو يعني؟ دي مكان اللي انا بجد يعني لما يجيني زول دار يقول لي انا كده لابد انا حقك انت جاي من وين يا زول؟ حتى لو انت اخوي شقيقي انا عندي حق نسالك. ما بياني انا ضدك، انا ناكرك انه انت ما من غرب بحر الغزال، ولا بياني انت تنكرني انا ما من غرب بحر الغزال. انا ما دخلت في السلاله بتاعتك، دخلت في عقليتك انت اللي انت بتتكلم به. عقليتك ده فوق حاجه غلط. تفكيرك مفترض تصلحه. ما ممكن تخلي بيت يحرق كله وتيجي قال والله يا اخي انا ما كنت عارف ايه حريقه، وانا قال حريقه ده كان في بيت جيران. يزيد مكسن ده اللي تحصل حصه حاليا عندنا. وانا اديت لك مثل حصه بالعكس. سفير دندره داقي صدره وبينبس الناس وبيقول اللي هو بيقوله، لكن بكره دندره ممكن يجيك راجع يقول لك والله انا ما كنت عارف انه الدكتور رياك ده هو. كيف انت حنسرنج بتاعك لقياده زي بقول له شنو؟ الكويس الدم في عدنه البيت في الاذن خلاص ده نستقبلوه ونقعدوا معه، لكن اللي لسه ما دم ولسه بيرفع صوته في العالي ردك له شنو؟ بيتك ده قطعرك قدامك، اهلك قتشردوا، ممتلكات بتاعك بينابوا، بناتك بيغتصبوه قدامك، اسرتك نايمين في يونيمس قدامك. هل رياك ده ماشي يساعدنا بحاجه؟ رياك ما يساعدنا. حتى لو ناس بيموتوا في غرب بحر الغزال بملايين، رياك ما يفتح خشمه. رياض عنده ناس معينين اللي بيضلوه وبيرفعوا في السماء. إخوتي حان الوقت في معارضة ولا في البيت ولا المواطن نقعدوا نشوفوا قضايا بتاعنا، نقفوا ككتلة، ندافعوا عن حقوق بتاعنا، عن أخواتنا، عن أهلنا، عن أمهاتنا، آباء بتاعنا بصوت واحد، ما انقسام في رأي سياسي. في مليون وزراء شاهدناه في جنوب السودان يا دانيال لي، اللي جابوهم من غرب بحر الغزال، قدموا حاجة لمنطقتنا؟ ما قدموها، لنفوسهم ما قدموا. تايتل بس انت كنت وزير فلان، انت كنت علان، وكنت معلش. انا بيطلع من هنا لانه زماني جات انا تالي يا اخوي، فالشو كان غيمه جدا وانا بشكرك وبشكر حق ركوجو. let us continue بنفس الرو ده عشان نرجع المجتمع بتاعتنا الى الامام.
اخوي ايزاك، كتر خيرك. انت يعني زي ما احنا قلنا كلنا we have a role to play within الولاية بتاعنا. Just like any other Junubi has a role to play within their own states, because at the end of the day, the positive roles that we play within our states, actually, when you put them together, they become our country. Because it becomes things that make sense, that advances our country in all fields. Okay. أنا ما هقدر أقول لك كثير من كلام اللي قلته، إنما أنا هقول لك إنه you did well, and this is the kind of the quality discussion that we always look after rather than blah 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 blah. إذا بعرف الناس ماشيين وين، أنا مبرجلين. أنت ذاته سيدي لقيت برجل لما تخلص من شوتي تقعد تقول أنا قلت شنو قبل، تلقى أنت ما عرفت قلت شنو أساسا، لأنه أنت بس في كل محل. But when you discuss things, you know, with sequence in your head, then that will give you an energy for next time to have more thoughts of things, and people as the community start benefiting from you. Because what is the point? إذا أنت ما عرفت تقول أجل كلمة كده على بعضها عشان community you benefit منه, then you're just a lost thing, a lost person within the community. But the good thing is to have a way of discussing things, open-mindedness, knowing things, and putting it in perspective. And, you know, we become like a rainbow. You know, in the shokol music, there's like an equalizer. When you look at it playing in real time, it's green, red, it changes the color. The highest you go, it becomes red. And if you keep going, it becomes distorted. You know, because you don't need it to be in the red. You need it between the green, a bit of an orange, and back. This is where logic sits. But anything above orange, it becomes red, you're distorted. You're just becoming distorted. You become a noise. And that when ده مش فلان عليك الله ما تسمع له, ده مش فلان ولا عليك الله ما تسمع له, because you make too much noise on the red level, which is bad. But I thank you so much for being here, and you can drop yourself, and I really would love to see you every time there is a topic that be him, I want to see you coming around. Bring Nastan in Mark because we need to discuss.
When you come in تعال مبسوط زيادة من بتاع قبل.
ما في مشكلة. شكرا لكم كثير لأنه أنا نظرت عليه الأخواني الكبار يعني they are too funny, ولكن كان قضية شيقة جدا اللي انتوا بتتكلم عنه بطريقة funny, لكن it was very nice. انتوا حبشتوا ولمستوا أشياء بيخصنا كأبناء منطقة, فشكرا جزاكم الله خير. Keep doing
it's
that.
Thank you. TV style, my friend. It says
ما في مشكلة. Yeah, thanks.
لزونا بس بتاعكم بقولنا ما تكبروا.
ما في مشكلة. Okay, مع السلامة. Bye.
All right, thank you. Yes, أخوي كريكوجو, the link is still there, and people are looking into it, and anyone can come up. ما في زول مشان يحكموك بكلمتين من عندك. It is a place we vent our brains out. You know what? You say what you think is right. Just put it out there. It is a very healthy discussion that we carry around here. So there is no problem here. Akhui Zakaria Abu Shaka, the link is here too. Why don't you come up? And Sister Madalena, why don't you come up? Joseph Lamba, the link is there. Come, say something, say what you have in your mind. It's a simple, positive thing that you need to put. We are trying to energize the brain of our communities, brains of our people in Western Bahr el Ghazal, to get them to start thinking outside the box rather than always thinking within the box, so they can't see anything past their box. That is not right. They need to start thinking outside the box. They need to start looking at things from a wider angle, which gives them the bigger picture. Because إذا لو فضلت في بوكس بتاع بلندا، بوكس بتاع كريش، بوكس بتاع ندوغو، بوكس بتاع يولو، بوكس بتاع باي، بوكس بتاع يد، we will not get anywhere with this. Because تبس بس ما كده بقول ده ناس منيها القدم الصغيرة، تسمع قال دكتور فيكتور ومن وين؟ That is a wrong question right from the beginning. When you start asking whom and when, that is the beginning of you not getting anything in Western Bahr el Ghazal. يكفي انه هو من غرب بحر الغزال. So it is not the idea you have to remain within that booksa. We need to start looking out. Western Bahr el Ghazal is big. If we all can look into the Western Bahr el Ghazal as a big picture, we can really have pieces of a positive interaction and essay in a nice way, rather than wait for someone to come and يلمكم فاتي يديكم شوال ذره وشوال سكر وصفيه زيت ولا شوال زيت في النهار with everything في الشوال ويقول لكم قال الله يصوتوا له و that's all good. انت قاعد تصوت له عشان شنو؟ and the moment تصوت له وينجا تعالوا ما هتشوفوا شوال زيت وشوال سكر وشوال كسرة وشوال جدل كله بينتهي في يومين و now you're back to where you started.
ما ده أول خمسات ما لما يكبلك زيت في شوال ده تعتمشوا وين ترفع شوال
ترفع شوال فاضي. Yeah. So that's these are the stuff that's going on there. But like I said, this stuff is not just pertaining to Western Bahr el Ghazal Barao. Today we are talking about in the Western Bahr el Ghazal need to sit jam tarabeza ramla btam. Tomorrow Northern Bahr el Ghazal indagda هيضطر يقعد ترجم tarabeza ramla btam. Right? البحيرات lakes هيقعد ترجم tarabeza ramla btam. They haven't seen it yet. They haven't realized it. Right? They will be sitting there. من كتر الكتلات اللي بحصل المشاكل اللي بحصل بينهم they will هيضطر يقعدوا تحت في جام ترابيزه رمل يقولوا يا جماعه hey enough, you know, we have killed ourselves enough, let's stop this. But how will they know to say let's stop this if they don't see examples من محلات تانيين كتير قاعد بيحصل, you know? So this is where we are. It's not a joke. We're discussing it in our own style for ZööMTV as if we are making fun or we're being funny about it, because that is the way, you know, human brain is a funny place. If you كده شوف لما ابوك يجي يبدا يكلمك hey انت من اولها there's a shutdown. You shut down your brain already because فراشك انه intimidation حصل ظروفك كعب انت you shut down your brain. But when it is امك يجي يقول لك انه يا ولدي يا بنتي يا حيلاته يا نادي وشنو يقوم يقرشوك في النهايه عملت حاجه كده, guess what, your brain was ready, you know, you're already ready there, you know the mistake, what you have committed wrong, and the result of it قرصوك انت فاهم القرصه كويس, انت فهمت الموضوع. لكن with ابهاتنا يجي كده والله من everyone's brain is shut down. So that's the same thing. That's why we're being funny here, not intentional, but we talk, it is a serious thing. We try to get it to the lowest level of understanding that we might exist. If there is someone who does not understand where everybody talks and they are really completely down to the ground, we are getting down to the ground. لأننا بننبطح عشان نقدر نوصل المعلومة. This is our style, ZööMTV. This is how ZööMTV zoom into stuff. That's how we zoom into stuff. And we bring people closer to understand things. Brother Krikojo, we have a brother here.
Yes, Adesius is in the house. It has been a while, but before we welcome Adesius, I decided to put Brother Zakaria comment on the screen for
okay.
Okay.
All right.
It is a common sense. Something that, let me paint this picture. Okay. I believe أغلب الناس who are listening, who are following the generation بتاعت 10 السبعينات والثمانينات قبل ما إنه بلد ما يكرم. Okay. And traditionally في village لما نقارب تاك بانديلي ببدأ بالليل I don't know in Equatoria what you call it. Like in Maruf in the Bandeladet is a generic name. Nas bita Western Bahr el Ghazal kullu bi'arfu. In our village, we never had nightclubs. We never had, you know, a dance club, whatever. So, بدقوا نجارة. على الأقل بيكون في غالبا بيكون شباب عندهم نجارة بتاعهم ومش عارف ايه وكلام بشكل then they will start beating the drum and few will start joining. Okay. بالذات لما بنات يجوا ويبدأ يغنوا. So villagers, everybody will listen to this. Will sit in their, you know, في الفضايا بتاعهم وبيستنى لحد ما انه صوت نجارة ده صوت ناس يزيد فيه. وبعد كده لما يبقى فيه زقاريت ومش عارف ايه وكلام بالشكل ده then شباب يبدأوا بيجوا ونجارة هيعمر. لكن نجارة ده ما هيعمر بدون وجود everybody in. Okay? In Bahrain, they call it Bandele as well. Okay, good. So thank you. So Nugarada, like Nugara bi'amir mutaakkir la'annu everybody waiting for everybody to go in. Gal nas lissa majo. Lakin they don't consider you are one of them zatu. Ma inta la tala ma inta simits of Nugara inta lo iza mashit. Now بتكون زودت عدد بتاع ناس. It become more interactive and then it will encourage more people to come in. So therefore, when we are talking about calling for a unity, let us come together. Come together when Ma, brother Ndirida and I, we came together already. That is why we are here in ZööMTV. And you join us. And there is other, those of Angelo, those of Isaac was here. We have our brothers, even from other regions, they are regular attendee. Like we have those of Dr. Peter here, Peter Lawrence, I call him just Kokolema, Dakhali, you know, whatever. So, you know, so this conversation, we have to start it. Shaneno, everybody got to come in. Please don't get intimidated by Zoom decorum. It is just the way that we try to organize ourselves. Ma tukun, no disrespect to anybody. Al-Arab galo, al-koha ahsan min samwat al-kashim. Okay? Ma tukun za Muhammad, al-innu who was living in that village. وناس بيمشي اجتماع بتاع جمعية عمومية every time. رجال بيتكلموا ومش عارف ايه هو ما قاعد يقول اي حاجة في اجتماع. وبعد كده في يوم من الايام مرة تزعل منه. قال له يا محمد في شنو يعني كل مره بنمشي اجتماع بتاع جمعيه عموميه راجل حاجه فاتنا راجل منو وعمو فلان وشباب ذاته كل الناس بيقوموا بيتكلموا انت مالك ما قاعد تتكلم في الاجتماع. فمحمد احتج على اساس انه جلابيته والعراقي بتاعه مقدود اما قديم خزيران بتاعه مصغر ومش عارف ايه مركوب ذاته مقدود من جنبه كلب جنبه. ف هجافات هنا قام قعدت وعمل نظام بتاع صندوق مش عارف ايه لما قروش كده اشترى جلابيه جديد كروه عراقي واما نو قدر بتاع كمال ترباس. انا ما اعرف كمال ترباس حي ولا ميت. اذا ميت الله يرحمه. سو معروف ده همه معروف يا زول وصايا كزيران جديد ومركوب عسله كر لمحمد. اجتماع بتاع جمعيه تعاونيه ناس مشوا الاجتماع. محمد جاء قاعد ناس تكلموا محمد رفع يده. اول ما انه رفع يده على طول السكرتير اداه فرصه because it is the first time you know to bring them him. محمد مشى قدام شال الميكروفون. ف بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الكلام اللي قلته كويس لكن كان قلت نسوي كده كان قلت نسوي كده. السلام عليكم ورحمه الله. محمد رجع مشى قاعد تحت. فمرته ده كبسانه. اول ما انه اجتماع انتهى جايين من ما دخلوا جوا الهوش بدا مره ذاتها بدا يفرتك جر همته من راسه. يعني حوش قروش واشتري لك همه وجلابيه ومركوب وخزيران وكلام ده كله عشان انه تمشي تجيف تقول كان قلت نسوي كده كان قلت نسوي كده. استغفر الله العظيم. So we learn it, okay? Now واحنا قاعدين نكلم زي زول بلا راديو because you keep doing it over and over and over. So let us come. You don't have to talk the whole day. Lakin, come and give your perspective. They might know, brother, and during the painted earlier, we are making history. Okay? People will go back to those recordings. They are available on YouTube. They are available on Facebook. Nobody gonna delete it. Okay? God forbid. Lo izama dena hakal warisa to our kids. Wala ma qulna le Facebook baadi ma innu ehna numutu to delete those videos, to delete whatever we are doing on Zoom. Facebook cannot remove them. Okay? Unless something happened, there is a cyber attack that removes everything. Lakin those videos are gonna be there, and under any circumstances, I don't think during the night, even we thought about it, our kids say whatever is happening on ZööMTV, or if something happened, God forbid, and begin a mama Udin, but motna Facebook to delete it. No. This history gonna be there. So please come in. Let us make this history. Odysseus, you are a young politician. Patience is a virtue, and you sit here listening to Uncle Grikuja. I'm a proud uncle, by the way. Ma zay ma ana qulta qibel blizuna bas mahal bita uncle hatta zatu nasdufa when they come in, like Yahu Zamili Peter Garena ma madrasa sawa. When he come, he will say Uncle Grikujo. Ana ma bar uncle tabana zol kabir wala uncle tabaino ana khalo. Okay, this is kind of it create kind of confusion little bit. Zanimeri la makan fu busare Dr. John Begul gala duni bit. And then people get confused. Duni meri mean ya do bit al bit wala bit junub. Taban shariayak معروف كان ببit junub. وزمن ذاك نمري بشرب مريسة شديد. So لما حفلة سكن في بوسرة بتاعت اتفاقية السبابة نمري بيقول أدوني bit, and then people will look at him. John Garangal, people will look at him. They had to beat Hassan. The bit al Quran, والله بالجنوب شريعة في what do you call في شيري. So anyway, that was good enough, but let us go back to business. Odysseus, good to see you. ZööMTV is the place to be, and we enjoy having you, and the way how you articulate, you make your counter argument. I will allow, because it has been a while, my co-host during that, to give you a warm welcome to Zoom, because God naki gisas katir, so to welcome you officially, and we hear your perspective. You have been following the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Odysseus. Welcome, my brother, Athika.
Thank you so much.
Yep. So, man, you're here. We're still here, surviving.
Yes.
There's no change except that we keep talking. We keep talking until we can talk no more. And you're doing the same. On a personal level, you're doing the same. You keep the talk up until you can talk no more. And then you start writing until you can write no more. And then that's when we go like, okay, now my hand cannot hold the pen. I cannot even ashiru. Ana magadir nugulu bakashmil. Ana bigit, upcome. So everything stops now. So, but other than that, as long as ربنا لسه بينعملنا بالحاستين ديل الكتابة الحركة والتحدث, we will continue to do that. الله أذان هيسمع, ما عنده أذان يسمع, ده بيبقى مشكلته. لكن at some point that message will filter somewhere. So welcome to ZööMTV, and my brother, you are welcome to drop your sense and say what you have, what ideas you bring on board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. It's an honor. It's a really great honor and privilege to be in your forum again. It's been a while. Yes. Yeah, I know Kurkuju, brother Kurkuju. I call him Uncle Kurkuju, brother Kurkuju. It's really interesting because, for our culture, being even in this is I think this is all common in Africa to call uncle out of it's a privilege and respect to give someone the title of uncle. But also sometimes you don't want to also make them as old as they are not, because they still have the capability and the ability of young people. So sometimes you even like I'll be honest, I even sometimes confuse what I want to say brother or uncle, but whatever comfortable with you. If you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. But the most important is we're giving you the respect because you guys are our guiding light. No matter how our differences in opinion, like my opinion absolutely is more radical in my way of what I think, but at the end I give you highest respect because you also respect my opinion and you don't judge me based on what I think, but you judge only when there is something wrong that you see, you speak out automatically. And that's really an honor, and that's why giving you the title of uncle, because uncle is actually somebody who's wise enough and able to understand things that they have experienced. But for us like young ones who are coming up, we try to fight our way to get the information and the knowledge, and then we say we know it better, or just to conquer whatever we need to be conquered. But I
Yeah.
really appreciate you guys for giving us the chance to speak. And yes, you spoke a very important topic today about the condition of Bahr el Ghazal and all that. And I've even yesterday I was following a little bit of the incidents in Bahr el Ghazal and the IO general defecting from the IO, I mean the general from the native of Bahr el Ghazal defecting from the IO, which is Riyak Mashar. And to be honest with you, it kind of like if we go back to deep to be honest with ourselves, the IO was never even, if I'm just to go to the IO for a second, the IO was never even a party of the people. It was only a party of a tribe. And this is something for my word. And don't judge it on Zoom. This is my own opinion. So anyone who's listening, this is my own opinion. And I have to be frank because I always warned our Equatorian brothers before. I told them IO never is not fighting for us. IO is retaliatory organization that came after the incident of 2013 because of what happened in Juba. And this is why they took advantage of the other regions and the other tribes to come in and play this political game. But later you see the betrayal in the IO. When they gain their position, they threw the other guys in the side and there's still a lot of conflict. And you could see it even in Malakal today. So this thing is something clear. And there's nothing for us to be doubting it. It's just what we're supposed to do as a communities, those who are left behind, those tribes who are ignored since the beginning of this country was founded. The country founded by the people's voice, not by those so-called liberators, because they claim they're liberating us or they liberated us, but in reality they did not. Because if they liberated us, they would not do this. Because I'll tell you, as a man who's been in the military, just being a soldier, knowing the sacrifice of what you did and what you have done, whatever the country you went to, you will respect that uniform. You will respect the life of your friend who died beside you. And you will know that everything you do, you got to do it nobler. But unfortunately, those guys, they don't have that moral. And I love what you said earlier. People have to have principles. Mabadi. And unfortunately, sad, we don't have in South Sudan, Nas al-Maskin Asliha, or the one who holding guns, and those so-called politicians don't have principles. Most of them are just vultures, a bunch of criminals, and they're also coming with a primitive backward thinking of tribalism that they are now dominating the whole country and sending it to hell. And for others like us who are becoming radical, we are seeing our future is in danger. So we have to come and speak for our home more than speak for what do you call speak about oh Lana Mada, Wana Mada. Listen, if those guys never even brought any solution, do you expect they're gonna bring solution tomorrow? They were part of the corruption, they were part of the failure. So I don't think a failure, like even I think what's his name, Einstein said, you can't make a problem part of the solution. It's impossible. And this guy is a physicist, and something I can relate, because when you study physics, you understand that there is no way. The problem needs a solution. Like with every action, there is a reaction. That's by itself is the definition what's difference between action and reaction. Reaction is a different thing that will retaliate back to the action that it was started, but they are not related. I mean, in a way, they're not related. But this is how exactly what's happening in South Sudan. People are now retaliating because of the consequence of what the SPLM was created. The SPLM was created in a wrong way. They didn't have a vision for the people or national vision. They had a vision of tribalism and abuse of others. And they also built and then add on it, like addition to it is the greed that now you see people are now cultivating money, taking billions of dollars, hiding it in their pockets, they can brag about it, like going to other countries, buying homes in foreign lands, getting vehicles. Even Omar al-Bashir made fun of them. Told ya Salva Kiir, bina ad-dawla ma arabat. It was a mockery to him, but he was laughing. Imagine, like he's laughing at the insult that was said to him. But that was not only for him. That was all the people who were participating with him. And today we see it. And now what the people need to do, because we are the people, we got neglected. All of us, we got neglected. If you look at the whole communities of South Sudan, those who know they are suffering, those who have been silent and never spoke out, when now people are standing up for their own territory, their own culture, their own heritage, their own land, then they begin to feel like, oh, you guys are against this tribe. No, listen. If you guys always bragging about your tribe more than any other tribe, like the others are not tribes, you begin to say that it's almost like, I remember even South Sudan are not even known how many tribes is there because of what is happening with the regime. The regime bragged only about one tribe, and this tribe has been playing so much a musical note about they're the only one in the whole country. And now people begin to realize there's a lot of tribes in South Sudan. But they ever say, yeah, we made a mistake, they will never do that. They still don't, because they have the ego. They have this, what do you call, some of these, like something that is not honest with them, because there is no honesty. And they never have a principle, because if you have a principle, you remember those people used to be with you in the bunker or in the foxhole. They died beside you. And then today you want to neglect them, say to aktar. Nama nas bika bitkalam haqaiq da gali ta'adu bita gabila dele. Like, are you serious? This is how we're gonna go forward? So now people are beginning to look at their home. Okay, I have a territorial area that my ancestors left before me. I need to protect. This is my last place, my last choice. Okay, the country has already failed. Khalas al-balad fasha. There is no existence for this country anymore. This is my opinion, of course, but people can challenge me on that, and I'm not afraid to be challenged on it. But I'm saying the country does not exist anymore. The country is controlled by a one tribe mentality and a condition that is now forcing other tribes to stand up for themselves, or other regions to stand up for themselves. Those who are thinking in a regional mindset, they are now saying that we already are a nation, we already a people. We don't want this thing to come and to divide us. We need to stop this. So now we have to put a block. And this is why it comes up to the point that we are standing here saying that we are calling for our own exit. But for what happened, this is something that I kind of relate with. The same thing with Bahr el Ghazal, because Bahr el Ghazal, the same thing. There is a lot of conflict. I don't know a lot about the history of Bahr el Ghazal, and good thing, because most of us, we don't even know a lot of our histories based on the colonization, based on especially the northern side. They messed up the whole culture. Even kan gal dukhul al-nas basha gal dukhul al-arab, which is, I mean, dukhul al-arab yala dukhul al-nas, which they messed it up. And the same thing, this regime now trying to create or recreate a new history about South Sudan as if they're the only tribe who used to be in the revolution. We know some heroes from Bahr el Ghazal, we know heroes from Equatoria, we know heroes from Upper Nile, but are those the only tribe? They will be the only heroes and they will dominate the whole thing? And now that's what they're doing. So to build the fictional characters or fictional gods to them, or if I'm correct, fictional heroes, so then they will inspire the rest to go and fight hard. But if they did it for the whole country, it would never been in this condition today, where people begin to focus on their region more than focusing on the whole country. And even worse now in Upper Nile, with all due respect to them, a lot of people now are focusing in their tribes, because this is the mentality of what's going on. So I don't know if I hope I didn't offend anyone. I know my words sometimes get hard on that, but you have to be clear that it's not a hatred, but we are fighting for our survival. Like what you're doing today, in Bahr el Ghazal, you are questioning what led us to this condition. Why can Bahr el Ghazal start with fixing their home? When you see a fire in your house, you don't want to go and put the fire in your neighbor house. You got to put the fire in your house first. Make sure your kids are safe, your brothers and sisters are safe, and then you go and save the neighbor, because the neighbor got a family too. He know how to handle himself, but you can't just jump there and say, I'm trying to be a zola tayyib, and then you're gonna die in that fire. To become bigger ayala kulu yatim, they'll be orphans. So it'd be a ridiculous thing. People were like, what the hell is this guy doing? He tried to be like a good prophet, like Zol Masihi Tayyib, well, Zol Mu'min. No, it's not gonna be like that. Even God has said, go start with your home. Jesus, even he note, like early you mentioned that Jesus said, to love your neighbor, you have to love yourself. I mean, it's a common sense. This is not different. Even home, like in Bitam bigger extreme, to the point bigger home getting marginalize others, in whom you are the only one. Would they not bigger love for themselves? That's called greed. That's called hate. Because hateful person, he will sing of his tribe as if they are the only one in this earth. Do you know how many tribes and if they believe that we all come from one human being, they're supposed to understand that we all together in this thing. And when everybody bled in that nation to be a nation, and then people voted all in one thing, even though if we had a very important, I want to focus on here. I think Brother Isaac mentioned about these politicians or whatever. في حاجة أنا بس داير نذكره point بتاع politics في جنوب السودان in general. It was not built on a clear understanding to the people. The people were neglected. Politicians هناك كانوا معروفين بس بسلاح أو زول المتعلم. That's how South Sudan have went to a demise or went to the abyss. Like most of the people of South Sudan, they know that they are suffering. They know they are marginalized. They know all that, but they never knew their rights. And that's why those politicians, so-called politicians, and those so-called rebel or revolution leaders manipulated and used a lot of those innocent South Sudanese to fall in this track where people will come and say, أنا gonna fight, ولا أنا حزب الجمهوري وأنا كده، وبكرة يدخل هناك بيجي يلا من يكون leader or dictator. And we have all that. Even Africa, all they have that, because Africa, I think they lack the knowledge of the relation between government and the people, and what's government mean and what's the people job supposed to be. Like if you look at it today, a position, we live in the West. You know how when election happen, everyone have a right, even if you are the less person in the country, even if you are not educated, you don't even know how to read and write. Of course, most of them, they need read and write in the West. But if you don't even know, you work like a zabal or a man on a garbage truck, you still have a power to choose who you want and to make a difference in that politics or whatever that position. But we don't have that in Africa. Only people biji besilah. Actually kill, you kill the hope and the opportunity البدي لإنسان المواطن الجنوبي أو المواطن الجنوبي أو إفريقي عشان يلقى حقه. Today you see this thing is becoming so strong in Africa. Like everybody to come to power, they have to have a rebel or to have a political opposition who are going to be inciting rebellions instead of inciting a logical point how we can live together as people. And all that failure because SPLM hijacked, like I always say, SPLM under the Jin Council hijacked the power from the people, and now that's what the consequence today we're seeing it in this country, because our people have been victimized up to this moment without any mercy, without any hope to come to gain any purpose in the future. And that's dangerous, and that's why now people are coming to the point of we got to choose which is best. Do we choose the politics that is not going to go anywhere, or we choose our territory to protect the culture and the history بتاع عشان ما يودر? And this is today what we're doing as a people of Equatoria. And I see Bahr el Ghazal is also, I don't know if correct me if I'm wrong, but I see Bahr el Ghazal is heading to that point that we need to take care of our home first. Not hating, but we need to correct the wrong so we don't let anybody take advantage. يعني ما يلقوا ثغرة فوقنا ويدمرونا يلا بعد شيء بقى فراتيد وقبائل كله بيكون معفشين. Because this is exactly what's happening. وهنا هسه في ناس قاعدين يقولوا ممكن هنكون زي رواندا في جنوب السودان soon because of the situation is going on.
Thank you, brother Ethica. As always, I appreciate your brain, what you've put out there. Of course طبعا لو في ناس ما سمعوك قبل كده they get a little bit confused as to are you in the topic or you're outside the topic. But
I'm sorry.
if
Okay.
if someone understand where you're coming from,
Mm.
in one way or another, you are within the topic, but in a more different scope. But if when you narrow it down, you are in the topic. I appreciate what you've said. Let me just respond to my sister Christine Ladu, who said,
Mm.
I think that she was commenting in regards to what you're saying. You're not sure to say uncle or auntie or Ajadel.
Mhm.
She was just making a general comment saying that since the viewers acknowledge this Western Bahr el Ghazal TV or ZööMTV or whatever the platform are, she's of the opinion that people should use those titles such as Mr., Doctor, Miss, Mrs., just to be more professional rather than uncle, sister, or Ajatal Tanindel. That's all great. My brother Angelo Galo Fizera, that's why he cannot come on. He's
It's okay.
at work. Just for people who get confused, what do you mean, Ita Fizera?
Yeah.
So he's at work, he's unable to talk, so that's why he cannot come on. But I think he's just listening. Yes, brother Krikuju, come on.
Odysseus,
Yes, sir.
man, I wasn't ignoring you, but I have to do a follow-up
You good?
on separate loans line. So we have a tip line. People come in and give us some hint and background. So that is why we have to go and do something and come more informed. And we sound like we figure it out. So this is what is going on. But let us keep this conversation going, and we hope. How am I going to live in South Sudan without this smart, young, vibrant young man with the name Odysseus? She's on the side in new country to be called Equatoria. That will be bad, man. So let us fight to exist. Junub da Baladna, let us fight for it. Al Assassin, no. And then you can send a private message to a guest in the lobby.
Yep.
Just to maintain. Thank you. So بلد ده بيكون جميل كيف يا ديسيوس انت في اتجاه, so I need a visa so that I have to go and visit you on the other side. God gave us a long life. No, I don't think so. So let us fight for it. Let us fight for it, claim it, and to make it the best country ever. Okay? Because we need people with this level of the intellect. Okay? And people will listen. And your voice now become distinct. They can tell. Okay? Now, even, that must be Odysseus. Okay? That is something you have to feel great about it because you are so articulate. Okay? And you have your own way of making a counter argument. So let us keep this conversation going on. Go in other forums, those people who are calling for unity and whatever, remind them what pushed the brothers and the sisters in Equatoria to think about, separation, okay? What needed to be undone as we have been doing it in ZööMTV. Talk about it, encourage them so that let us proactively do things, okay? That will enable, that will make the unity more appealing, more attractive, okay, instead of disunity. And this is what the Jalaba failed during CPA, okay? The arrangement was Jalaba should work to make the unity more appealing. Lakin Jalaba amal shunu? Jalaba biga biyanhab hajat. Jalaba biga yasrik zatu, al-hadid bita qatar, al-innu bodi qatar la Junub Sudan. Bigo biyaglo, they go yaglibu haddada to do other things with it, okay? So Jalaba failed al assassin to build South Sudan, to build airport, to build schools, to build hospital, okay, with all this grush of oil. That is why Junubin said 15, okay. Now we need to alert الناس اللي انه موجودين في الحكومة على اساس انه they have to do something different, okay. Now our brothers in the Equatoria, they are calling for separation. ما الصوت ده بعد شوية ممكن يطلع في Western Bahr el Ghazal, okay. ممكن يطلع في Upper Nile, the Sholo. They may decide to determine their fate as well. But what the government is doing, على اساس انه to say, hey, we did you wrong, let us fix it. Okay, also, it is not about the specific tribe, and we have to be political correct with how we you know, we weed out the wrong messages, because when we generalize, this is where it causes trouble. Okay, لأنه في جنوب السودان ده ذاته كان في جوبا في يي في راجع في واو wherever، والله في قاعدة بتاع فريتيت احتلوا بيوت بتاعت أهلهم فريتيت. اوكي، في قاعدة بتاع لاتوكا نهبوا أراضي بتاع أبناء لاتوكا ذاته، they took over. اوكي، في يي ريفر في أماكن مختلف. You know what I mean? So therefore ما في ناس في حكومة because هم في حكومة they use their power, their position على أساس إنه ما مجموعة معينة أو إنه قاعد ينهب أرض. في قاعدة بتاع نوير نهبوا أراضي بتاع ناس، في قاعدة بتاع دينكا نهبوا أراضي بتاع ناس. Okay, and I have somebody who share his personal experience, and maybe we will invite him sometimes. عنده بيت مشهور في جوبا. Okay, to my knowledge بيقول somewhere قريب من المركز بتاعت عرفت انه الجيش الكندي عندهم اماره ولا عندهم هوش somewhere في جوبا قريب من بيت اغنس لوكودو. البيت ده احتلوه دلوقتي وعملوه معسكر عشان انه يخزنوا فيه مرايس. اوكي، ده ما ثلاجه، بيجيبوا الكحول from Kenya or from Uganda بس بخزنوه بس جوا هوش بتاع السفيهه. اوكي، وده سبب لانه قاعد يقتل ناس في جوبا، لانه المريسه ده لما بيجيبوا from Kenya for example, this is off our topic, just I decide to take a segue. بيجي في كونتينرات container معين with a specific temperature to maintain it. Okay, so اتخيل the hard liquor if it is whiskey or whatever لما انه يجي يوصل ويقوم يمشي يركنوه في حته انه بالtemperature high بتاع جوبا ده. This is what is killing our people. This is what toxic. Okay, those are things that we need to talk about it. So by the end of the day لما نقول تهمة بتاعت نهب أراضي نوجهه للناس لأنه those who are in power، لأنه هم قاعدين يستعملوا جيش، قاعدين يستعملوا بوليس يا بيمشي بينهبوا أراضي بتاع ناس. في باري نهب أراضي بتاع باري في جوبا، في لاتوكا نهب أراضي بتاع لاتوكا في لاتوكا لين، في فريتيت نهب أراضي بتاع فريتيت في واو في راجع في أماكن مختلفة، لأنه they are part of the system. So my advice to you, carry on with your message. We have to disagree to agree, but we will meet somewhere. If there is some corrective measure start to take place, في حاجات تانين start to be undone, I believe it is a better chance to survive in this big, beautiful country called South Sudan rather than divided into small entities.
Yes.
Okay, so I will yell it back to you. I don't know why my headset is doing something. We are getting engaged. So I will give you.
You hear me? You hear me, right? You can hear me clear?
Yeah, come in, please.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I respect what you said, and I don't. And just to define the generalize, but before I say that, I want to remind one thing. Trust me, I'm always I believe in Africa, and it's not just a word. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Living in the West, it would teach you a lot. Just for me growing up in the West and other countries before even being in America, understanding that you, an African person, you need to be taking pride of who you are. Take pride in your skin color. Take pride of your Africanism, your culture, your heritage, and make it even improve it better. Improve it into a better way. And I don't have any problem on that. And I don't even, the reason why this thing came into the idea of we need to separate, that was the last straw for us. But coming to the point of generalizing, if we go to mathematics, and just to put in, especially in the West, if you remember, when they do statistic studies, they always look at the numbers, right? The more the numbers standing for that idea, the more they call it majority. And when they call it majority, they define this is the way how they are. So knowing that the numbers of who are committing these crimes, and they continue to accept it and approve it, continue to encourage it without even condemning it from the majority of them who are sitting silent. Because even there is a word says, if you are silent in the time of chaos, that means you're part of the chaos. It doesn't mean, it doesn't have to be, just like, oh, I don't want to be part of this issue because I'm scared or what. No, there is nothing like that, because the history will judge you. Like, this is what even was written in history before. There was a guy, I forgot his name, he said, standing neutral is also being part of that crime.
Of course.
When you see like the silence of injustice, I forgot the name, we say injustice. When you're silent in the face of injustice, mean you're encouraging evil to rise up. So knowing these things happen, and you see the tribe being always argumentative when people coming in to argue about one character, they say, oh, no, that's not him. Then you go to the next topic, you say, okay, what about this political system you're doing? Oh, no, that's not it. And then you see them, they're going and sending their kids to go and massacre others in the name of a tribe. Come on, that shows exactly the mentality of what it is. And this is not generalization. This is being on facts. Facts always goes by science, by number, by statistics. And to know the statistic of the numbers who are killing and murdering and doing the crimes against humanity, you would know it. Like, even, why do you think the Rwandans, when they say the Tutsi and Hutsi were killing each other, one of them killing the other, and then they generalize the whole thing? It's not generalization. It's actually the truth. Because the other ones looked at the other group, the other tribe, as they are not equal to them, and they have to eliminate them. And this is what push, people to say that's a genocide and that's a human right abuse. So today we have the same mentality, but this time one tribe want to dominate the whole others and massacre them. And even history can attest to my word that there is a lot of people who in the ancient times, especially like the Roman Empire, when they came to the world, are killing and murdering others. There was some people who were massacred, even tribes would no longer exist. And that was documented based on the weakest tribe. They say the weakest tribe was destroyed. And we cannot be the weakest tribe anymore. If Africa, especially South Sudan, our tribe have existed since the biblical time. Today, one tribe who had no any part of history of repelling those Belgians, those Ottoman Turks, or those Arab remnants. And now they wanted to say that we are the dominators. And we have the right because we fought in 1983. We are the one who created this thing. Man, that's going to push the other groups to stand up for themselves, because our groups are most peacefully, but we're not against anyone. Only when we are against those who commit injustice against us. When you commit injustice against us, that means you're pushing us to do whatever necessary need to be done to protect ourselves. This is all what it is. It's not generalization, but it's protecting ourselves from those who commit wrong to us, because they never even condemn their own people. And to be honest with we have to be clear with ourselves. The Jin Council right now is the head architect of the whole thing that is now running the country. But thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Welcome, sister. Thank you. Yeah.
Let me give you my little counter argument here. Welcome,
Yes, sir.
Sister Madalena. Just give us a moment here.
Thank you for having me then.
My counter argument. We have to start from home.
Yes.
Okay? And why you expect some of the gang member, they will condemn what is taking place by some of their son who are in the government or in position of power. Okay? Why you expect them to condemn while the son of Equatorian son of Equatoria, they are sitting in the center of the government. Okay? Like Abutu Mamur is the guy who is responsible of the security. Okay? Waniga is the second guy in the command, used to be the third guy or the fifth guy, whatever now. Martin Elia Lomoro is there. If the son of Equatoria themselves, they are not condemning this act, we have to be fair, okay? And if son of Ritit, like Rizik Zakaria sitting there, okay, with Peter Marcello, they are in this Council of Ministers. They are not condemning what is happening to the Ritit people, for example. So I have to start with my people first to hold them accountable 100%. And then I go and ask the other community, come and condemn your people. What is your take on that?
Okay, great. Thank you for saying that. First of all, I wanted to answer that I have no expectation on the Jing Council, on whatsoever you think of me. To have to expect the people to condemn them from their own side. But what I'm talking about, those guys, if you talk about those guys who are now joining the SPLM and they seeing and witnessing all these crime against their own people and they're doing nothing. I mean, I can go even to history that South Sudan, when they were fighting against the North, how many South Sudanese were betraying South Sudanese during the revolution? How many South Sudanese were selling their brothers into the White House or into the Arab remnants of the North? So it is not about, it is not about I have to condemn my people. We know who they are. They're always a bad apple. But we are focusing, because remember, these guys never cared about their home. It's almost like even if you have a country, they'll be a criminal. But when the majority of them, like just put the Germany, the Germans knew that the Nazi were killing and murdering Jews. 3 million were getting, or almost 6 million later were found. But at that time, when they were sent to those concentration camps, a lot of Germans kept quiet. Few who spoke out, they were massacred or they have to run away because afraid of Hitler. But then coming to our side, for Equatorians who are standing for their land, standing for their people, we're not fighting, saying that we don't know who's the criminal in our community. We know those guys, they have no principle. Like earlier, brother Daniel mentioned very important message, principle. Because كأنت ما عندك مبدأ، أنت ما عندك قرار لنفسك، أنت ما بتعرف أنت جاي من وين، في النهاية you will be lost, a lost child, a lost cause. Because to be this, أنت كان هسه في يال، this is history happened. في يال قاعدين ينكر أبوهاته كان أبوه شغال زبال. If he's a sweeper or a janitor in a high school, and the kids study in the same school, he don't want to be seen with his father who's working hard and noble, cleaning the house. Right now, our issue is a noble case, is a case of survival against what is tyranny, or what is called tribal tyranny, that is supposed to be different. We cried that we all voted for a nation, but then these guys came up with an agenda, hidden agenda, that now are dominating. If you're the weakest link, they would choose you to be in their side. But those who are strong, how many people of them got killed? Even there's some Equatorians, yes, killed, or they were behind the murder of other Equatorians. And this is not the first time. Even when we were in Sudan al-Wahid, when we were in the one Sudan, the same thing happened. How many South Sudanese, if you're from all these tribes who are weak, and now some of them are working in the SPLM today, in this parliamentary called the Parliament SPLM, they were part of the North. They were just only for their benefit. They know that people were getting killed, murdered. Ayo, the guy who is now the president of Ayo, who's now in South Sudan, Riek Machar, how many times when he defect from SPLM and goes to Khartoum, how many of his people die? He don't care. And then yet his people still follow him loyally. But that's different for us, Equatorian. We don't follow people loyally. We follow what is true, because we know some of these guys, they can have a good status. They can have a great education. Like in Kamukhu Zeturabi, we don't accept them. That's my message here for those.
I think, Brother Ethika, the last point you made there in regards to you don't follow with no reasoning is the realization that has come upon some of our Western Bahr el Ghazalian leaders within the movement, regardless of whether it is an IO or anything else. But it is the realization: don't follow headless. So
Yes.
I think it's a great point to end with, because that brings us back to the core issue that we are here on this evening, this afternoon, this morning, which is to reassurance of the unity of Western Bahr el Ghazal people, as they have few things happening, and then the need for them, as people of Western Bahr el Ghazal, to sit down في جنب ترابيزة رملة, that we keep saying this Arabi wow, to sit down and make a bit of a discussion as to how their life should be like, and not just socially, but politically. They should be able to sort of have one voice that they can all rally and say, well, this is the way we want to put it, this is our objective, it is one document, or whatever the document is, or whatever it is, the format it is in, that anyone can run with it and no one can change anything. So thank you so much. I think, Brother Krikuju, that I will get
Yes,
give the podium.
I want to underline something before welcoming our guests. Odysseus, to my understanding, you did not respond to my counter argument, but you decide to dodge it. That is okay. But to my understanding, and viewers of ZööMTV, I believe this Equatorial movement for separation, they disqualify those sons and daughters of Equatoria who are in the government. So they treat them like they are not there. So they decide to carry on with their movement, and instead of condemning them and hold them accountable, they decide just to ignore them like they are not there. They are selfish individuals. They are after their belly or whatever. So thank you very much for coming in. We have enough
I will
room.
answer you later. I'll answer you later if you don't mind. Yeah, let them speak.
Thank you so much, Odysseus.
And before I welcome Charles Itahili, please, you are not welcome at ZööMTV. This is not a place for you, okay? You are so annoyed. We block you, you find a way, you alter your name, you decide to come in. This is not the place for you. Go and conduct your own show, please, okay? Because you are a time vampire. And you come in and you try to belittle people and to abuse people. Please don't make an attempt. You are not welcome. My beautiful niece here, Madame Madalena, welcome to ZööMTV for the first time coming live. We look forward to have a healthy conversation with you, to have a good debate. You are super, super loud, and it is a good thing. Sometimes, people listen to you, they follow you because you say it the way it is. Zay maino naswa bigulu tfagaza kamera wala zawirwir pa tamam kida shanino aizol yarif inno fa kamera fogo. That is a good thing. We have Patricia on the audio side. Welcome, Sister Patricia. We look forward for your contribution. We have to disagree to agree, but we are moving forward. Make your argument stronger. No abuse here. Joseph Barrett is a regular participant, contributor of ZööMTV. You came in with new slogan tonight, so maybe you will elaborate about it a little bit when the time comes. But protocol in place, whoever comes first save. And I will start, not because she's a daughter of Western Bahr el Ghazal. I believe she came in first. Madalena, the microphone is with you. Bring your perspective. You have been following. You have been commenting. So what is your take? Microphone with you. Please come in.
Thank you so much. Shukran katir Arabic wow. So I think it's better I speak in Arabic. Bita wow, because I love Arabic wow. And we are really proud people and really proud of you guys for the show. Really, the issue, we just need to go to the point is about wow people. First we need to solve our issue, and then زي ما الناس بتاعنا بقول تلا جيش اللي في عينك اول and then تم تشيل جيش بتاع زول تاني من عينه. even في طيارتك كان ركبت الطياره بقول لك كوت ماسك اول في انافك and then تكوت ماسك في الزول اللي جنبك. so مشكله بتاعنا في واو ريسا we need to address it very well as قبل Mr. Daniel قبل قاعد يقول انه لازم ان احنا we need to push it to the limit whatever matter even ناس disagree we agree this is حاجة you know and this is life you know. في زول ما كل زول بيحبك وما كل زول بكرهك you know like me I speak my mind. Some people they call me I'm Trump, some people they بيقولوا شنو I don't care but I speak my mind. If you like it or not I just speak my mind. So the issue we need to be stronger. كلنا قالوا كلام حاجات التانيين. First of all, wow is like really messed up. This is not a wow I know. And نحن قمنا سكر we have a very bright people. يعني ناس واو بصفة عام من all فراتيت ناس بضربون مثل. Even انت كمشيت anywhere بيقولوا مقال ناس واو. كان انت داير مرة بتواو ولا داير مرة راجل تواو. يعني دي الناس اللي بضربون مثل. So myself I'm here just to speak about only my wow people. We need to like really address our issue. We need to be stronger. We need to follow our culture, you know. And first, and then الناس يمشوا قدام في باقي حاجات بتاع الناس. Yes, there are really issues. Very important to discuss حاجات بتاع Equatorian, but still this is a very very new stuff. We have our own issue. We need to discuss it. We need to address it first. We need to bring all our people together. Right now, people is scatter. في حاجة بقوله community. Balanda community to community is people is scattering. So itu لما تشوفوا إنه كان community لما نتبع ناس بكلموا really نرجع ورا تاني. itu كان تشوفوا دينكا ده they are one dinka. Whatever it من بور ولا when they are one. They are just like really strong for themselves. This is the culture. يعني people أنا believe in أمثال أنا عايشين على الأمثال. إذا إنت لما تقول مثلا Chinese بعملوا كده ده yes people live in you know بأمثال. So لازم ان احنا first of all نشوفوا محل بتاعنا اول حاجه كيف تفيكس كشمباب بتاعك اول then اتانيلا تمشي فيكس كشمباب تزول تاني ما نكونوا نجارين. النجار بكون بعمل كرسي لناس وما عنده كرسي في بيته. That is right now in wow that is not a wow I know. The strong people the people with the everything we have it. كان دكاترة عندنا في كان عندنا المحامين عندنا في عندنا كل الناس المثقفين والمتحضرين. We speak Arabic. Every Arab في العالم كله بسمع عربي بتاعنا is very clear. They ما في interpreter فيه. English when you speak English it be speak the clear one. When I come to this country non English I speak English right now. I speak 6 different language because زول بتعلم من عربي is easy to learn so more languages. So I'm really very proud of my people. And when I say something, some people disagree. Yes, we are human beings. We say good and bad. But the issue right now is Isaac Gibel Gadugulu. We have many كلمة مع زول already في حكومة. زول في حكومة جيبوا قريب معك عشان تفهم منه. لكن لما أنت تبدأ attack the person ما خلاص everything is برجل كله. So like الناس اللي حصل right now في حكومة we don't need even like really نبرجلهم زي جدا لما نكبلهم عن أكل فواتا ببرجلوا جواو بكورين. No, we can't do that. لازم نجيبوا ناس في حكومة ذاته. That is the way you have to, you know, be stronger. لأنه عدوك ده ذاته يا إنت بكون قريب معه. تكون قريب مع عدوك. This is where you can, you know, solve your issue. You know. So very much, and I will leave some chance, and then I will chip in again after Mr. Joseph too.
That's good, Madalena. Just I wanted to ask a question. You تقريبا انت اتطرقت للموضوع شويه في النهايه هناك. لكن انا عايز السؤال هو يعني انت رايك شنو في يعني الاحداث اللي حصل اخيرا يعني من الامين العام قدم استقاله بتاعه من الحركه الشعبيه في المعارضه وبعده باسبوعين ولا اسبوع على طول مجموعه كمان مرقوا. هنا في تحليل بتاعنا جبال زي ما برادك كوجو قالوا جبال في تحليل لقينا انه كانوا المفروض انه هم كان اكتر من كده. من اللي كان طالعين بالذات الاستقلال الاخير كانوا من كان اكثر من كده، لكن في ناس وصلوا في اخر لحظه قام مسك فرمله ورجعوا ورا، وديل اكثر ناس هيتعبوا بعد ده بوجودهم بعد
Yeah.
كده هناك هم اكثر. سو انت رايك شنو في الجماعه اللي طلعوا هسه؟ وهسه هم طبعا قالوا كلامهم زي ما انا سمعته بعداني، لكن في ناس طبعا هيمشي يشوف فيديو ده ويسمعوا كلامهم ده، يمكن انا سمعته
Okay.
غلط، انه هم
Yes.
طلعوا مش عشان هم دارين اي حاجه، هم ما طلعوا ماشيين للحكومه، لكن من طلعوا من قاعدين ابيل للناس ناس غير بار غزال انه يا جماعه انا شفنا حاجات بتال هناك كويس. عندنا مثل ببلاندا بيقول انه لو تمساح مرق من مويه جا قال لك ان جرين تي مقدود، جاس وات دون ما تركب راسك تقول انه ان جرين تي ما مقدود، لانه
That's
هم
right.
قاعدين سوا هناك، هم قاعدين تحت مويه سوا مع بعض. سو
That's
لو هو
correct.
كذب انا هنعرف في النهايه، لو هو ما كذب انا هنعرف. سو انت ما هتريسك يور لايف درجه تنط في جوا مويه عشان تفرش مع الجرين تي تعمل تشيك مقدود ما هو مقدود. سو يو ويل تاخذ حساباتك من برا، لو انت تشوف الجرين تي طالع من مويه جاي then you really still have that precaution. انت لسه جاري منه until تشوفه بصدم شجره براو then you go like ها كلام تمساح كان صح. so انت رايك شنو في كلام ناس ده؟ لو عندك اي حاجه تقدر تقول لنا فيه شويه.
Okay, very much. الناس مثلا back and forward, people like that, you don't trust them. And people, طبعا this is the politician بتاعنا في South Sudan, and most of the people ما go to college as like you know how our country look like في زول ما يفهم even السياسة شنو. شكل ناس زي ده back and forward ده انت ما تكون يعني مثلا في any position again ولا even like really to bother them, but you have to like really come close to somebody like that تجيبه قريب معك عشان انت تفهمه في حاجات منه، في ما كله حاجات اللي عنده بطال. شفت زول البطال ده ما كله بطال، زول ده لازم في حاجات بالليل منه something you know. ده مشكله بتاعنا ان احنا الجنوبيين، كان انا عندي مشكله ما قلت دانيال ده خلاص ثاني totally I don't need to talk to you. no. شفت زول الزي ده الماشي back and forward ده زول اللي انت ذاته be very very careful because انت لو ما عملت حسابك وذاته ببلاك مش جاري من جموع انا قال ان جرينتي ما في ده وذاته عنده يد في حاجه ده ذاته. so you have to be careful. and زول زي ده you don't trust them, we don't trust them anymore. as I think Mr. Gurkuju قال قبل زول زي ده ما بخطوك تاني في محل نهايه ولا even ذاته يعبروك، لكن ما بيدو برا. end of the day is your blood and is انت ما بتجور your skin out. you have to keep it closer and learn some حاجات بتاعه عشان هيتا شنو ما يعوق تاني anymore. so ناس الباك الفورد ده في ناس عندنا هاسي في بار الغزال ده ما ناس بتاع you know food lovers, they just like really they just to destroy things because هم they benefit from the حرب ده لازم هم benefit منه. هاسي في يعني انه زي كيرة بديك سلطة حمشية يا جماعة، سلطة حمشية يعني هسه نحن سارة إننا كله في سارة هسه right now she's struggling because كان ده حكم كان ده يعني حكومة بتاع كواجات انت كان دار تخش في السلطة انت بكون زول عندك قروش في اكاونت وعندك يعني عندك ممتلكات كتير عشان تخش في position. بعدين عندنا في جنوب السودان ما عندنا بالعكس تخش عشان دار تمشي تاكل you know انت يعني this is normal for us. so لما زول بيجي زريته بكون في promises كتير and بكون ما في اي شغل because لما كير بدي شغل بدي position لزول مش كير بديك ميزانية they know ما في ميزانية هناك and I'm sure Sarah is just struggling but do لو يندها والي هناك and she have nothing ما عنده اي حاجة ولا في position ولا في security and she doesn't have it بس سلطتها همشية بدوك في راسك عشان انتوا عشان يوزوك. ده سياسة بتاع الدينكا هم عملوا والسياسة ده مش هسي يدوب عملوا قلتك من زمان 2005 قبل even قرن ماما.
Well, I think the network has just played you up there. Okay.
So قبل الحاجات ده كله مدروسة we just yes. so very much and I'm talking about you know back like قبل قرن ما يموت قبل قرن ده ما يموت ده حاجات عملوا. انت شايف حاجات كله حاجة right now حاصل في جوبا this is حاجة درسوه long time ago because جنجي بعمل حاجات 20-80 سنة قدام أنينا النان دينكس our eye is just very close here. جنجي بعمل حاجة 100 سنة قدام وبعرفين ودار يدوق ياتو ودار يعمل شنو that the way they do and they come together and they're like rock you can't split them like you know apart. That's the way جنجي فوقو and haja de zaman al garang yamalu garang de laman kan gad use nas barkazal betana jengeb tana ta barkazal de ita gat shuf nas de. In other hand, I do appreciate them because when I work with UN, I know what jengeb ta barkazal betana de kan amolo shunu fi Junub Sudan. We do appreciate the good things bitaman, the bad things they destroy. So
hold on.
So let me finish.
No, Dagiga, I will allow you to finish. No, I'm not going to cut you. But it is very important, al-assassin, we advocate tolerance, okay? Fagulna nahtarim ba'd. Kan majmua muayyan gal naduni be isim al-filani, we have to call them, okay? So just the political correctness. Zema so please just let us use al-isim al-inu بكل طرف الآخر ذاته بيحترمنا وإحنا نحترمه. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. And so al-Hakuma yandama haja hasi yadob aslin al-Kir right now gadi amulu. They hajat for very long time ago. And naman hajat de madrusa bedri. Yani ito naman ganti shuf hajat del hasi gadi asil del. Dem hajat the best sakiri yajabo. They hajat gabli garang yaw yani set up stuff. So who will take over? Lanu denka gabila denka muman damulu ajat toman generation ajat bitoman kulu set up le jena kana even as zol de mat hini indana zol mat hasa yani worisa bukun fi mashakil ketir main denka jena fi botnak de indo hajatu for already jahiz. So that's why they use South Sudan because of our weakness. All the non-dinkas, they are weakest. They are very weak. Because we don't love each other, we use some stuff against ourselves. We're not strong enough. So right now, the new generation, the people must come with the love. Can love the fee or can maslan nas yeji issue for hajat al fadik kalas yarmuwara unas yaftasaf hajadid. I'm sure South Sudan will go forward. But right now, I'm sure like South Sudan is very complicated place to like really situation because it's very hard. Ashan yagdar hello. But بالحال ما في مشكلة قال منه حل لكل مشكلة له حل but it needs شغل their شغل كل نان dinkas if they come together and it's how it's very hard because Equatoria ما دير ناسواو هني بطريقة بتاعهم. So what do you guys think this الحكومة والtribe بتاعه حكومة the tribe ده what do you guys think they will use this weakness بتاعكم ده against you. So you guys people, we need to stop complaining about Kir and militia bitao or Kir or tribe bitao because right now Al Hakuma he using the the weakness bitao other gabail and other gabail there. People must stop complaining and work something for your own community. We are outsider. We need to do something, but it's nothing. People just fighting each other. Mafi hajak ways. Itu kanasa lahasto baga gabail del. People doesn't fight. They work so hard day and night. They work so hard day and night to unite their own people, and then they move forward, and then they do something. That's why they recognize in Australia. We have right now in Australia we have subject Dinka language in a system. Everything in Australia in a system. Dinka in a system because of their hard working. Of their uniting. لكن أنينا حاسده فرتيت البسيط ده ذاته مشكلتين. فرتيت البرام في نفسهم ده ذاته مشاكل. They don't even love each other. ده بقوله بلاندا ده بقوله منياتو ده. It's just too much. It's just really too much. If people really come open mind and come with a really love in their heart, I'm sure this situation will will end up. Because the issue is
Hold it right there. We are going to keep you on this screen. Shamshikla Jamil Zat of the screen there. So about the camera. Let us welcome Sister Patricia. Listening. Patricia, you have been following this conversation and you have your own perspective to bring it in. Please, the microphone with you. Welcome again to ZööMTV. This is the first time. ZööMTV is the place to be, and we invite you. Don't make it one stop. Please come back again, regardless of the conversation that we are going to have. The podium with you, Sister Patricia or Madame Patricia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Itu kan testimoni كويس؟
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I greet all of you and plus your viewers. ZööMTV. أنا طبعا بتكلم بعربي أنا طبعا أنا هتكلم لأنه في ناس يعني أنا داير الصوت تاعي كده وصل لأهل تاعي هناك عشان مو بس ما أنا قونس شنو وكده عشان أنا قامل دي زي clarification تاع حاجة جزء بسيط على أنا أعرف. أوكي so أنا بشكرك يا أختي مدلينا تتكلمت specifically you concentrate on بار غزال اللي هو West Bahr el Ghazal and thank you so much. أنا في حاجات كان أنا ما أعرف لكن أنا through your speech I learned something which is good, you know. And أنا طبعا داير أتكلم specifically في موضوع بتاع separation حقنا ده لأنه أنا شايف كلام بتاع separation ده because I'm a separatist. أنا إنسان انفصالي. أنا بركز فوقه أكتر وأكتر. أوكي في مشكلة؟
No.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah. We'll listen to everybody.
Okay.
That is why you're our regular contributor. Fadali.
Okay. Yeah. So أنا طبعا إيكواتوريا يعني عانسة إيكواتوريا. أوكي اسمي باتريشيا دونغ أغوستينا أوباما. أنا من إيسترن إيكواتوريا. فإحنا sons and daughters of إيكواتوريا يعني ما كله جزء مننا. لما إحنا طلعنا بالموضوع بتاع الانفصال اللي هو إحنا كونا المنظمة اللي هو اسمه إيكواتوريا سيفل كونسل أسوسيشن. إحنا طلعنا وطالبنا بالانفصال ده لأسباب أسباب 1 2 3. طبعا إيكواتوريا ده before to be a South Sudan إيكواتوريا كان موجود as a country as a دولة كويس في زمن بتاع بلجيوم في زمن بتاع إنجليز في زمن بتاع تركس. إيكواتوريا أصلا كان ما ساوث سودان. درسنا الموضوع ده كويس خالص geographically historically لقينا إنه إيكواتوريا ده أصلا ما ساوث سودان وساوث سودان ما إيكواتوريا. عشان كده إحنا طلبنا انفصال. فإحنا في زمن إنجليز زمن colonization بتاعت إنجليز لما دمونا على السودان إيكواتوريا دموها على السودان بقينا جنوب السودان. إحنا طبعا يعني اقتنعنا إنه ناس ديل السودانيين ولا الناس جنوب السودان ده بيشبهونا وإحنا كلنا واحد يعني we have to exist together you know. بعدين يا جماعة الموضوع ده ما في زول كان يعني لما الموضوع أو مثلا زول اشتغل بالموضوع وكده. الموضوع ده حصلت اوتوماتيكالي بعد ما حصل الريفرندم بتاع جنوب السودان من شمال السودان كويس. بعد انفصال جنوب السودان من شمال السودان المشاكل كترت. أظاهر تقول لكم ما في دانا بيكسبلين كتير لأن أنا هشيل وقت كتير. المشاكل كترت. أول حاجة هنا إيكواتوريا نزل واجهنا مشاكل كتير. أول حاجة they are calling us names إنه إحنا ما سودانيين إحنا ما من جنوب السودان إحنا يوغنديين إحنا كينيين إحنا اسم شنو ده كونغوليس. we are being silent سكتنا كويس. والبلد الحكم في البلد ما حكم عادل يعني حكم بتاعت مساواة. حكم كان بقى بيصير على جانب واحد. اوكي بعدين سيبك حتى الحكم في بلد ما ماشي كويس. الناس في بارتيز كتير طالبوا بشنو طالبوا بفيدرال سيستم كويس. فيدرال سيستم ده لانه بيخلي كل زول بيكون في منطقه بتاعه ويعمل تنميه في منطقه بتاعه. رفضوا بالفيدرال سيستم. أننا مسكنا فيه قوي خالص إنه فيدرال سيستم ده أحسن كويس. ده أحسن سيستم اللي بيخلي كل زول بيكون بيلقى حق بتاعه. الجفرمنت رفضوا. فبعدين في هيمنة كويس. في ناس بقى في هيمنة في منطلقات الناس وحاجات كتير. حتى قلع أراضي يعني كان بدرجة كبير جدا كويس. وكان كله الاراضي ده يعني ممكن حصل لكم في ويست بار الغزال. I don't know you guys, I don't want to interfere there. لكن اكتر حاجه في اللاند بتاعنا بتاعت ايكواتوريا. حتى عندنا منطقه اللي هو منطقه بيقولوا دي منطقه اساسا بتاعت مادي، لكن هسه سموه نيو بور، وظاهر كل زول عارف كلام ده. مشينا بيسفولي انه يا جماعه شيلوا بقرات برا من هناك، يا جماعه مكان ده بتاع الناس كده كده كده، بتاع قبيله معين اسمه ناس مادي. لا هسه دينكا استولى للمحل ده. في مناطق في اسم شنو ده، في ويسترن ايكواتوريا برضه نفس حاجه، في سنترال ايكواتوريا برضه نفس حاجه. وخليك من البيوت اللي بيقلعوا كويس. وبعدين انت لو ما بترطروا تندنكا ما بيطلعوا يعني ما ممكن ما بيدوك شغل كويس. بدوك شغل اذا انت بياع، اذا انت بتشتغل تحتهم كويس. ده كله كوم. تعال هنا يا اخواتي يا اخواني، في ناحيه بتاعت حسي حاليا في ذاك الجنوب السودان عندنا جنسيه وعندنا باسبورت. جنسيه ده طبعا بيثبت انه انا جنوبيه حر كويس، والباسبورت ده طبعا ده عباره عن ترافل دوكيومنتس حاجه بالشكل ده. في الباسبورت ولا في الجنسيه مكتوب فيه SSD R. اوكي، احنا سالنا SSD what is the meaning of R Denka. Okay, so we went through like studying this those kind of stuff for like a bit of like almost a period of 2 to 3 years. We sat down as sons and daughters of Equatoria. طالبنا بالانفصال. لقينا انه قبل يوم قالوا South Sudan is kingdom of Denka. South Sudan is property of Denka. Equatorians are Ugandans, Kenyans, Congolese. If they deny our identity, what is the use of us living with them? Number two, and let me say number 2, 3 or 4, 5. Bigger في كتير.
Can you hold
في اتهامات.
Just a quick correction. SSD stand for South Sudan because Sudan goes with the abbreviation SD. And because we stupid from our government, they insist to make us south of something. Okay? So that is why the S been added, so we become SSD. So because Sudan is still tarif al-Cody when you go, al-Code without countries like US, okay, USA, Britain, UK, Canada, CA, okay? So Sudan is SD. And because we are still, we are South Sudan, so that is why they add the S. Just for a little
I disagree.
correction.
But it's okay.
Excuse me. Yeah, Kurkuju, my brother. Okay? قال ما بيعرفك ما بيعزك. I'm well educated. I'm a graduate. And I know the abbreviation. You cannot convince me that SSD is South Sudan. No. South Sudan is totally separate from D. It's the abbreviation of S. S is stand for South. S, the other S for Sudan. What about D? What about R? I know R is Republic. Okay? It's Republic. But the D inside there, my brother, we study all this, plus the agenda, the 39 agendas of Denka. Okay? That's why we came out, we find like, oh, Fela Nazil, حقيقة ال 39 agendas بتاعهم ده هسه حاليا قاعد يتنفس ليه؟ Which means we Equatorians not South Sudan. South Sudan is not Equatoria. We have the right to say that we want separation and Equatoria can be a country. Okay? And then we make a statistic, okay? In Equatorial land, Equatoria, Eastern, Central, Western, in statistic, we are almost 3 billion and something, okay? And then in the world, in the international world, they say that to be a country, the population supposed to be like 4 million and something maximum, okay? And then plus those who are in diaspora, we are more than that. We are more than that. Plus those who are in refugees camp and all this. And we are working hard to get all this in one line. We want to separate. We can't live with such kind of people because our culture is totally different with them. We Equatorians, people from Bahr el Ghazal or from Upper Nile, they know our attitude. We are not violent. We are farmers. We are peaceful people. Like, I don't want to mention it, and an act, By then, I'm talking specifically for our separation, because we have tried many different ways so that we can be together, but it's still, they are pushing us. Okay, they are pushing us. Okay, they've been pushing us until no more end. That's why we came out with all this. We came out. We are calling for separation, so that we want to stop this kind of violence. We want our people in the camps to come back home, because if we still together.
Okay. Here is the abbreviation for Sudan, SD. It is not something I'm making it. Okay, I just Google it.
Let me say the abbreviation. The abbreviation of South Sudan is SD. What is D?
SD is SD Sudan abbreviation. I'm just showing you on the camera. This is from Google.
So Sudan is double. Yeah, Sudan is double. Sudan is double.
Sudan is SD. Okay.
Okay, let me say it's like SOUSITH. Okay, South, and then Sudan SAD. Are you with me? Something happened.
With you, but this is a country abbreviation.
Sudan. Okay.
It is something global.
Abbreviation. According to me, what I am taking it like, what is abbreviation? Abbreviation is SSDR. Okay, you can say the abbreviation of this is South Sudan. D for what? R.
Okay, carry on.
Kurkujo, I will talk with you later. I will talk with you. I will just explain to you, because this South Sudan, SSD. It's there in their agenda. The agenda, I have it here. If you want, I will send it to you in your messenger. Okay? Sure. Because we went through all their agendas. Okay? We all through all their agendas, and for real, we are watching it now. Is happening. Whereas people are being killed, our young boys have been like jailed. حاجات كتير قاعد يحصل. حتى قبل أنا شفت أنا سمعت سألت سؤال إنه عندنا هناك لومورو، وعندنا ما أعرف وانيجا، وعندنا ناس منو ده. إذا كان نازل قاعدين هناك هم ما قاعدين يعملوا حاجة، شبابنا بيقتلوهم، أراضينا بيقلعوا، جبل كجور سموه قال جبل دينكا، نمولة بلد مادي سموه قال نيوبور، في كم شوارع سموه بيروتان بتاع دينكا. And Denka specifically they came from from Bahr el Ghazal and Upper Nile. Equatorial de asasan mafi Denka. And now Denka can say in your eyes that I am a Denka of Equatoria, I am a Denka of Madi, I am a Denka of Kida. Hal kalam de beji? Rabbana da galtan khalaqnana fi Equatoria khalaqa kita fi Bahr el Ghazal, because أنا كان شايلينه إنه because عشان رئيس الفكير, that's why mongi misbehave. لكن we came to learn that ناس دل أساسا منهم agenda. So because of all these agendas, for them to manipulate it on us, no. كلام زي ما بيشتغل. We are calling for separation. We want our people from camps to come back home, and that's it. Equatoria can be a country, and I believe, and Equatoria will separate. Sure. I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are not here to debunk your arguments. Some of them are legit and some of them are debatable. This is not the place for it, but we talk about it. We open our mouths wide. We talk about why, on ZööMTV, we talk about what needed to be undone. Okay, and I hope we will be in a position, there will be a room whereby if there is few things that are needed to be, it will not all be undone. Okay, how are you going to reverse that? Okay, how are you going to reverse that? But if there is a way that being can do some corrective measure and to condemn the wrongdoing, okay, and to bring to bring those who committed crime against humanity to justice, then I hope still there will be a room, because you said You are very precise. You said some of the Equatorian, not all the Equatorian, they are for separation. So still we can work to find a way to live in this beautiful country that called South Sudan. That is why we are here, and we will continue to advocate for that. We appreciate your perspective. You are coming in. You can hang in tight. We have two sisters on the screen. For some reason, we want to hear your perspective. Let us give a room to Brother Joseph Barrett, our regular contributor. You know, he might be able to bring his perspective with regard to the topic, and also as somebody in question, as a son of Jane, or as a young Dinka man, also maybe he got the right also to give a little bit of if you could be precise, Brother Joseph, that will be great. The microphone with you, and Patricia, if you don't mind, hang on tight and let us carry on this conversation. We are posting the link. Still, there is room. In our studio, we can accommodate more for participants. So if you want to come, don't hesitate. Come in. Let us have a healthy conversation. Unless Brother Ndirinda want to interject to come in before Joseph proceeds.
I need to come in before Brother Baraj comes in. I think it is about time we actually got back to our original topic. Yes, I understand. Like I mentioned earlier, I said I don't disagree with what Brother Ethika has said earlier, and now followed the same line with Sister Patricia. Because if you look at the bigger picture, then you start zooming in, then you'll come back. You get us back to where we are. I'm not disqualifying what they're saying. I'm with them with what they're saying. Like you put it, they have legitimate reason to pursue the path they are in. Okay. However, what I would be asking them, both of them, instead of hanging on tight, it is: are they going to be able to then say something different along the line of our current topic? Because if not, then I think we are just holding them for no good reason. It's up to them if they want to stay on. But if not, that's an option. I'm just putting it out there, because we need to get back a little bit seriously about the original topic, which is pertaining to Western Bahr el Ghazal, and also to what our sister Madeleine was saying earlier. She made up her opinion loud and clear. Of course, anyone is entitled to their opinion, whether I agree with it or I don't agree with it, or viewers agree with it or don't agree with it. That is something that she felt strongly to speak it up. With that, I think I don't want people going like, oh, well, now ZööMTV started a different program and now they've changed it against a particular ethnicity within the South Sudan or da-da-da. I would really not sit well with that, because that is not manhaj with ZööMTV. We are a fair media platform. We listen to anyone and we give you what we think, and we make sure that everyone is there. Also, for those who earlier heard Brother Krikuju saying to our brother Charles Itahili that you are not welcome, he actually came to the studio. We got him kicked out because he is most disrespectful person, and you all know who he is. If he was to be put up earlier, that was about 40 minutes ago, until now, we wouldn't have even reached to talk to Sister Patricia or even to Sister Madalena. We would have been running around. He would have been getting us in and out just the way he wants it. So we have made a decision, a concrete decision on ZööMTV. Forever, he will never come on ZööMTV. We don't hate him as an individual. After all, we don't even go to participate in his shows anyway. So it is up to him. He wants to ban us, let him go ahead and do it. But I'm urging from this point, urging all the media platforms, Charles Itahili coming up for it, ban him for good. He's got nothing to offer, really. He gets angry for nothing. He gets happy for nothing. And he wastes people's time for nothing. and he love to do whatever. That is his problem.
I call him time vampire.
Yeah, but for you in your platforms, that's not a hate. This is not a hate speech. This is the reality. It's a fact. He comes into a show, everyone becomes so bored. And it is you viewers who will start crying out, hey, take him out. He's wasting your time. Why are you wasting your time with him? That's it. He will come under different names. And he tried it on ZööMTV like 4 different names or 3 different names to be precise. But we picked him up at every time he comes with that name. And we have deleted all his comments and banned him. That is simple. Is he paying us? No. Are we paying him? No. Is he that significant in South Sudan? No. Are we that significant in South Sudan? At this juncture, I will say yes. But not Charles Zahili. Thank you. Baraj, you can come through.
Sure. Baraj, before you go in, just I want to meet Sister Patricia quickly here. By the way, South Sudanese brothers, they claim issue of Equatoria is the issue of South Sudanese, so it cannot be resolved in isolation. And also another brother in Arabic says Mafi Infisal, what is it? Let me just read it quickly. Yeah, Mafish Infisal Yokti. Kalil Lagbutul Naslahu. So, like, you guys are not going anywhere. You know, being Congo show, Pogitakum, Itakum, can it claim Ladu in Cliff or whatever, and in a Congo show.
I'm best معلش كركوجو كرنا تالا كرنا تالا عشان نسيبوا فرصة لناس تاني كمان بقدر ده كلامهم وكان لقيت فرصة تاني بعدين بيجي راجع.
Sure.
Not a worries, really.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah,
you're welcome to come back at any time.
Brother Gabriel Tor is here. The microphone is with Joseph. We will come back to you, Brother Gabriel, to welcome you. Go ahead, Joseph. Joseph.
Yeah, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Loud
all right.
And clear.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you as usual on ZööMTV, Brother Kuju, Brother Nandra. As you always bring a very exciting topic here. So I'm going to mix, in order for us to understand the situation, I'm going to mix with Arabic, and I hope I'm going to be loud and clear and precise as what Brother Kurkuju say. I say, look, the topic is very interesting, and let me make the topic legitimate. خلي دنكاوي يجي هنا ده عشان مشاكل يسخن عشان مشاكل يبقى كويس يكون عنده طعم زاد you know. لأنه without ما في طرف هنا مشاكل ما بقى كويس. لكن في النهاية شنو؟ اليوم نهي مشاكلنا. في النهاية لازم نهي مشاكلنا. ما في مفر وما في مجال. As usual, I will hold the conversation or the discussion the same as Zoom is standing. I will never get out of the way. I'm not here to answer people. I'm not here really to target a person. And this is how I will go, as usual. Definitely, to come into the topic, أنا هتكلم بعربي وبإنجليزي. طبعا عربي بتاعنا بقى تعبان شوية لأنه في زمن طويل شديد ما يتكلمنا عربي، لكن بنجاسف نخلي أهلنا يسمعوا واللي بيسمع بعربي.
By the way,
ونرجع كلمتين بإنجليزي.
قبل كريكو جو شاف فاتك شاف في ظهرك. إذا حلاقة خطيرة يا راجل نعيما.
نعم الله عليك. يا في ملحوظة كده هسي كده كويس. نعم الله عليك. Just to come to the topic, زي ما قلت أنا بتكلم بعربي وبإنجليزي. وزي ما كركوجو قال قبل طبعا أنا ما هقدر أغير جلدي. أنا proud دنكاوي ومولود دنكاوي. لو في حاجة برضو أنا if I answer like a دنكاوي later on عفوني منه. Because this is the reality, you know. I see Kurkuju, I see everybody there. I'm proud of all of you. You guys are South Sudanese, and you guys will be proud of your tribe. At the same things, ZööMTV, you know, talking about this issue with our Western Bahr el Ghazal, definitely they have right to be proud of Western Bahr el Ghazal people. And this is always I say, if you Western Bahr el Ghazal people first, let the other people come second. This is a remind me أول مرة في حياتنا لما نمشي مصر أنا كنا يعني مشينا بالباخرة من الباخرة لما نمشي مصر مشينا لما وصلنا في الحدود المصرية اول شيء مصريين يابا خلوهم ينزلوا يمرقوا، وانا ده حبسونا جوا، يلا بعد شنو الاجانب يجوا مارقين. ده حقهم. لكن كان بالعكس في السودان، بخلوا الاجانب اول حاجه يمشوا، يلا يجيبوا يخمونا هنا جوا.
اسوان انتم متاخرين.
That is true.
ايوه
You're telling the truth.
شفتها؟ Yeah, so that is normal to put your people first. Let me first of all انا خليني نعمل encourage طبعا زي ما كركوجو قال قبل ايشو بتاع ولايه انت بتكون مدير به شديد اكثر. We also are Sudanese and indeed my own issue. Everybody has their own issue. And you guys انتوا ادرى باموركم في Western Bahr el Ghazal. I want to support, or just I want to put my word in because I've been following all day. في الناس اللي قدموا استقالاتهم من آيو. أنا نظرتي كان كالآتي، يعني أي حاجة في جنوب السودان ده يا جماعة مخلوط من الأول. أنا ما بقدر بلوم مهما كان الظروف، حتى لو في قبيلة واحد كتير في الحتة ده أنا ما بقدر بشيل اللوم كله بحطه في القبيلة. أنا always I want to be politically correct in order for us to go, you know, in a path I believe. It's not because I'm a human being, I can be provoked, I can take a side, I can do whatever. But what I believe in my view, I do believe where South Sudan will go, we have to look in a big picture, regardless of just looking on the small stuff we have as a South Sudanese or trying to put everything, just blame everything on other people.
Exactly.
أي حاجة في جنوب السودان ده أي حاجة في جنوب السودان ده responsibility بتاعنا. You know? ايوه لما بدا اني زمان كنا مقارنين كوري even لما بدا يا جماعه ما هو واضح هو كان reaction of the incidents happen in Juba, South Sudan. When the incidents happen even كان في some دينكا دايرين يتكلموا مع brothers نوير ما في طريقه يسمعوا عليهم. So the movement was based on the reaction. This is exactly, it's like the scenario of the previous general of his staff. What his name, the King Paul, when he came to Juba, the purpose of him coming to Juba, he was coming to defend the regime. Kama jai عشان يعمل defend the South Sudan. He was coming to defend the regime. When they fall out, that's how they fall out. Naman SPLM ayo umarak, they were defending their own people. حتى لو كان في أي زول جاي وفي الإزعاج ده وفي noise, they didn't really care much about what is going on, but they care much about themselves and about the situation, and this was نتيجة بتاع reaction. يا حصل كده. I know always we have to rely on you know some staff who are really powerful. or أنا لو ما عندي أي حاجة لنا في الجنوب زي ما آيو لما كان قام آيو powerful كان قوي، في ناس مشوا بوراه أيوة you know عشان يمشوا لو وقفوا بكرينهم. الغلط شنو يعني يتكلموا عن حاجات بتاع وطنهم بتاع بلدهم ويقوموا كيف عشان يقدروا يمشوا قدام يسووا حاجات الدارين يسووه. الكلام ده ما غلط. you know انت لو ما صلحت بيتك الاول، لانه نتيجه بتاع بيتك ده ممكن يبقى نتيجه بتاع يونيتي الكبير. we all قاعدين ننادي في يونيتي. but I always sit first in my home and see how things going. حتى في مشاكل اساسا في وسترن بار الغزال هناك انا ما بهله حتى لو بالفيدرال ليفل. I will never solve it. But if you sit back home there's all this little stuff, you can solve it yourself and you can do it. People of Western Bahr el Ghazal, you know, they can be in different parties, up to them. And at the end of the day, لو داري يقولوا سوا في بلدهم خليه يقولوا سوا. كلام ده ما غلط. If they leave IO, let them leave IO. Whoever want to leave the SPLM, let them leave SPLM. That's what it is. Yeah. But the main thing, and what I'm always precise on it, we don't have to blame the problem of South Sudan on one tribe. And this is, I see it is wrong. And I do believe, because today, my tribe, I got some people are very innocent وما قاعدين في بلد ما بعرفين الرئيس منو ذاته خليك من حكومة. You know? ولما الناس ذاته يعملوا بروفوك وحاجات ده وبكرة مشاكل يجي هم بيستغربوا ليه قاعدين بيشاكلوا معهم. المشكلة وين يعني؟ You know? There is some tribe, they didn't cross to see other Denka بإنه في other Denka بغادي زيهم Denka ما في. You know, are very innocent, and these are the majority people. I do believe that majority people قاعدين في بلد في أقصى الظروف وفي أكعب الظروف like any other tribe. I do believe, you know. Whatever happened, We need to be right and really to be precise. I think always I say this. أنا لما نيجي في التي في ده أنا ناس كبار وأنا ناس جادين. أنا ليلة أنا ما عندي زمن جاوب هنا ده أقول مثلا والله ده الفلان داري يعمل كده وداري يعمل خطة كده وداري يعمل خطة كده. You know, I don't believe, you know, in my life. زي ما كان قبل أنا سمعت من my sister هناك. Denka they don't plan 100 years front. You know, ما تشيلوني غلط. I'm not here on behalf of Denka, but I'm just trying to correct something I've heard here. You know, ما في Denka بقولوا في جنوب السودان ده كله وبقولوا بالليل كده جوا office يلا بخططوا directly يا to tribe دارين يشيلوا يا to tribe يجوا جاي ما في. I'm not aware of that. وأنا ما بعرف كلام زي ده وما في خطة أنينا زينا وزي any other tribe in South Sudan. ما في خطة بإنه South Sudan ده مثلا Denka يقولوا كده ويجيبوا بن بتاع بيت ويجيبوا السلطان يقولوا اسمع قبيلة فلان ده لازم يشيلوه من هنا. كلام ده ما في. أنينا زينا وزي أي South Sudanese. أنا always I say this. We have commonality. That's why I'm here always. Commonality ده شنو ده؟ Equatoria, Bahr el Ghazal, Upper Nile. من اللي خلق الدنيا ده كله ما يعود السيم قطاتي ده. حتى لو في زول يتعلم أول حاجة. You know? وينو مثلا اللي حصل في إكواتوريا ما حصل في Upper Nile. اللي حصل في Upper Nile ما حصل في Bahr el Ghazal والويسترن بحر الغزال. It's the same thing. You know? We just need to get back to our sense, not to provoke really tribe. I love to elevate the topic to the standard. You know, I don't want to always to bring it. Across all platforms, we're doing the same thing. We're saying the same thing. Problem is this, problem is that. But what I see problem of South Sudan, Yao Riek Machar guide, Yao President Kir guide, Yao Sawa guide, Yao Nas Fulan Gadin, Yao Nas Agwele Gadin, Yao Nas Fulan. They are working. They're not food to kill by magic. They're not going to live by magic. No. This is their reality. Okay, in this reality, what can we do as a South Sudanese to get rid of this? الناس اللي قاعدين كلهم في حكومة ده كلهم ناس مصالح. What they do to benefit themselves, regardless from Western Bahr el Ghazal, from Equatoria, from any other part of South Sudan. Guide for this system, I think they're benefiting themselves. But there is no system of one tribe in South Sudan, or there is a plan of really eliminating other and leave other people for South Sudan. So, Ana Hagifina, bita SSDY, that was a very, SSDR, that was a very huge accusation, and ma logical, ma fi kalam zeda. Kurkujo amala answer. I think I support Kurkujo answer. I'm not going to answer that. And that's all I can say. So I stop here. But for me, I always just want to put things the way it should be, to be realistic. My stand was separation. I'm not going to argue separation or not separation. I completely disagree with separation. We argue across a few platforms, the same routine, the same kalam, nasfilan amalu, the same thing, you know. But I don't want to really go into that. But I'm definitely South Sudan كله داير نلموا كده سوا وخطوا في مال واحد وكلنا نبنوا ونمشي قدام, whether we like it or no. And the last things I want to say, this is a very interesting discussion. You know, we all have a different idea, different experience. We came all from different walk of life. الحاصل هسه في جنوب السودان ده بواقي بتاع all generation. You know, أي زول في tribe بتاعه. أنا في tribe بتاعنا زمان. We tribe. We don't have to deny that. أنا في بعضنا قاعد نتنافس كtribe. You know, خليك من tribe أولاد عمام كقبيلة. ناس فلان ديل معلوم متى أحسن منهم متى ما أحسن منهم. ده حاصل وده واقع. We do it as a South Sudanese. You know, ما في جديد. What is new? We just need to pull this country regardless of what is going on. I always call it, this is the process building of a nation. You will be part of it. If you don't want to be part of it, it's all good. But at the end of the day, this is not the right time for us really to think we want to do the same thing as what our parents done. So I need to see we're hanging the idea of our old generation. Listen, I'm sure tribe for us. Across 75% of young South Sudanese قاعدين ناس كبار دول قاعدين بعملهم يوز بيشاكلوا الفشنو ملخبطين راسهم. لكن لو لقيتهم في محل معين They don't understand this is Fertiti, this is Denkawi, this is Filan, this is Filan. They don't understand that. But Asaf, they're holding on to it, and these are the people exactly in the power, and they're fighting their fight, and they're killing all this new generation to rebuild South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph Barak.
Can I chip in, Kurukuju, please?
Hey, Canada Giga, brother Gabriel Tor just came in. Let's hey,
Yeah,
you know, let him say something. Madalena, you are at home. You are staying here.
Yeah, no, I just need to chip quickly, even like 5 minutes, and then I will give a chance to my brother there.
Just hang on.
Yeah, please let us speak. Let us speak. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Ladies speak first.
Okay.
Thank you, brother Gabriel. Yeah. Come in, Madalena, please.
All right. I'm just chipping to my son here. Joseph is like my father's name. Your thought is really well. You speak very well. What I said before about the planning, if we are all South Sudanese and we support to have all opportunity, but right now they're all non-Dinkas, they're really less opportunity. Why I'm saying this, I have Dinka kids on my hand. I have 9 children from Dinka. They're from Lamoyanarik, and I'm fighting here for my own people. So I don't hate Dinka. I don't hate Dinka. I'm very honestly speaking, I don't hate Dinka, but I hate the government, the way they do. When I say Kir and his militia, Dinka militia, people, so I have Dinka kids in my hand, first of all, and I need to tell you, even you look like one of my son. So what I'm saying about the plan, this is a very long time ago. I think maybe you are young, that time you don't know. Because when I worked for UN before, I know what is going on in South Sudan, because UN, the people we know most than anybody in the ground. UN to country in South Sudan, but they just ignorance. They know what is like really wrong and with South Sudan, and they can fix this issue quickly. But because there is their business, fi South Sudan. So that's why when I plan long time ago, it is. I'm plan a very long time ago. Because it can shoot for South Sudan right now. We don't have system. Why there no system in the place? So that all the 64 tribes to have opportunity. Why is no system there? And we have a very, very great Dinkas with all like sense. The woman mustaqafin, mutalimin, woman mumkin shunu provoke, kir, ikutu kir firukun. Look, this doesn't work like this. Mafi right parliament. Fi parliament be speak rutan Dinka. That is wrong. See, when I'm gonna go higher, I'm lokan, I'm gultu. I'm not magana mashinam kur kalam da ana guta kalam di gibel inu higher, I'm plan long time ago. Why I'm plan long time ago? Because yes, I know Dinka, they work hard for this United, and other tribe too. Nas kulu shakol fi South Sudan de. Ma dururi tabi tishakil zol be sekin wala tak tu zol yeta shakalta fi harib. Different harib is different. Fi zol tani bamul bafra zede bedile zol lejesh u harab. Fi zol tani different shakal is different way. So the way lamaniji shufu bag other tribe, they are weak, they don't fight, they don't kill people. No, harib de is different way. So ana manguta amolo plan de because ita shufta Bahr el Ghazal de Dinka ta Bahr el Ghazal, they are the very strong Dinka in South Sudan. Why I'm saying this? Because Dr. John Garang used Bahr el Ghazal, Dinka Bahr el Ghazal more than any Dinka. See, like front line, the old Dinka bita Bahr el Ghazal ya man kan shakolo. This is I know.
Are you saying so, that Rajilak min Dinka Bahr el Ghazal?
No, I'm not. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Let me speak. Even Fartit they fight. Fartit fight, Kev. Can the Equatorial fight? Can Fartit fight? But different shakala different. I'm speaking the truth. So kalam alana guta amolo plan de because Dinka the way they're saying in Juba is all if washed. Madarlo يعني واحد اثنين and هنا شاكلنا we have a priority for this we into our first class and هنا second class and this is in Juba. أنا في Juba 3 years. I have a very big project in Juba. Project بتاعي مش كتوفى تبي لشنو because I was speaking a lot. I'm not gonna talk too much. 1, number 2, I'm telling the truth. and mafizol that true. South Sudanese ka John Rukulu kan denka kan nan dinkas. We don't like the truth. Ajal hagigi rahna maganu duru. Kan hajal nasiha ikolumude like other gabail tanin. We blame Dinka so much. Why we don't even stand up? We do something even better than Dinka. We don't do that. Ajal bitana fihini best wala Dinka, wala Dinka, wala Dinka. Like as a Equatorian, we need to separate. Separate what? What separate? Separation for what? Because people like really like to, you know, issue individual. Come, group. Denka, they don't do that. Dinka human believe munafisum ka gabila ta Denka, this is identity bitaman, and you will know Dinka as it can get fisas, it get mashat fa ay buga min buga alam. To gula am South Sudanese, they will tell you Dinka because they're in the system. Why you guys don't register yourself to be like Dinka? You have to talk about Dinka all the time, and you never do for yourself. Why you talking about Dinka? So fi hajat, fi a lot of things we need to discuss about it. So nas kali kalu hajat fuata, nasi kalumu. And Dinka kaman kali recognize people. We need to be recognized as the South Sudanese. As a haja Equatorian bugulu hamoshona ukida de. This is the fi hinak. The fi hinak Joseph. I'm telling you, ana fi South Sudan during the shakala bita 2013, ana fi Juba 14. 15, 16, 17. Ana fi Juba na jit raji for Australia 2017. Harib de kulu ana hinak. And I know what is going on there. So aja de kulu.
Take 1
Hello?
second.
Yes.
Hello.
So,
Yeah. I don't.
Dagiga, just hold it. Somebody is breaking down.
I think
But,
someone called.
But let us keep it friendly, and we don't have to go personal like Brother Justin from Britain. You know, just let us leave it aside. Myself, I am in-laws to Dinka. My kids are half Dinka, half Pretty. I have 3, so maybe my reproduction machine couldn't produce that much. But you know, nasmato katir fi Junub Sudan. We have to encourage, you know, al-wilada al-assassin to reproduce. On that note, بس عايز اقول انه في كلام بتاع مدام انجلينا دير كنت روقه في كشمو شويه. مدام مدلينا شوف انا قاعد انادي اسم خالي صفر ها يا مدلينا عايزه كنت روقه شويه في كشمو. لو اذا انتوا قاعدين في بيت اوكي عيال بتاع الدرات ابوكم عنده 4-5 نسوان وفي عيال بتاع مرة تاني طلعوا تكيانين يعني they claim everything ownership بتاع بيت ده. هل انت هتجري تسيب بيت ابوك كان انه يا المرة ده طلعوا تكيانين ولا you have to work على اساس انه تقول hey ده بيت بابا I am here to stay I am not going anywhere.
But this is exactly what I'm saying right now. That is exactly what I was saying, because
So,
we are as a non-Dinkas, we need to walk out. We need to do something. Like Dinka, I don't hate Dinka. Dinka, they have very unique culture, very unique, because they are very strong in their culture. Dinka, they don't play about their culture. As right now, let me finish, please. As we are Fertid or other non-Dinkas, we put Hina, Nukutu Tarha, Nukutu Shunu. Our culture is dead. Right now, I'm talking about our culture. I need this, رسالة ده يمشي لكل ناس حول العالم عشان يشوفوا. شفت الدينكا culture of the Dinka is very unique, and they will never even like really تصل تقول إنت يا تقبيلة. لكن هنا we have to زول يجي يسألك إنت يا تقبيلة. لكن دينكاو ما بسألوا إنت دينكاو إنت يا تقبيلة في South Sudan. Yes, دينكاو ما بيتغير, because their culture, I love their uniqueness, and they are the solidarity. They're very, very stick together, whatever matter is. But we need to do it too. So they we need to learn from them too. Hajel bekaluma is strong this, That's the who bita gabila bitaman the best yabakal Dinka very strong. Dinka is like very, very, very easy people, and they're very good people. If can really come together close to Dinka, they are not bad people. But Dinka, بس مشكلة بتوع إنت ما يعني تجي تطلع قوام كده دار تكون هناك في قدامه. ده Dinka ما دارو وما داري as right now ما داري نامو recognize anybody, only themselves. We can do it. We can do ourselves. We can show our identity to the world. We are who we are. But the issue, we don't do it. We just complain so much. Dinka do that, Dinka don't do that. We don't do ourselves things.
Thank
we
you,
love
Madam.
complaining.
Madam Madalena, hold it. It is unfair to Gabriel Tor being with us patiently. So I will yield the microphone to Brother Nderinda. Just welcome Brother Gabriel here in the studio and give him the floor, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brother Gabriel Tor, if my memory serves me right, I think we had you before on ZööMTV here.
Correct.
So I hope you are settled there, because you're still moving around. If you're settled, if you're settled in there, then yes, you're welcome for us for this in this episode. I recall some of the stuff you said last time. It was really touching, and it is the impression I got from you by then was the impression of a Junubi, a South Sudanese, which is something that earlier on when we started this show, I happened to mention that a time will come, maybe next century, 22nd century or so, a time will come whereby all these tribes of South Sudan will just become something that we can remember in something in history. Will become South Sudanese. And I happened to give an example of Europe, the Vikings, the Visigoth, and but I'm not saying this thing as I'm making up these names. These are true names there. These were tribes. These were tribes.
Yeah.
In Europe. But where are they today? If you start asking someone in Europe and say, which do you belong to, the Vikings or the Visigoth and the whatever, they will tell you, wait a minute, give me a chance. They need to go back and research. This is their own tribe. They're going to research it to come and tell you, oh, yep, I've come to realize that I'm actually from the lineage of the Vikings. But today they don't say that anymore. They're now calling themselves Scottish, Britons, Germans, you name it. All this stuff. All these countries that you see, and you go there and look here, Australians. This is an example. This is the way. We South Sudanese are still, and all the Chinese and all this who come here. After a while, all of this stuff, these names will disappear. It will just remain Australian. Why are we saying this? Look at Aborigines. Aborigines come as something you have to mention it when there is something specific come around. Then you mention them. But otherwise, it is Australians. Anything is Australian. So that's how these tribes will disappear. But when they disappear, they should disappear in a good way. Like the Britons, disappear in a good way and they become something else. But without going into that so much, that was the impression I got from you last time. You speak up your mind as a Junubi. So you're welcome, my brother Gabriel Tor. I think if you are the one who muted yourself, you can unmute yourself. But if not, then I might try it. No, it was you who muted yourself. You can unmute yourself and come in. Thank you.
Yeah. Before Gabriel, بس في قصة صغيرة كده داير أقوله because أي حاجة لازم يقولوا سخن
Give Gabriel a room. This guy is so polite and so humble.
Paddle. No, let him say something. Let him say something. Say something. I'm going to come here. Say your little thing. I know you guys don't consume time. I
want to just say something to my sister. في زمن كده أنا كنت في فيسبوك في أغنية بتاعت توكا جميل كده أنا لقيته في فيسبوك. أنا وانا لقيته أنا كنت أغنية ده نزل ما أشوفه كنت لقيته في مطار لتوكا كان بيرقصوا في مطار كان في استقبال بتاع شنو أنا ما أعرف في جوبا. أنا قلت خلاص كده أنا دار أغاني بتاع توكا. أنا مشيت في فيسبوك في يوتيوب عملت تايب في يوتيوب كلام اللي تقوله قبل ده is very hard. أغاني بتاع دينكا كله يوجوني ما يعني بتاع ساوث السودان عشان تجيب اسم بتاع توكا والاسم بتاع أي قبيلة ما في.
Never.
أنا لقاني كله أغاني تاعتك أنا قلت أعمله يوتيوب ده كمان ده كير ولا شنو يا أعمله كنترول.
مش يوتيوب براو is all like for network بتاع عالم South Sudan is like really best in Amolo set up for Dinka. That is what Namanana Gutelek Hagina Amulino set up. You don't believe me, but I know what is going on there. Because system, Umanaslu Amdinu le Dinka, Gabail Dinka only. It can type even crash, will never come. And YouTube fee nak be crash fee, be dogo fee, be Gabail el Aksi, you know, fee. Lekin Mabeji. Be Jikila Dinka best.
All right, brother. Thank you. Thank you. You go. Del Karaman Kwediaro Guru, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Come in, Gabriel Tor.
Sorry, Tor.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I'm greeting you all and glad to be here once again. And yes, you remember, this is my second time. There was last time I was with you and we had good time. And like I last time say, I'm saying good morning and good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be back and to be on. And I'm so appreciative of those who came and spoke, regardless of how we differ. And how we differ is what shows we are human and we think, and of course we think differently. I can't insult somebody for having a different view unless it's something destructive. But ideas are always, welcome. And I wish I could speak Arabic beautifully like you guys speak it, but, Arabic bitai, debitat moya or el alibsal akilu direction wajat said. El Indu wadu with name talata kulu, it's all they're all things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you wanted to ask me a question right now or later on just to guide me or ask me to answer a particular question, then you are welcome to do so. But I'm going to come in and maybe say, a few things about what I just had for the last few minutes, the short time I've been on, just to say the truth. Thank you very much. And I wish we all have cell phones or electronic devices that allow us to be connected to Zoom or the internet connection so we can even zoom in everywhere we are so that we can listen, communicate, and share ideas. But, unfortunately, not all of us have the advantage of having the internet and the devices that we are using right now. But yes, still, we can always take the message back home, If I share with other two, that's how we get the message across. I think one of the most meaningful and honorable link or connection or a TV, I would say Zoom, would get 5 stars or be on top of the list of the TVs that we use online here. Because of the coordination you guys do, you are very sound-minded, you have the sense of nationality, and wisdom, education, and all that. I can give you credit for that, and I'm clapping for you. And please clap for yourself. To come to the point, yes, if I say something that is, if I say something that is not, if I define something in a different way, right? And someone take it and it's picked up, or if I joke about something and then someone understood it and take it as not a joke, that joke can lose its meaning.
Correct.
That joke can lose its meaning. And going back to that little bit of the names, you might have had few people laughing, when we were talking about SSD. It's a question that once came up into my mind. Why did they add D, And Dinka didn't even come into my mind. But tonight I had, Dinka could be one of the questions, that D might have been narrated or added by somebody, But, I was like, why was it not SS? Because most of the countries, put in short, like if you go to Kenya, it's KE. You go to Uganda, it's UG. You go to the rest of the countries, unless where it says United Kingdom or United States of America, and then it has the United and then the States and then the America. That make it the USA. And you know, if I have question in mind, like right now, it could be answered like, could you say it a while ago that when Sudan is written, it doesn't stand as S alone, it's SD. So if we have subsection of Sudan because we are subsection of Sudan, so if there is something like West Sudan, it should be WSD. If there is something like South Sudan, it should be SSD. I believe that answered the question. And, you know, if that was misleading, I think we can stop it from there. We have been answered. So if Sudan is SD, then South Sudan is SSD. If there is Central Sudan, there should be CSD in there. And yes, of course, I think I need to enlarge this if I can make my mini screen larger. Ndiranda, right? Ndiranda? Is that how you pronounce your name, Ndiranda? Yeah. Answering your question of the tribe, that's true. If we are using our tribes in a meaningful way, because most of the world today, if they talk about tribe, they talk about tribe about museum, you know, like cultural architects or cultural materials that don't need to be destroyed, cultural land, you know, the narrative of nativity, of ownership of a place. You know, that's when people talk of tribe. But with us, we talk of tribe when we wanted to get into leadership, when who is killing who is not allowing who to pass. Yes, exactly. You know, which is the wrong thing. And because, like you say, everybody came from a tribal community until like maybe 100 or 300, like you talk about bikers. You know, the bikers were tribemen. They once, you know, used to attack each other by, you know, tribe attack other tribe in Europe before they spread to New Zealand, Australia, USA, Canada, and other part of the world. They were just tribes. They were hunting. They were keeping their cattle. They used to marry. They used to pay bride price or dowries, you know, to each other until when they spread and, you know, they developed themselves and they tried to conquer the world and they left their tribes behind. And that's what we needed to do. And that made me happy when I see you are here as a Junubi. You are here as a Sudanese and not a tribe X and tribe that. And yes, we can always go back to tribe. If there's a tribe that is building or doing something destructive to us, if there's a tribe that's a barrier, then of course that tribe's name is always going to come up. Because when you wanted to go ahead, you wanted to break the barrier. And if Dinka is a barrier, that name is going to come up. And whoever that mentioned that name is not going to be blamed, because if Dinka is a barrier, it's going to be a barrier for 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, D. And if the barriers are properly named and suggest a way to cut, break, or bend the barriers, then they should be brought up by people who have the national agenda in mind. So that's true. You know, so there was one time, I'm sorry, I think someone is trying to call me. One time I got a job. It was not long ago. And then I walked to work and like a Latino man started asking me that I was from tribe A and tribe B. And I said, no. I told him I'm just a Junubi. And he keep on bringing up all questions. And this guy hang around with me for like about 5-10 minutes, trying to tell me, are you from tribe X, C, D? And I said, no, I'm from no tribe. I'm just from Sudan, or I'm from South Sudan. This man was tired and gave up and said, hey, you know what? Maybe you're not proud about your tribe. you know? And that's because the narration or narrative of some other people that, when asked, a tribe should not come up as part of your description, especially if you are this far. If you have crossed the borders of your country and continent, people were still talking about tribes in Western world. I'm saying shame on them. Unless you're mentioning that tribe because of economical related issues, because of a historical reason, but not the way you describe yourself. Description should be left to your name and your country, where your ancestors came from. It's not where your tribe came from. And those things, they take us behind. I told this guy, no, I'm not from tribe Z or C. I'm a Janubi. And the last thing he told me, he said, maybe you're not proud about your tribe. I didn't answer that, but there is other way of answering that. Maybe my tribe is a bad tribe, that could be answered by someone else.
Correct.
But I was proud that I didn't give in to even name a tribe where I came from, because I'm not proud of describing myself, giving my background using a tribe. It's a useless description, and I should not do that. But yes, if there are bad tribes, we should describe them and wrap them up with the name of a nationality. Coming to the question of jobs, accusations came up a lot. And a lot of people have been, of course, the dominant tribe, the Dinka, have been accused of dominating jobs in the government and local branches of the government. And that is true. I would agree. Because regardless of 30 years that I have spent outside of South Sudan, 30 years, because I left as a child, and I had always been back home. And I had seen this country growing from what the baby country has been called to what it is right now. And I had seen it. And one thing of a dominant could be the population of a particular group. That's one. Second, it could be corruption. It could be corruption of someone naming or giving people from his section jobs. And that should be considered as corruption. It's a evil deed. This is not a good idea. That's not how we could go. Fighting or might have liberated the country as the lead or majority. It shouldn't be used as the way to reap or harvest the national resources. It would be a bad idea to do. Yes. So the rumor is that I heard that the Dinka dominated the government, and then the NGOs are dominated by the Equatorians. It's a rumor I had. I can explain some part that I have no idea about the rest.
Yeah.
Coming to how people have been, other people have been called as not South Sudanese. Other people have been called as Ugandan or Zahiri or, Zaharians or Congolese.
Yeah.
It could be Kenyans. The narration came because during the struggle, there were stories. There were stories of people because we were displaced. So there were stories of people, if they find green pastures across the border, they call themselves that community. And that might have translated into maybe if that is still existing, because there were people who settled in Uganda and called themselves Ugandans. Because they got into the community, they were not segregated, they were not discriminated against, and they built that community and they called themselves that, and they went to school and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it's happened and someone is still tracing those who across the borders to the other countries and, try to come back. And if there's someone that can identify them, maybe that's the reason why some other people are saying, oh, these people are not Sudanese, but no one would tell a Janubi or a South Sudanese that they are not South Sudanese.
Yeah.
Unless the DNA, the vital document tells you are a foreigner. But without a proof, It should be shame on those who would just point people either because of their physical features or something like that, that they are not South Sudanese. That could be wrong. And those people need to be condemned. We are all Junubin, and we are similar or different slightly and relate to our neighboring communities because we have the same communities within South Sudan that we have across our borders that speak some of the languages that's spoken by our subsection inside our country. And that argument is always going to be there. But of course, if someone is telling someone that has the details to prove that, people should use legal means to do that. Sorry, I'm dragging this long.
No,
yeah.
You are making sense. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sure. So this argument have been there from the very beginning during the struggle with the North. For the last 30, 40 years, those have been there. There were people I found in neighboring countries like in Uganda, in Ethiopia, in Kenya. And of course, these people, there is not a way you can condemn them because we have Nuer in Ethiopia and we have the other Nuer in South Sudan. We have a Nuak on the other side of the border in Ethiopia, and we have a Nuak Junubi. We have some other equatorial tribes who also live in Uganda as Ugandans, and there are some on this side of the border who are Junubin or Sudanese. Same thing to the Uganda border.
My tribe, the Maya, we are in Central Africa all the way to Cameroon.
Imagine.
Yeah. So and Luo too. Luo in Kenya.
Yeah,
Luo in Kenya, in all East Africa.
Luo and Taposa relate to the Kenyan Turkana.
Yeah.
Or Karamojong in Uganda. They are Choli on this side and a Choli on the other side. So this can always bring confusion, but it cannot bring to a point we can oppress ourselves. We need to accept ourselves and, of course, say the government has been dominated by X and it has to be done this way. I had said this last time and I'm saying it again. People calling for suppression, it's not something I would say yes for right now. But these people have the right argument. Because if the brothers in power are not giving brothers on the other side of the land a chance to rule, to voice out, to live on their land and live peacefully, then why would the question of I'm going to separate not come into question? I myself, for the sake of it, I once said that if South Sudan government is not accepting us, those who will be accepted, the Uganda government is good enough, have to go to Uganda, and the rest of us have to go to Ethiopia, and take the land with us. We're not moving by ourselves. We take the piece of land we are on and be cut into the other land because it's part of the negotiation. It's part of the negotiation. I live in Upper Nile. And one was mad because there is no need the government would allow its civil population to kill itself or send it armed forces to destroy villages. And I was not happy about that. It's something shameful. We can't be displaced into Congo, into Uganda, into Ethiopia, or onto the other side of the Nile, or on the other side of the hills by our own government. As we had seen, there were evidence of rape, killing of people. That should have not been allowed by Salva Kiir's government to happen. And I'm told there is nothing that has been done that give us hope to embrace ourselves. And this thing should have been started by the government and people in government. And we should blame the people who are sent as representatives from all tribes, from all regions, because they have not done their part. We blame Kiir, but our representatives have done completely nothing. Then being there, lick the boots of people who are their superiors and not say something about how the people that send them there, people who are suffering in villages, under the trees, or being killed by the government, they have said nothing. If there are people who might have spoken at maybe 1, 2, 3, and there are hundreds of representatives that were sent from south, north, east, west of the country south. And these people have done completely nothing. I was happy about the recent convention. How did they call the recent gathering where all the representatives were called?
National dialogue.
There you go, national dialogue. That national dialogue need to be taken to all the villages and to all the corners, not only in Juba. I think it's a good start if people can listen to themselves. If people can listen to themselves and take it to all the districts, take it to all the Payamo or the villages in the area, and talk to local chief, and listen to them. Listen to them. It's a good start if they were going to take things that were said and take the dialogue further. Like take the dialogue away from Juba. Because these people, they talk here, the security is close to them. Salva Kiir is here, they're waiting to be given position. They can't even say much. Because whoever that's going to say much is who the security is going to look for next day.
Yeah.
If they can take it to Western Bahr el Ghazal, Northern Bahr el Ghazal, take it to Upper Nile, take it to Eastern, Western Equatoria, and bring all this to Juba. Take it to Lake State and bring all those back. And do a joint dialogue of people who return from these areas to come and tell the government what did they hear? What have they had from the remote areas of the country? What is someone keeping his chicken, local farmer doing? What is a fisherman in Lake State saying to the government? If we do that dialogue and spread it that way, I think that would be a meaningful way for us to understand our pain, our issues, and embrace our identity. So the people who are representing people haven't done much. They are the people that have let us down. Coming to the question of, that Dr. John used the Dinka Bahr el Ghazal to fight the war, it could be a question. People from Bahr el Ghazal say that Dr. John used us. But I had a little brother, and maybe people are saying it anywhere. But the question of majority is still coming here because about 80 to 90% of the Dinka population live in Bahr el Ghazal region. So if most of the people or the Dinka that fought the war came from Bahr el Ghazal, yes, you blame that on the population. Because if we talk about Bor that has the if we talk about the Bor district area or the former Bor, that is Bor, the Twi, the Hall, or the Duk, the Dukan people, that small population is not even 5% of the Dinka population. So majority of the Dinka live in Bahr el Ghazal. And that was the reason it looked like they were used. The other minority Dinka who live among the Chiluk, the Nuer, and how do I call that? Yeah, those Dinka are minority, and they may account to like about 10 to 15% of the Dinka population. It's my own guess. Someone who had the population of all these Dinka in Upper Nile, because the Dinka in Upper Nile are the minority. So the Dinka in Bahr el Ghazal are the majority of the Dinka people or the Dinka tribe. So that may use like they were the people that were used. And I have detail if that's what I was going to get into and say it, okay. Maybe the other minority contributed more and their numbers were not seen. It may be a small tribe in Equatorial region might have contributed more than the Dinka. But because of their small population, they might have been seen like they were not there because the other bigger population swallowed them. So that's my question right there. So there was no intention to use a particular group. That's what I would say. and there was no intention to ignore any particular people, unless it's all about communication. So if someone was sent to the Equatorial region and come with 5 people, and the one that was sent to the Dinka came with 15, that may explain the story. But right now, as a country, there should be no need of a single section or tribe to control the army. They can still be big in numbers, but there should be nothing like that. There should be open enrollment that doesn't only get to one section to enroll into the army, the police force, the fire brigade. It should be something that should be looked to, and it's the responsibility of people who are representing, starting from the vice president down to the speaker, people in the house, whatever the parliament. I will end it there. If people speak their local languages in the parliament because they have difficulty speaking Arabic or English, and there is a translator, people can speak their local languages in the parliament. Our complications are our dialects or different languages. Thank you, everybody. Shukran. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop there. So I took your time, and I think that's the little I have. If someone have questions for me, that's what I will need to answer. But otherwise, I'm giving a chance back to you. Thank you.
May
I interject?
Just hold it, Odysseus. Pause. Just pause. Okay, pause for a moment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let us stop this demagoguing and stereotyping that we have been practicing. Please. Okay? This young man here, Gabriel Tor, he spoke as an academician. Okay? Please forget about where he's coming from, what tribe. Undo it. Okay? Forget about it. Because this is what is pulling us back, and it will continue to pull us back. Because this guy is a Dinka, this guy is a Nuer, whatever he's gonna say, regardless of how sincere, how academic he did his presentation, and still people want to pull him down just because by tribe he's Dinka. This is wrong. It won't take us anywhere, please. Okay, let us stop it. Let us stop listening tribal. Oh, and we look at the name. Oh, this name sound Dinka or sound Nuer. Oh, he must be a Nuer guy or a Dinka guy or whatever. Then if I decide to come in with my name, Moses Benjamin, this is the official, my baptismal name, how are you going to distinguish me? Okay, this is wrong, please. Let us have a healthy debate. I'm not imposing anything on anybody, but when we listen to somebody who is telling the truth, regardless of their tribe, let us give him the credit. You cannot associate somebody like Gabriel Tor here with Yen Council of Elder. This policy of demagoguing, divide and conquer, this is what pulling our country back. Please, if, even though if you decide to separate, okay, you are going to have your own entity, your own country there. But this tribal thing will follow you, okay? Again, it is going to impact this new country. So let us be realistic and stop this listening ear of, because so and so. Let us be realistic. Let us try to find what can bring us together more than what will separate us. Because this is the only way forward that will bring Junubin together, okay? When you defend, you try to be whatever about your group or your tribe, but also give a room to listen to the other side without, having a selective ear. That is why I ask, let us pause it, okay? Brother Gabriel, it worth listening to you, okay? You made an academic argument. This is from my humble perspective, Okay, you made an academic argument, very slow and very articulate. Okay, you know, they need somebody who will come with the sloop at the fight. Okay, whoa, you know, but it is a little bit people, maybe some of them, they felt a little bit half asleep or whatever, but whoever is following attentively can listen to your presentation, and this is a healthy conversation. It's worthwhile sitting and having intellectual like yourself to come and bring their perspective. I will yield the microphone back to my co-host, Derinda. You can pick it from there.
Thank you, Krikuju. Again, you've said it all for Brother Gabriel. Brother Gabriel, you haven't failed to amaze me. That's exactly how you came last time when you came to ZööMTV. You came and spoke your mind. You've given us your humble what you think. It is true, not anyone is going to accept what you said. And believe it or not, that's just the nature of the beast. That's the nature of of people, not our people, but that's the nature of being a person or a human being. Not everything that another human will be saying will be acceptable to all. So some people will accept it fully, some people will accept it, a little bit of it, some people will completely disqualify it. There are some people will consider that they haven't heard you as a they haven't heard what you said, but that's just the nature of us being as human. I don't have anything to say to you, but my brother, it's great to have you on the show all the time to speak your piece of mind, whatever you said. If it is to something that I'm quite sure it helps others out there. And I don't think you go to many shows out there on social media. I haven't seen you, at least in other shows. Maybe you go to other shows that I don't know, but at least I see you come to ZööMTV. And not because I'm from ZööMTV, but having heard you several times, and for me, it means that you, as an individual, you have your own way of thinking about us as Junubin. Whether that is agreeable with everyone or disagreeable, that is the way I look at you. And you say a lot of things. I might disagree with you in some things that you're saying, but many of the things you say, I agree with it because that's the way I think. It falls along the way my line of thinking. And I'm not going to let any deterrent take me away and say, oh, wait a minute. What are you trying to say? Why are you agreeing with him? Or why are you agreeing with her? Or why agree with that person or that individual or, or that group or not that other group? That's not my way of thinking. My way of thinking is always straight. You know what? I think the way I think. And I don't expect, even I don't expect Krikuju to believe me or to agree with me. That is just me, I will speak my mind out and that's it. I'll put it there. That's the way I believe in it. You wake me up in the middle of the night and the first question you say to me is, what the hell were you thinking? I'll tell you exactly what I was thinking at that moment, because I have my own way. And that is the way it is going to be. As long as you're still a human breathing in and out, you will hear negative, you will hear positive, and then you'll hear the neck pause. That is the negative and the positive put together, and that is more confusing because you're not sure what is it about. You'll hear those stuff, but it's okay. It is us. That's why we have brains. That's why we are. I know you said you don't speak Arabic that well, but insan natiq, a human being, talks because they think. That's what makes separate us from animals. Animals don't think. Animals, most likely, when the sun comes up, they are busy looking for the grass or looking for another to reproduce. That's about it. They don't have anything else. They just run around. So, but as humans, we've got that piece of brain to think about things, whether we're thinking negatively or positively or neck pause. So that's the way we go. I thank you so much. And I think I need to, before, I know, Athika, you've been here since Gibel, so you are staying with us, not a problem. My brother King Ajak has turned up here. I better welcome him because I do know one thing about King Ajak. He's in Dubai, and Dubai has a history of bad network probably across the whole world, even though Dubai has gone that high. But they have issue with the internet, and it's just really annoying, you know, with all this تقدم وحاجات اللي في دبي ده كله. تجي في النتورك بتاعهم ولا يحيرك، you know، يخطك في حته ذاتك تقعد تسال نفسك what is going on. So my brother King Ajak, with your permission, brother Krikuju, we can give platform to King Ajak and my brother Gabriel. If you want to stick around, that's good. Or if you want to leave, it's the prerogative is all yours. You when you leave, if you decide to leave, stay so you can hear. But if you don't want to leave, you can stay up here, and we have no problem with that. Brother King Ajak, unmute yourself and drop your sense. Please make it specific so that we make use of that bandwidth you're having so far. Thank you. Further.
Okay. Yes, I greet all the guys here in the studio. I can start with Brother Demdra and Brother Kurkuju. That's Joseph Bright. I greet all of you and our sister here also. اليوم طبعا شايف ناس واو نار اليوم مولع شديد.
Situation room.
Yeah, special room today is very hot. Yeah. And also this our brother just I hope برضو brother Gabriel Tor. Yeah. أول مرة نشوف برضو لكن just he talk a good talk today and مبسوطين من كلامه. Maybe just I can speak Arabic, mix some English, okay? Okay. Just maybe I can start from the topic. أنا كنت متابع معكم من قبل. نبدأ بموضوع بتاع الاستغلال بتاع أخواننا اللي طلعوا من أيو. Anyhow, زي ما بقولوا هما نازل طبعا like Burkuju just they pull out from the IO. For me I can say it's better. Because لأنه مشكلة بتاع غرب بحر الغزال ما بدأ maybe you start before IO. And like Burkuju said before, maybe those people they see something bad and they came out from that way. وأنا ما هتكلم فوق كتير. لكن برضو الأفضل ذاته هم لو مرقوا من IO لكن they have to be with أسود. They can follow that mission بدو من تقريبا 2012. Yeah. فأنا ما هتكلم فوق كتير. نجي نتكلم في موضوع طبعا أنا هنا ما يسمع في واو. اتربينا في واو هنا أولاده ذاته يا واو. We was living there for a long time. وطبعا أول ما خشينا واو بنعرف حاجة اسمه قبائل تفرقيت لكن we cannot اتربينا هناك ما بتقدر you cannot know the different Balan they don't go the Reiteration. Yes, I know there is a separatist. They live like a one people, one nation. فترة عيش هناك في بحر الغزال في واو. يعني حتى لحد ما مرقنا يعني كان في محبة وفي سلام بين الناس. أنا بتذكر قبل كنت متابع برنامج غرب بحر الغزال في أخونا ذكر قبل كان في موضوع بتاع كونفرنس اللي عملوه قال بتاع الأبقار يخشوا. في واحد قبل أنا بتذكر تابعت كلامه بقول بينه أصلا في واحد يعني من منجان الزمان قاعدين في غرب بحر الغزال حتى كان عنده مراه في وسط فراتيب ما في زول كان عنده معه مشكلة. حتى أبقار بتاعته بطلع بيمشوا بيعرفوا طريقهم وبيجوا راجعين في مراه ما كان في مشاكل ولا بخشوا في مزرعة بتاع زول. فده حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل هسه طبعا يا وراه طبعا زي ما قاعد تقولوا كل مرة اللي هو الحزب الأجنبي اللي حاكمنا plus the another party the family that ده اللي جايبين لنا كل مشاكل ده. فبالنسبة للموضوع بتاع مؤتمر اللي عملوه قال بتاع الأبقار رجس I surprised for that يعني before أبقار ده كانوا بياكلوا من وين؟ فأنا برجع تاني للمشكلة الأصلية بتاع بحر الغزال from 2012 موضوع بتاع نقل بتاع محافظة بتاع واو لبقاري ده أو ده الأسباب بتاع المشكلة أصلا. there is something going on يعني مش في بحر الغزال بس طبعا الناس قبل في ناس يتدخلوا ويتكلموا the same thing يا حاسب برضو in Upper Nile they want to push some people also another place from Upper Nile from Malakal يعني نفس الحاجات الحاصل في غرب بحر الغزال يعني لأن طلعوا ناس من محافظة بتاع واو لبقاري ودخلوا أبقار there is some plan there is some agenda they want to put not only in just in Bahr el Ghazal or in Upper Nile, also in Equatoria. يعني ممكن ندي امثال ده كتير. مثلا نشوف في اتجاه نوملي نفس المشاكل، دخلوا بقر وفي استراتيجيه ماشيه. اصلا انا رايته قبل يعني في بدايه كلامكم انا شفت في مثلث ماشي مستهدف اهتاد معين، غرب بحر الغزال، ملكال. طبعا سنترال ايكواتوريا اصلا اوريدي از اندر كنترول، ما في زول بيتكلم فوق لانه they are inside there. لو في اي شيء مديرين يقرموه هناك بيقرموه، طبعا هم ماسكينه بكل قوه بتاعتهم. فشيء انا بقوله يعني زي كان في اخوتنا يتكلم قبل موضوع بتاع سبريشن بين الناس دايرين ينفصلوا ده. يس انا رايته، انا ما زول انفصال، انا زول بتاع وحده. We have to unite it, all of us, for South Sudan. Like اخونا كلم قبل شوي, we cannot talk for the tribe. Yes, we can talk like we are South Sudanese. عشان نقدر نشوف الاستراتيجيه الماشيه ده دايرين نطلعوا ناس من مناطقهم ودايرين يغيروا الخرطه بتاع ساوث سودان والوضع الناس كانوا عايشين فوق من زمان. But yes, we have to unite and focus for that عشان نقدر نمرق من الحته ده ونرجع وضع بتاعتنا الزمان. فغايته كلامي الاخير زي انا ما قلت هسه we have to focus في موضوع بتاع الاستهداف بتاع المناطق دي اللي هو غرب بحر الغزال، ابا نايل، عن مناطق اخرى في استوائيه. وفي اجنده اصلا الجماعه دي بينفذوا فوقه، والاجنده الناس بينفذوا فوقه طبعا انا ما اقدر اذكر، لكن هنا عارفين who is doing those things. We have to unite it like South Sudanese كان من بحر الغزال، من ابر نايل، من استوائيه. We have to unite it عشان نقدر نطلع الحزب الاجنبي ونقدر نرجع بلدنا ونعيش في محبه، ودين واو ذاته يرجع زي ما كنا. انا اتربيت في واو وعشت في واو وانا بعرف واو كان كيف. وانا بحاول برضو كوميونيتي بتاع كل بتاع فرتيت they have to be careful, they have to unite it. لازم يلموا بعضهم كأسرة واحد زي ما كانوا عايشين زمان عشان نقدر نحل مشاكل الحاصل كله. الموضوع ده بدأ بموضوع بتاع يعني زي ما قلت وذكرت قبل، موضوع بتاع يحولوا محافظة بتاع واو لبقى ده بداية المشكلة ذات. But those people they have agenda, they are doing just step by step. Until when we don't care for حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل زي ما في زول ذكر قبل maybe there are some tribes they cannot be in South Sudan. لو حاجات دي استمر لفترة مثلا في قبائل هيكونوا ما في بينهم بهذه الطريقة. أنت زي ما شفت هسه في ملكال nobody living inside the town، ناس في يونمس. أنت لو حاولت تطلع راسك برا تلقى. Also the same thing happened in the other state. So we have to be careful. The important thing is we have to unite عشان نقدر نحل المشكلة الحاصل ده. ممكن ندي فرصة لناس تاني لو في كلام تاني بعدين نقدر نضيفه. شكرا.
عندك سؤال هنا. Maybe I just need you to answer that question.
Okay.
لأنه السؤال أصلا موجه لك I believe. أنا بحطه في screen so you can see it. قال إيه وأنا هديك فرصة تجاوب. قال يا أخي Mr. Speaker maybe Luo. My problem is why Luo took Jenge names. What is the reason behind that? Tell me please. So I'm gonna just give you that فرصة. I want you to answer because probably there is a reason why I'm giving you فرصة to answer this question. So can you please answer, because this is now you talking about you. Who are you, King Ajak? Because it's obvious Zole ma bi'arfak, and he has an option. He has made an assumption of as who you are. But tell him who you are, please.
Yeah, I'm from Lua. You want to know that I'm from Lua? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
I grow in وقال شنو ثاني؟
قال لك انه ليه انتوا ناس لوا شايلين اسماء بتاع دينكا؟ واي؟
اوكي كده عشان نجيب له اولا عندنا قاسم مشترك ولو عنده معلومه بانه just Shuluk. Yeah, طبعا هنا أصلا لو لكن طبعا our tribe is Cholo. Okay? But the fish بتنا لو cannot just there is something called Nilotic قبائل النيلية.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to say because
Yeah.
القبائل
ده وصل
النيلية
المشترك
كلهم
بيناتنا.
صمام واحد.
يا سامينا كله حتى الكلام
correct.
ذات. يعني ناس زي عندنا في شلوك بنقول بي. دينك بقولوا بيو. ولو لهسه حتى في باقي القبائل حتى النوير ذات ولا المويه ما عارفهم بيكون قريب برضه. حتى الاسماء ذات عندنا تشابه في الاسماء. أسي زي دين في شلوك وفي نوير وفي يعني ثلاثة قبائل ده كله مشترك. وطبعا اللي بربطنا ده مع كلمة قبائل نيلية.
That's exactly. This is the simple question. Yeah, Mr. Ajak. The simple question. أنت بعاز زول ده. أنت بانسى زول تقول له أنا من قبائل النيلية. Like I'm myself. I'm half caste. Kresh and Luo. So قبائل النيلية هو Luo in general, and then Dinkas and all this قبائل النيلية أسماء واحد. يعني كان انت جيت في الدينكا ولا جيت في اللو انت بتشوف المرج بتاعهم السيميلر او شلوك كل قبائل ديل قبائل نيليه ان هو اصلا يعني الاداه وتقاليد واحده. الزول لما يسالك ليه اسمك زي الدينكا.
Sister Madalena, I thank you for giving that a little bit of elaboration. But this question is specifically for King Ajak. If your chance comes later, if you want to bring about something to explain a little bit more, that will be great. But we need King Ajak to try to explain more because probably our brother Justin Bellini, either he didn't know King Ajak is from where, or he made an assumption, and now he needs to find out. And that's my own belief. Yeah. So
exactly.
Yeah.
I think just I answered the question or listen feedback حاجات تاني. وطبعا
you are the one you are the Luo one, not me.
Yeah,
so you are the one to explain.
Yeah, I tell him Luo is مقسم على يعني Luo يتقسم على قبائل كتير. Even in Upper Nile now there is Luo, Cholo. In Bahr el Ghazal we have Luo also.
Yeah.
Even we have a Blandabo is part of Luo. You know that in Bahr el Ghazal, Blandabo. And when you go to Fistoaya, there is Luo also. There is Acholi and Peri. Maybe there are more than 3, 4, 5 tribes in Fistoaya.
Yeah. Okay. Last question for you, King Ajak, and then you can sit back and rest if your network will help you. Is this what happened in Western Bahr el Ghazal من استغلالات جماعية كويس has created a bit of because this is our topic really. Anything else is قبل طلع فروع ده بس من the same topic. ده استغلال الجماعية اللي حصل created a bit of a confusion. That's the way of my way of putting it. بحكم انه في ناس مع الاستغاله، في ناس ضد الاستغاله، في ناس قالوا انتوا لما مشيتوا ما شاورتونا، وانتوا لما جيتوا راجين هسه ما شاورتونا، انتوا جايين راجين. وفي ناس واقفين قاعدين فيهم يقولوا لهم انا ما فاهمين اي حاجه. So what for us the way we look at it احنا قلنا يا جماعه it's not about انتوا مشيتوا ما شاورتونا ورجعتوا ما شاورتونا انه دارين ترجعوا. It is about the fact انه لو في مشكله في منطقه زي ده المفروض the intellectuals الناس الكل المتعلمين وكل الشباب والنسوان الرجال كلهم يقعدوا تحت في جنب ترابيزه رمله بتاعهم يقعدوا and discuss this because it's a high time. Maybe that's a turning point in their history of Western Bahr el Ghazal. It's a high time they have to sit down and discuss how to advance their case. They have to figure out a way because it didn't work there. Now they're all back, so let's work it out. So, Eta, what is your advice?
Okay. You know what, just like from the beginning أنا وقت بدأت أتكلم أنا اتربيت فيه طبعا. And I know the culture of ناس تواو ناس فراتيب.
Yeah.
Advice that even those just ناس they pull out plus the other brothers are in the ground. All the people, all the community, they have to sit and talk. أنا ما بدي يصلوا لحل للمشكلة ده. أنا موضوع ده ماشي حبة زي أنا ما ذكرت لك قبل شوية. They start to push المحافظة برا, and now there is another issue. عملوا conference قال في بكر خاشي, and we don't know what going just to come later. But my advice to this community for it, they have to unite and sit and talk عشان يقدروا يحلوا مشاكل الموجود. This is very important. They have to unite. لازم يتوحدوا ويقعدوا زي ما قلت, يقعدوا في الترابيزه بتاع الرمله ده, يلموا كل الناس العشائر الكبار ديل, the elders, and they sit, وبعد كده يقدروا يعرفوا المشكله وين ويقدروا يمرقوا من الوضع اللي هم فوقه. But this is what I want.
Thank you so much, brother Ethica. Yep, you have comments to make. That's you, so you can go make your comments before I go to brother Barach, and then come back
Yes,
to Sister Madalena.
it's
Go ahead.
it's not a comment. It's just some observation and correction to some of our colleagues who have been here right now. One of them is that I wanted to correct first. I could say Auntie Madalena. There's one thing you gotta understand. Nilotic, the term Nilotic, it did not come from us. It is a Western definition. It was defined that those people who live in the Nile. But if you look at it, we all belong to the Nile. You can't say that we're not. Even the Equatorian people are from the Nile River. But the problem is they did it just to purpose define us based on that. But it's still, as you say, even now, it's contradictory. If you believe that you're Nilotic, it's almost like a tribe name, or it's like some DNA connection. When even one of our brothers just mentioned that some of the Lua tribe even have are sharing the same bloodline with people in Equatoria. So this is something people need to study it carefully before we talk and utter it outside without understanding the meaning. For us, even the Equatorian name, it's the equator. We have been put in the equator based on the equator line. That's what they do. I know you can agree, disagree, but trust me, this is the Western thing, and those the Westerners are the one who brought this idea to us, and we are following them sometimes blindly to the point we don't even question it. And that's why even the confusion that is now in South Sudan is based even more with our people who are living in a primitive mindset, and then adding the Western culture that has been built in us. It kind of confused the hell of everyone in South Sudan, and this is what is going on in Africa. Going back to the point I wanted just to say here to Baraj earlier, Joseph, you got some points there. I understand. You said political correctness and all that, and that's not an attack. It's just I have to be honest with you. Even being political correct is always, you have to understand, being political correct is always a hypocrisy. Let's be politically sincere to ourselves when we are trying to tackle some situation, okay? And then you have also admitted earlier, you mentioned something very important, that the IO was a reactionary organization. And you admit on that. And also, do you know that the provocation of 2000 or the provocation of SPLM under the Jing Council, Jing Council order to go and attack the Nuer in Juba, 2013, was also a reaction of what happened in 1991-92. So we are dealing with the reactionaries. If this is the Jing Council and the IO is a retaliation based on the killing of the Nuer, then we have a problem. And that's why we always go back and define that this conflict in South Sudan between the Nuer and Dinka, it was two tribes. And that's not an insult. That's being honest with ourselves. But it's still some people, they want to sugarcoat, they want to dilly-dally, or they want to just, dodge the bullet. They say this is a bullet, but it's not a bullet. It's maybe a saving bullet for us when we be honest with ourselves in a situation like finding ourselves that we are losing our ground in how this nation could be governed. Right now, the country cannot be governed with this mentality. Okay, and then the idea of separation, and then I'll go back to the point of what happened in Bahr el Ghazal. The idea of separation, remember, there's a lot of countries around us are example to what separation is. You got Eritrea, who's separating, who already separated as a nation. You got Somalia, who got like the Somaliland and Somalia, because of conflict. And you got a lot of countries, even Congo and Congo Brazzaville. If you look at those two countries, I forgot what's the other name, but even Kisanga earlier was a separated country, and then they came together. And you look at Europe, it was Germany. They used to be East and West, and then they came together. So if people are separating, there is a reason for it, and then there is a reason also for them to come back. So do not demonize those who are calling for separation because they don't know what they're doing. We know what we're doing. We are trying to prevent somebody trying to hijack our culture and eliminate everything of us. Like now, even I remind our people that of Equatoria that if we don't stand for our culture, we don't stand for our right, we will be like the Native American. We will have nothing. Today, the Native American in America are just a memory. Like even in Australia, the Aboriginal is a memory. Some of them are few by numbers. So for us as South Sudan, we are a nation of a tribe. Remember that we are a nation of tribe. You cannot deny that we are not tribes. Everybody have a tribe. I have a tribe, and I'm mixed with every tribe in Equatoria and going to in what you call Bahr el Ghazal in the side of Pratit. But anyway, that's not even an important point. But I'm an Equatorian. I'm a son of Equatorian. I'm proud Equatorian. I stand for Equatoria, not for my tribe. Because when I see the land of Equatoria is being hijacked, I feel like we need to take action. And this is why I tell our people, we need to stand up for what is right, not to sweet coat and sugar coat. Coming to this point of you talk about what's going on in Bahr el Ghazal need to stand up whatever it takes against what is wrong. Because even I want to ask you this question directly to you, Brother Joseph. Dinka, we have Dinka in Bahr el Ghazal, we have Dinka in in Abyei, we have Dinka in whatever the places they spread, even Dinka Bor. I want to know, do you know where's your origin, where you actually are, where because everything, there is a birthmark, there is a birth, where people start, like people say in the ancient time, the Babylonians, this is where the civilization came from. And then some people said that civilization came from Africa. So there's always a pinpoint from the beginning, center of a point, like, you know what I mean. So if you understand that, كده ذكرنا انتوا جايين من ياتو منطقه، لانه ده السؤال اللي بيسال نفسه عشان يقدر يوضح لنا حاجه مهم جدا عشان نقدر نوصل للحل الاخير اللي بيقدر يورينا ما هو السبب اللي كله انتشار تاع الدينكا في اي مكان. بكل احترامي للدينكا، ده ما كراهيه، لكن لانه شنو، انت ما فيك تقول انا دينكا كده ولسه تبدا تقول لا دي حق احنا كلنا جنوبيين ما ننفصل. وانت هسه يعني القبيله الوحيد معروف يعني بكل احترامي لك انه انتوا هسه ماسكين الحكومه، الاداره الحكوميه، ماسكين القوه العسكريه، وانتوا هسه في اي منطقه في شكله. واحنا كان قاعدين نقول الحقيقه، في ناس قاعد يكره كلام ده، نقول احنا قاعدين نعمل كراهيه. نو، كيف كان المدى نكون واضحين، ما خلاص البلد حينقسم. Yes sir.
Can you hold it for a moment?
ده سؤالي له بس.
Yeah, but it is not one-on-one.
بس سؤال وجيه على كلامه لو كان قاعد يقول ما في حتى في واحد I don't know who was saying admit that يمكن الاخ اللي اتكلم قبلك قال انه يس في دينكا ابيي. طيب انا ده نعرف كان في دينكا ابيي، طيب دينكا بورجو كيف؟ من هي الاول؟ كان في بيض وجداد، من هي اول؟ ده سؤال بيسال نفسه.
ما عايزين ندخل في جدل البيسان، لكن we have to find a way على اساس انه just to coexist. And
we do.
And there is because it is a result of, there is injustice, there is malpractice across the country. Okay, لكن في النهاية إنه نرجع ورا تاني ونقول مشكلة بتاع إيكواتوريا ده مشكلة بتاع جنوب السودان كله، زي ما إنه الإخوة ذكروا earlier. So we are in a quest. Okay, if there is something that will prevent our country not to break into small countries, that will be of a great benefit to all of us, okay, regardless of what is going on. But we have to come in argument and counter argument. This is not our topic as a matter.
I wasn't. Sorry, I apologize if you felt like I was counter arguing, but what I'm saying is I'm trying to put some remarks and then asking my brother, because at the end, listen, every tribe, like even حسيتوا قاعدين تتكلموا انه في مشاكل قاعد يحصل في واو، ناس فراتيت قاعدين complain all that. So كل زول بيعرف territory بتاعه، لكن كان territory بتاع اي زول بيقول عندي territory، يلا في واحد تاني بيقول عندي territory هنا هناك وهناك. انت كيف تعرف انه جاي من وين؟ ما السؤال بيسال نفسه زول اللي ماسك مكان ده كله يعني يا صاحب البيت، ما البيت ده لازم يكون لزول عنده title for it. So that's what I'm saying.
It is well appreciated, and we want to encourage dialogue. Okay, and 100%, your perspective, we need to hear it. Why Adesius and other are calling for separation? Okay, it is good, we have to hear it, and also you and your group, you do listen to Junubin also. Okay, so if there is a way that we can find a medium whereby can bring us together, ما الوحدة ما بالإكراه. Okay, whether we have to find a way why we are united and why we need to stay united. Okay, لكن ما بيفرض نفسه بالإكراه. But at the end of the day also keep this one in mind. When you separate, we are gonna be one of your neighboring country. Okay, the Dinka are gonna be somewhere, then we're gonna be on the other side. So also you are gonna be in a landlocked country. So you need to maintain your relationship with those neighbors, not to use their proxy war against your, future state. Strategically, what happened, that like the concept of a marriage with the children, okay? Regardless of when you separate it, still the two parties have to work it out for the interests of those victims in the middle.
سؤالي لك
come and make your counter argument. You have a question for me. Go ahead.
اوكي سؤالي لك، انت قلت الناس المتزوجين مع قبائل اخرى حتى لو إيكواتوريا انفصل، ما احنا تزوجنا مع الشمالين، هل كان فرقنا من الشمال؟ هل عمل لنا ضغط في جنوب عشان احنا ما نقدر نتوحد ما نقدر نحترم الشماليين او نتعامل علاقات سياسيه تجاريه؟ هل كان صعب؟ احنا قررنا انفصال، كجنوب.
انت no انا وصفت the whole علاقه بتاعت ايكواتوريا. خليك من الزواج. زواجنا مع علاقات اجتماعيه، زواجنا مع تشاينيز، زواجنا مع امريكان، زواجنا مع كوبيان whatever. لكن انا اتكلمت عن whole علاقه بتاع ايكواتوريا. ما ايكواتوريا لما ينفصل، اوكي؟ قول ربنا وفقكم قدرتوا انه تنفصلوا عن جنوب السودان. Still into you are within the locked land. You are gonna be neighboring by who? By Junub Sudan.
Exactly.
So, Uganda from the other side and Junub Sudan, the most of equatorial land gonna be neighbor by Junub Sudan. So this is whereby also for a long run you want to maintain this good neighboring. تبادل تجاري وما شابه ذلك. وفي النهاية إنه حتى you have some good friends on the other side like Uncle Rikuju here. Are you not gonna come and visit me?
اسمع اي وكوكوجو احنا ذات اسمع انت ذات انا بقول لك انت خالي. So I respect you. You're my uncle. Yeah.
Let us go back.
Okay, let us go to the point. Mr.
Madalena, I will give you the floor. Bring your perspective so that we have to start wrapping it up. It has been good 5 years. Adesius, hang in tight because also I am going to give you the chance to send your message. Send your message to Junubin. Send your message to support her. Brothers who want to break away from this beautiful country. Still, I will give you Madalena.
Okay, then thank you. My very important topic right now, I'm just focusing on my people because already they are countries, so I'm focusing on my people. So like Nas Bitawao, really I'm really calling for uniting, and I'm calling for like really a strong relationship between each other. Why I'm gonna go kida because ana dairin nas ma yamul yajur wara hizib. Wow de nas musakafin fi fogu. Lei ma namul hizib. Yomata hasa yandasa kaman nas kan masha wara ayo wara riak mashar. Yanak riak mashar tala zai kalamta na Juba gal masura. Okay, dak intaha. Tani nas jarin wara Tomashirilo for what? Nas jarin wara Tomashirilo le shunu. Anihna yan indan rujal fi Bahr el Ghazal fi wow de faraki.
No. Dagiga.
No, let me finish.
We are.
No, Madisil Ayo. Let me finish.
ده حقه خال، ده حقه.
Yeah, let me finish first. Laman kan Ayo nas juro mino hasa. ليه الناس بتاع رجال في بحر غزال ولا في ناس فراتيت ما هم يكونوا حزب بتاعهم، يكونوا حزب بتاعهم. إذا اسم شنو حزب بتاع أيو فشل أن حمشوا ناس بتاع بحر غزال وستن بحر غزال أيو حمشنا واحد. نمرة 2 and using everything. I don't want to even say what I did for Ayo. I don't want to say it because I know أنا عملت شنو في Juba. So 1. Number 2, هسي حاليا ناس ما شو حاجة بقولوا ناسا. I don't agree with that. This is my idea. I don't agree with that. NASA or Ayo.
Nas.
No question. It's a question. I just giving question. Is a nas يمشي حموشوم يرجعوا ورا تاني يمشي يكونوا حاجة. Right now استوائيين هم حاليا هم منفصلين من جنوب السودان. So why here people focusing in NASA for what? This is my question to Faratit or Wow people. People need to have their own party. At least يكون ده party بتاعكم own. And I believe like في ناس مثقفين في هناك وفي ناس ممكن يعملوا أي حاجة. Why people have to just like really do enjoy the group ما قاعد يجي ينادي اسم شنو. في زمن تي SPLA الناس كان كله SPLA ما في زول قال ما SPLA. مش الناس جا حمشهم again تاني أيو حمشهم. The third one now is a NASA. So what people doing here? Exactly what is people doing here? My question is ناس قاعدين يسووا في شنو؟ يعني فراتيت ده اصلا هم ما يقدر يكونوا حاجاتهم بنفسهم الا يعملوا ورا ناس ثاني and يحمشون في end of the day then they work so hard. And I know what is like الحزب بتاع ايو كان he look like because of Raja and of Wow. That's why Riek Machar bigger very strong. And today look at Riek Machar ولا ذاته عبر ناس ما عبر ناس ولا قدر ناس. He never say thank you. and ده كان حب بتاع الناس كله كان في ايو ما جاء يعني حمش ناس اما شنو ناس تنقوا ما فشلوا because انحصروا دي الناس يعني بعملوا use again now right now NASA exactly. I need this topic everybody عشان يسمع مسج بتاعي ده. any زول بتاع ايو ولا زول بتاع NASA خليه listen لانه NASA I don't think so NASA even for wow
ما فوقه ايدا NASA ده بتاع امريكا ده البوم شبه القمر. It is Nas. Thank you.
Yeah, my opinion dominate. NA whatever is Nas, yeah? It's
yes,
Nas.
Yeah.
Nas.
Thank you.
Yeah. Then Nas. I mean Nas. So this hizib Faratid Lazim woman think twice, Gabli even continue wasting their time and then for nothing. Because these people they are user. And I will say that they are user. Because Faratid people, they just like really they've been used too much and it's enough. Sometimes enough is enough. You know, people have to stand up. Our people, because we don't like really listen to each other. We don't listen to each other. We don't love each other. We don't come together. End of the day, people just complain, filan or filan or filan, and for nothing. That's listen to their voices. Thank you.
Your message is very, very clear, Madam Madalena, and maybe you came in the middle. I did. That was part of our opening remarks, not to pull away from those political movement, but we should have a one position.
Our own, yes, our own.
I respect your own opinion, but what I am saying, we have a great leader, and I talk about Clement Damboro, I talk about Ismail Abdallah Rasas, and I talk about Cardinal Wako, which might have become the Pope, okay? But you know, let us keep the conversation going. Appreciate your inputs. We are wrapping it up. It has been good 5 hours and a half, and I think it is time well worth it. So
thank you so much for having me on the show. And I'm looking forward for next time to enjoy the show. Thank you so much for having me.
ZööMTV is the place to be. Thank you very much, Madam Madalena. Bye-bye. Now, thank you. I have to go to to Brother Joseph Berek, because you might have something, and definitely Odysseus might have something to add or to respond to you. It is not one-on-one, but just we have to give a fair chance so that we can hear a different side of the story. And the conversation going to continue. It is not ending up tonight, but it will be continued. Joseph Barech, the floor is with you. There is few questions were being presented, and you know, زي ما انت قلت قبل، انت شلت تعقية بتاع يوار بتاع دبسة مو شنو بتاع Jeng people. You are son of Jeng, and من حقك على أساس إنه you speak your mind, and also you can reflect the other side. You know, we have Fritit, we have King Ajak Dawlat Wow, like in the Sholo with Wow, so he's here also. And we have Brother Gabriel earlier. So what is your take? I think you read some of the question. You have the right to respond quickly without getting personal. And I know you will never get personal. So it is just a healthy debate you are having here.
Thank you, Brother Kurkujo. I've been waiting for this moment patiently, and definitely, yeah. I think it's been a good discussion so far of what I've seen here. As usual, I will mix it anyway. I have a few questions from Brother Itaka. Yeah, it's amazing, I think. Let me say this, me and Itaka, we are the same generation, and Itaka explained a very important thing, Gibel. Galalina kulena wahid, isim lainotic da khawaja ya ujabu. Uda mentality bita khawaja uta istemar. I think Brother Itaka, he knows more, and I know exactly what he want to talk about. My problem with his view, he's misleading different generation by pointing out particular tribe being whom I our problem. That's my problem on that view. For you to explain where Denka came from, طبعا أنا ما بقدر إنت بصراحة even Brother Kurkujo, you know, أنا ما بقدر نعمل explain في this show. أنا داير حلقة كامل. I need this my challenges, like another Brother Itaka, Yamul show, and bring me on. I'm ready to explain our journey all the way, you know. Dabishila termin 2 hours, you know, because here I'm only going to touch a little bit. As what I believe through my research, through my things, I think go back to Pharaoh. If you see Egyptian pyramids and those sort of stuff, even في حجر بتاعهم ده لما تشوف حربة تشوف بقرة. بالمناسبة in history, you know, the Nile actually is shrinking. Okay, if you go back long time ago, Nile used to be in upper guide folk. So when the Nile shrink down, because we're following the Nile, and the Nile is start shrinking, you know, and we just around the Nile until the space you call South Sudan now. But if you want to trace our history, you can go back to Pharaoh. Plus, our point here in South Sudan, Dinka people actually they are one.
So, by the way,
you know,
you are giving Brother Odysseus a good reason to kick you out of South Sudan. I'm just playing a devil advocate. So he likes
that's what I like. Hey, we're gonna have a debate, and I promise you. And you will be the moderator on that. I would love to have a debate with him.
Yeah,
we can go there. I'm ready for
it. It's not because we out of South Sudan. By then, when we were Pharaoh, the area of Kush and all this kind of stuff, you know, if you go back, like even to trace the DNA, it's not because we are out of South Sudan, actually, you know. But I can claim Egypt as my land, you know. So that's the point I was putting across. But as what you say, you know, but our main point in Upper Nile, actually, majority of the land of the Upper Nile, our brothers invaded us, which is Nuer. They are still our brothers. But the majority of land in Upper Nile, if we want to claim land, 90% of the land in Upper Nile is us. These people, they push Dinka all the way, you know, and we get separated, you know. So we didn't come from anywhere else, you know. So, but to say the origin of Dinka and how we exist in South Sudan and why we're different, like what you said, Itaka, for all the people of South Sudan, they're not different. Even Nilotic and other name, Equatoria, they think they belong to this because they've been colonized by, you know, by different colonialism. All these ideas, they كله لخبطة بس. لخبطة قاعد في راس بتاع الجنوبيين ومشخبطين الوطبة كله. But on that, I definitely want to have a separate debate. نخليه بتاع ده يخش في روسين بتاع قلوب شريط الجنوبيين. Just hang on.
Joseph.
Yes, كهرباء جمش. So yeah.
I'll finish your thought.
Yeah. So in terms of that, saying like there are some people are different in South Sudan, the people that are not different. We're actually from, you know, the same genetic. If you say Anina Masalan, another guy or guy, I don't think so. Just people, they try and just because we tribe mentality, we try and just to use each other and to do whatever we want to do. About separation, it's good for people to put their point across being separation. Who separation? Who guide mafi mushkila? This is not the right time actually to say separation. Plus, it's hard. I said it last time. And then I shall now separation that mean Sudan. And then mushkila nakuru they control the whole Sudan. Lakini الظروف ما done. But if we had an ability to control the whole Sudan, we would have done it. Why not? You know? And then begin with Europe Sudan. And now with separation, it doesn't make sense to me. It will take time, will take life, will put people of Equatoria in a big risk, and that is not a good idea. The good idea, and here then will depend on each other. Even my sister Gal Gibel, Muftarad Nasparatid, you could indom party bitam baram. Lo jira ga nas be population, and nas taban ma smart. Ay hay biso le maslah. You know, ana baraya si fi Jonglei state. And I'm going to my own party, and then I'm going to really control this South Sudan. I cannot control South Sudan because it's only my group, you know. That is impossible. That's why I always advocate, like, people of South Sudan need to really come together and look for a big agenda. I know it's very hard. Even sometimes when you talk about unity, it's not interesting anymore because the tribal things, it became very interesting. Asi gibela shoda zaru kama maji kwa zasi dokuna ma dakhalna shabagna denka ma denka الناس شويه كده كان بكونوا هنا لكن مين شافوا دينك وما دينك شو بقى سخن شديد, you know, and our mind is set to that point, you know. I do understand ZööMTV zoom into stuff and look at different point, but to us, look, South Sudan there jama is not by accident. We all exist, you know. I know Nas Biakuluba. I do understand that some people from particular tribe, from Dinka, from any other tribe, they try to tell you, look, you didn't fight, you didn't do this, you didn't do this. But most of the time, for me, I don't buy all this stuff. I look for the bigger point. You know, if I'm buying all this little stuff, I don't think so we go anywhere. And it's hard for us. So separation need to be ahlam. Da ahlam bita is kind of a wishful thinking. And plus, it's based on tribe. And I'm going to separation because for it, it's very hard. Whether because of Denko or because of Kudai. This is a really very weak point. The last things I want to come into.
You just spoke to Monjang there. You said because of Kudai. I have a sharp ears.
Yeah, exactly. Ahead. You understand from Monjang. So. Our brother was talking before here, you know, a lot of people, they put in their mind, you know.
That's okay. Finish your thought, please.
Brother Dominic. One thing, brother, actually, I will come to that very smart point. brother was talking before, like, there's other tribe, are barrier in South Sudan for the change. I think that language sometime we need to retrain back about that language, because seriously, ya Jama, even the small tribe in South Sudan,
Yes,
if you want to...
Hold on, Joseph. Just I want to say something. Somebody was in the studio and then he exit. I'm not trying to ignore you. I get excited with the comment going on. Oh, that's Gabriel. Yeah, that's okay. He's back here. Finish your thoughts so that we can wrap it up, brother Joseph. Thank you.
What I was talking here, yeah. People always say, we human beings, we understand. A lot of people, they talk about them, and people know who you're talking about, But at the same time, this generation, especially me, I put a thick skin. There's a lot of things, them you, but I really don't mind, I really look for the precise point and what it exactly can bring us together, because I'm seeing something about South Sudan. South Sudan will bring everybody together at the end of the day, regardless of how we talk. What my point is this: even a small tribe in South Sudan, Yama, if you think you want to go against that small tribe to exterminate a small tribe, they will fight until the last man. Uma hasal for history da, Ashanita, you're going to exterminate one tribe, and take over. History has changed. Roman Empire became powerful and collapsed. It was an empire. Power dama dying, lakini nas daima, regardless of what is happening, So today, if people think there's any other tribe want to exterminate other tribe in South Sudan, I don't think so. This is in any other tribe mind in order really to exterminate other tribe. Kalam da mafi, ukalam da nihaya kide zay maguta. Ita mikin ta'amil nafsak, ta'amil defend nafsak until the last man. That is no problem. But if this is the idea of people, they think one day they're going to do this to other tribe, I think I need people to take that idea out of their mind. My last point is this. If you see IO, all the SPLM, all the SPLM, when I say all the SPLM, if you see Riek Machar, the president of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, if you see all the other party, this is my own opinion. I see these people, morally, they have the same value. Riek Machar will be the president of South Sudan today. I don't think so he will make much difference. The same value they hold, this is the same value they're going to practice for today. That's why I always advocate for a new generation, a new blood, where we can see things very clearly. Even NAS today, if it come, NAS, SPLM-IO, SPLM-IG, morally, I see they have the same value. I don't see any much different, really, much different. If they come to the power, they're going to use the same tactic. They're going to divide people of South Sudan. They're going to do the same thing. So this is my point on that. To brothers who always think Jing or Monjang want to dominate everything, let me tell you this. The assimilation of South Sudan and the tribes, the way we move and where we spread everywhere, like other people that were asking today, why Denka is everywhere. If you go to Sudan, there is tribes further north Sudan, they're right in the middle of Sudan. If you go to Gharib al-Mahdi, Bugulak al-Mahdi or Mahdi, Dongulawi, but Huma fi Gharib Sudan, lakin Danagla. This is not a point why Denka is everywhere in South Sudan. So that's completely, you can be everywhere. I think once for all, as a people of South Sudan, Haja Bugule stimulation da mother violent. I think if Dinka want to take over South Sudan, mother gun. It doesn't need any gun, I think, because we know the history. If you see in Bahr el Ghazal, there are some people stimulated in Dinka. If you go even all the way, the last tribe who trying to assimilate to Dinka, Yao Mundarida, As our culture as Denka, ma Mundari, ma Mafi Farik, you know. If you look at the history and you go back, and these people are Equatorian, you know. By then there is no gun. By then they didn't hold anything in front of you. So I think if Denka thing want to take over South Sudan, I don't think so. They will be violent. I think it will be culturally, smoothly and normally. But the main thing and the main issue is South Sudan. I know very hard. We're not in a good position to speak about unity. We're not in a good position to do this. At the end of the day, ana denkawi, teshulkawi, tenwerawi, tefertit. But once for all, the understanding of Hitaka, he knows the history very well. He knows what Kawaja done to us. He knows how the people of South Sudan go. But I don't want him to lead South Sudanese who don't understand deeply what is going on. We need really to come to a unity to see our identity as a South Sudanese. Thank you, Kurkuju. I think I pulled enough. And like what I said before, I wasn't here to represent really people of Denka, but at the same time, and if you choose with Denka, because I'm proud of Denka, as the way you proud, like it Fertit, as brother there proud, as brother Itaka, proud, not even Equatoria, and about tribe with Itaka, but as you're proud, your tribe. But thank you.
Thank you
brother.
Very much, brother Joseph Baraj. ZööMTV is the place to be. You are a regular contributor. I will drop you. You did an outstanding job. Regardless, we have to disagree to agree, and we have to continue to respect other people's opinion. So thank you very much. Let me move to King Ajak. Please, whoever are trying to be abusive, just let us respect each other. It is personal opinion, nothing that we can take it from here personal. When you call somebody a name, whatever, with a low description, I think it is uncivilized. So let us have a civil debate, let us have a civil conversation, and we carry on. You know, most of you are regular contributor, you are here, and I don't want to be, you know, a little bit prejudiced. So please let us be gentlemen and let us be ladies, civil people. We are having a civil conversation. Either Menashatai, Malano, whatever, or describing somebody's wife or somebody's daughter or somebody's son with bad description. Let us refrain from it. I just urge you. We try to have a civil conversation. Brother King Ajak, final thought, because Decius, now I'm having a feeling, and he admitted between the line that he's my nephew, so, you know, I'm just kidding. So, King Ajak, come in, please. What is your final thought?
Thank you, Brother Korguju. You give me a chance again. Maybe I can talk maybe
please,
1 minute, something like this. But, yeah. You know, so to what,
yes. Come in.
You hear me? Yeah. Okay, just what حاجة كان دير في brother بتاعنا اسمه أتيكا وبقول نايلوتيك. Why we call نايلوتيك؟ دير بس أنا دير جاوب السؤال ده. نايلوتيك, what mean of نايلوتيك؟ ما just قبائل المتبعين الريفر ده, متبعين النايل. عشان كده ودي شو هذا طبعا. when you go for 1,000 years انت بتلقى قبائل بتاعتنا بالذات. يعني نتكلم عن قبيله بتاعت Cholo, we follow the Nile for our history. Even when you see now Cholo, the first food is a fish. ده اكل الرئيسي بتاعتهم. فنجي لموضوع تاني لكلام سيستر بيتكلم قبل بالنسبه لناس غرب بحر الغزال. They don't have a party. But I see now there is a stronger than party. This Lions, Western Bahr el Ghazal or South Bahr el Ghazal. This is very strong than the party she won. And this one can be a party. Yeah. Right? فالمهم كلام الأخير زي ما قلت لك قبل, دي رسالة بتاعتي أنا اللي مرة الأخير جس Bahr el Ghazal people, Western Bahr el Ghazal people, لازم يقعدوا. They have to unite it. يقعدوا زي ما قلت قبل في الترابيزة بتاع الرملة ده. Let them come all. They will fix that problem. موضوع الحاجات الحاصل الجديد ده we will fix it and we'll go out إن شاء الله. أنا بتمنى يعني let them to unite it. Not only just Western Bahr el Ghazal, all South Sudanese, Upper Nile, Equatoria, let all of us unite it. In a way we can fix this problem and we'll come back again like before. And South Sudan is a nice country and it's our country. We don't want to divide the country. We have to unite it, and the root cause we pull them out.
Thank you very much. It's well appreciated. Struggling the network في الخليج عندك لكن your perspective is well received. Take care. We will see you the same time, the same place next week, King Ajak. Take care. Bye-bye. That was King Ajak. So I'm left with those couple gentlemen here. Brother Gabriel Tor. The microphone is with you. Please. What is your final? And yes, I want to make sure we hear from some 4 months later. Please come very often. Gabriel, are you there? Okay, something happened. But yes.
Yes, you hear me? Yes, and I got this small. Yes, and I'm
loving child of South Sudan, and also admired by a lot of people from our beautiful part of our country, Great Equatoria. Brother Gabriel is here. Let me allow him to finish his perspective.
Thank you, Kirikuju, and I'm greeting to you, brother, with a comrade Itaka. Sorry, I think I've been struggling with my screen being frozen. So if I press unmute, it doesn't make me. So I've been going in and out for several times, and that's what happened with me. So to close, regardless of me being disappointed in the government and my representative and my people, and sometimes wanted to go to Ethiopia or go back to Shemal, or regardless of my brothers wanted to go to Congo or wanted to go to Uganda or form a separate state within South Sudan. Those are part of the questions, like I said earlier. Because if someone doesn't allow my voice, if I wanted to join this ZööMTV and you don't want to allow me, what is going to start brewing in me is a fight. If you don't let me in here and I wanted to join you and I'm thinking I'm part of you and I'm understanding what you're doing, or I understand what you're saying, or I understood you doing it right, if I wanted to be a part of this TV and we're not allowed to come in, what is going to start burning in me is a feeling of hate, a feeling of a fight. And that's where the questions of I needed to separate, these people have done this is because of the voices that have been ignored. I'm saying I'm calling for unity. And I'm calling for unity, not unity of a particular family or tribe. I'm calling for national unity. Unity with national interest, understanding and respect to each other, to each and every one of us. Then we can succeed. We have to call for unity, respect, and understanding. wisdom and scholarship must reign. If we were not united, there could have been no South Sudan. If we were not united from Bahr el Ghazal to Upper Nile to Equatoria, we could have not stood. We could have not stood for over 20 years, plus the Anyanya, plus the recent present time, if there was no unity. And we are still calling for that unity. And I think that is in the spirit of the ZööMTV. It's in the spirit of so many that come and contribute or listen or talk on this show. And we have to call for that unity. A unity that will come in for us questioning ourselves, what is the motive? What have I done? What have what have been done against me? And we have to go back and be united. And that's how we can build a strong and prosperous and respectful country. We have to call for that unity. We have done intermarriages, and those are not enough. If we still belittle ourselves, if we still do acts of disgrace to disgrace each other, to ignore, to separate, to isolate, it's time for us to stop bigotry. It's time for us to accept the wrong we have done to ourselves. Without accepting, if I can't accept that some of the men in power who come from my region or my tribe have done wrong to the people, and then I'm not calling for unity. And I'm condemning. I'm bordering Bahr el Ghazal from the west and Equatoria in the north. And I'm on the north of the Upper Nile, the region where I come from. And the tribe to the east of my region is Murle. And I consider all these brothers from these bordering communities as my brothers. They are my fellow citizens, and we have to unite and speak with one voice. The first question is, what are the people's representatives in the parliament, in the cabinet, what are they doing? And the biggest question remains that we have been laid down by Salva Kiir, who we know is a Junubi, and we know he is a Dinka. And we know the majority of people that follow him are Dinkas. So if he's blamed, if the tribe is blamed, that's because of the majority that followed the leader and did not pave the national agenda. They did not pave the way for the rest. I hate to hear people who say, oh, because these people have liberated us. How useful is a liberation if you liberate a people and come and destroy them? It discredits you.
Great point.
Yes, the Dinka were the majority, followed by the Nuer. Came the Nubian, the Equatorian, the Nubian that did not even come and test the national cake with us.
It is natural, Gabriel, everything is proportional.
Yep, among other people. So, claiming liberation when you liberated the people in a country, and if you did not lead that country and start putting that country on fire, that disgraces the story of what you have met. The only good story that I could have liked to hear is when the people who claim might have liberated us could have led us into a peaceful coexistence. That did not happen. We're still waiting for that. We are calling for that. And a liberation that did not pave the way for a national agenda is useless. And it should be a shameful song to sing that I liberated this country. You cannot liberate to come. You liberated this country from all the wrong ingredients. And if you come and brew this or borrowed them to come and use them against your own people that once united, supported this people and the land to become an independent country, and then it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm calling for unity. We need to understand what is our need. Who is our enemy? And our enemy should be one that is corrupted, the one that wanted to give his family, his so-called people who might be associated with, whoever that's the leader should associate with everybody. Should associate with everybody, with every section, with every tribe, with every piece of land. And if that is not allowed, that gives us the chance of, we needed to become independent. I needed to go to Ethiopia because that's where I always wanted to run to. After I spent 30 years fighting for the country, or my family or my people fought for South Sudan. And then within this last decade, if a leader that claimed to be a leader and people that followed him don't see the agenda of keeping a peaceful country together, and still we are displaced in our own country, sent across the borders into foreign countries, then it's not a country. And whoever that is leading without calling people back should be ashamed of his leadership or capabilities. So a country is liberated. It's very historical across the world. You liberated the country, you were brave or had an idea, but the resources, the land, and the peace must be shared. No one should sleep in a house and the other people sleep on the riverbank or under the trees or be in refugees camp or be fed by foreign agents. We should not be proud of calling ourselves a country. And we need our national leadership to understand that. Get the people who are in displaced camp meanwhile, in Juba, in Bentiu, and other areas. Bring our people who are displaced, who are in refugee camps. What honor do they have there? We have the right to say things and do things, and the respect and the honor in our own country. So let's unite our people. Let's unite the unity with national interest and agenda with it. Let's understand ourselves. Let's utilize or deploy wisdom and the education that we have just to build ourselves and carry ourselves forward. Kirikuju, Ndiranda, and all the contributors, thank you guys, and I'll leave it from here. So let's unite with the national interest in mind. Numbers are nothing without wisdom. Numbers are nothing without loving the little guy. A big boy is not a big boy for being a bully or the one that eat all the plates in the house. You should be the one that share, the one that allow the other people to have water before you do it. And if the bigger tribe is our killer and the one that is consuming the resources, we have to condemn it. We don't have unity. We were always, there's a point I need to conclude this. We are calling for unity, and that unity is lacking. We should not call ourselves as tribe to unite against the country or unite against the other tribes. If we had unity, we almost bring the country to a democratic forum. But look at how the incident in 2013 has trying to conclude. There was in government and there was in opposition. How these people came back before the one that lead them, Dr. Riek Machar, it shows we lack unity. And that was a point of unity. When a government disagree, when the government or the national leaders disagree to follow democratic forms and democratic means, and people were threatened, that led into the killing of the people. Regardless of the false alarm that they say there was a coup. There was no coup. That led into the fighting. It led into the in-government and in opposition. Those who call themselves in opposition, some of them came back without following the leader they followed into the bushes at first. That was a lack of a unity. If these people could have united, our conversation with the government and those who have dragged the country back to where it is right now could have not succeeded. But because people came back one by one, one with his own mean, people need to defeat their own throat and their own tummies. Riek There were people who arrived back into Juba before Riek arrived. People who first claimed to support Riek disagreed and came back. A lack of unity. If these people could have understood themselves, we could have been at a better standing right now, and a peace could have looked more attractive. But it doesn't look attractive. The government used the same resources to go and drag the other ones out of the bush and bring them back to make the other guy look bad. Otherwise, I'll leave it there. It's unity. If there was unity, Riek could have not been left in the bush. If there was unity, it could have been not Nuer that could have dominated in opposition, because there's a wrong means of distribution of resources, leadership, and leading the country. And that led us into the 2013, the time we are in, and it's time for peace. Time for peace. And we need to unite with the national agenda in mind. Thank you, brother Kirikujo, and everybody. I know you've been here for more than we had been. It's over 6 hours for you, I believe. I'll give it back to you. Be blessed.
Gabriel, sorry. Gabriel, I enjoy your conversation, and from the day one, remember, I suspect that you are a theologist, and you gave me the background about your faith, how you came into the faith, and you are not a politician. You speak from your heart. That is why the previous show, it got a little bit too emotional. And we are human beings. This is what it distinguishes us from all other creatures. Okay, we shed tears. We express ourselves in a different way. I encourage youngsters like yourself, academician, like young Adesius here with us still on the show. You know, let us multiple those conversations if time will allow. Because when we start understanding each other, this is where we can amalgamate, we can start respecting and coexist. Because we never had a chance as being to interact. Okay? Honestly, I will tell you, I came to know about a tribe called Nuer when I moved from Wow to Khartoum. Okay? But I know there is Sholo in Upper Nile. I know there is Dinka in Upper Nile, and maybe people like Maban, because Dr. John used to talk about them a lot, okay? But we never had a chance to know each other. We never had a chance to interact, okay? So it is very easy to destroy things, but to rebuild it, it is tough. Yes, we united, we break away from Jalaba, but very few, they decide to destroy everything. And eloquently you put it. What is the point of claiming that I am the liberator, whatever they claim, although it didn't come through the barrel of a gun, okay? It came through a bullet. We voted, okay? We liberate ourselves. But you came and decide to destroy everything. And that is why also we have to give a listening ears and try to understand this emotion, what is taking place in Equatoria, what is taking place in Fertile Land. But we have to reason and to look for a best way that how we can overcome, okay, those difficulties. Can you imagine the level that the Hutu and the Tutsi, they reach in Rwanda? But they use scientific method to address what caused the difference, diagnose it properly, and they carry on. And they are one of the best flourished nation in Africa, okay? And also they use all, they learn from other people's mistake. That is why they gave a lot of women presence, okay? In the parliament, in government institution, they empower them. Conversation will never end. Please, when your time will allow, I know you have research, you have other things to do, but we want to listen to people who use logic, use science to analyze things. God bless you, bless your wisdom, enrich your life. We look forward. We have to disagree to agree. So don't take it personal if some people, they touch you differently, they react to your message differently, but we have to continue talking till we will start recognizing each other and start respecting each other. God bless you.
Hello. Yes. Hi. You hear me?
Yeah. Decius.
Yes, my final word. Yeah. My final word.
Your final.
Yes.
Final message.
Yes, my final message. I want to say thank you first of all, and thanks the Zoom organizers, brother Daniel and Uncle Kukuju, for all the great things you have hosted us here today. I just wanted to remind something because I know the topic was about what's going on, the condition of Bahr el Ghazal. Just to remember that the condition of Bahr el Ghazal is not different, in the way how Equatorial is now going through. I know that now the IO is playing over there, and the regime is also manipulating the politics of that region. So these things are all similar. People sometimes will try to define it's not, but it's similar. Those who are afraid, they will always say it's not equal, but trust me, it's similar. And then I just wanted to respond to our aunt earlier. She said that Nas, I don't, like I said, I'm a very blunt I spoke bluntly all the time. I'm not a supporter of NAS, and I never supported them. But I know NAS is not about Equatoria. NAS is about South Sudanese. So if she's listening, NAS never spoke about Equatorians. From all these speech, if you listen to even the leader of NAS up to this moment, even when they joined SOMA, they always speak about South Sudan. And furthermore, the topic of unity, unity cannot happen when people won't accept to know that their mistakes, they're the part of the mistake, or their mistakes is part of the problem, or what, or they're doing the same problem. So they need to change their attitude before they come to call unity. Unity cannot happen with this attitude. Today we have seen a lot of confusing things happening. Suddenly we see people talk about unity, and yet you see the attitude is completely against what is they're preaching. Like they say, preach what you say or act what you preach. So unfortunately, they do whatever they want to do, but they can never, they want to say something, but they never fall with the word. They always come up against it. Like we have seen this regime right now play the role of divide and rule, and they did perfectly. And we know they have built a tribal mentality within the region. And this is why people now are coming up together to say, you know what, let's all focus on our region or our tribe. But for us as Equatorian, as people who accuse us that we are separatists, that we don't like tribes, we are tribalists. Trust me, we are many tribes. If we are tribalists, we would have never been even joining together as the other tribes in Equatoria, because Equatoria has the majority of tribes coming together to say that we want to be alone. And it's not something about, like our brother said, numbers and all that stuff. It's not about numbers. There's a quote he just mentioned. I think it was saying, if I'm not mistaken, knowledge without application is nothing, or something like that. It's similar because I heard this word before. It's a quotation from some other writers say, intelligence without wisdom is nothing more than stupidity that looks smart. So coming to the point of asking or requesting what is your right in front of somebody like the regime, even make us weak. Like today we see all these messed up administration is playing a role of dialogue and all that stuff. We know we don't even demand it. This is our right. Aradina, we are demanding our land right, and it's not a request or begging. This is our right to come up and speak the fact that the أرضنا في زول قاعد يحتلها وفي زول قاعد يسمي أراضي ده. Now we're coming to take it back, and to take it back, we have to do whatever it takes, But for at the end, people have to stand up for their place and to stand up for their heritage, history and culture. لأن الموضوع بقى ما موضوع بتاع إنه إحنا في السياسة، لأنه السياسة في جنوب السودان ما موجود. واليوم الوضع في جنوب السودان وصل لمرحلة تفكك في المجتمع، زي ما بيقولوا شنو النسيج الاجتماعي. النسيج الاجتماعي تفككت لأنه أسبابه كتير، وهو بيرجع للحركة الشعبية، والحركة الشعبية اتبنى بأساس قبلي واضح، لكن في لسه ناس deny it until kingdom come. But it's sad because إنه كان been denied it's gonna cause another generation اللي بيجي ورانا lose their place. الهدف اللي احنا عايزينه نتقدم كمجتمع، عشان نتقدم كمجتمع نقف على الحق. At least I applaud our fraternity people over in Bahr el Ghazal, all these, to stand up for what is right. اليوم قالوا هم استقالوا، لكن هل الاستقالة ده بدي أي معنى؟ No, it does not, because it does not reflect anything but just saying that these people have noticed something wrong. But they're supposed to come to the community of Faratit to say, we are sorry that we have put you in this condition. نمنتوا خسرتوا more than what we have lost before when we were fighting the north. لأن الخسارة اللي هسه خسروا في بحر الغزال is extremely higher than when we were fighting the north. الوضع هسه اليوم احتلالات الأرض واضح وماشي بقوة عنيف لدرجة بقى بسلاح، بقى بقروش، بقى حتى بمعرسين بدون مؤاخذة. الناس اللي جايين بيجي بيستغلوهم في وسطنا في مجتمعنا، اللي بيتكلموا هم متعلمين أم هو السياسيين، بيدخلوا هناك بيجي يلعبوا دور تاع شنو؟ سياسيين بيدمروا مجتمع ده. This is what they're using, and this tactic has been successful in the regime of SPLM and the regime council. Well, this is one thing also I wanted to reply to Brother Joseph. I would love to debate him. وأنا بتمنى كوكوجو, if you can get a chance, you be the moderator for us, so we'll have this debate with him. And there is another brother, I remember he said he wanted to debate me too about this Lehna separation, and it would be good. Yeah, because we need to, be honest with ourselves. And Anama Bakra, Brother Joseph, he's a brother like me. He's African like me and all that. We know about our history, that we all belong to the Hamite tribes of Ham. Like, and at the end also, we have a tribal area, tribal lineage we have to belong to. But even I don't mention my tribe, as I mentioned the region that I have, my ancestors left it for me. Yani the inheritance. Hatta Israel و Ismail, namanhum fi Bible, there was an inheritance conflict. حتى Bible recorded that. That's why Israel مشى في Jerusalem اليوم وإسماعيل مشى في قارة الجزر العربية. This is part of هنا a history إنه يعني الثروات أبوك أو بقولوا شنو حاجة ده inheritance. Yeah, بالعربي أنا نسيته لكن inheritance. Yeah. So this is exactly what we have. Our ancestors left it for us. So Dinka supposed, Al-Warisa, thank you. Dinka is supposed to know where they come from, and that's why I asked him earlier. And I respect, they are a tribe like us. We have a tribe, but it doesn't mean that we hate them. When we talk, we have to talk honest and clear, because everybody have a problem. But guess what? The greatest enemy, Alihua, we need to fight is the enemy outsider, the ones who are coming to influence and to destroy our culture and to make us become شنو. Now هم happy. That's why انت بتشوفهم اليوم اعدائنا الخارجيين هم اللي استعمرونا، هم اللي خدوا لغات فوقنا هسه مختلف، حتى أديان المختلفة خدوا فوقنا. So this is the conflict. لكن نازل ما قاعد نلاحظه لأن لسه ناس راجعين، أفكار رجعة قاعدة خلينا نفكر أفكار اللي بقى شنو قبلية. القبلية ده ما حاجة جديد. القبلية زرعت فوقنا من خلال هنا ده استغلال تاع الضعيف والقوي. القوي بيستغل الضعيف. The Westerners knew how to divide and conquer by using the weak among us to conclude the way how they want to conquer us, and they succeeded. Today الناس جنوب السودان وصل المرحلة ده واستغلونا بطريقة الموارد الطبيعية. عشان كده هسه بقى اليوم لما وقع في على النيل الموارد الطبيعية كل زول بقى يكليم it. أنا متأكد كان في واحد كان يقول لي يا قبيلة في على النيل ما قال ده بتاعه بترول ده، لأنه ده حاجة نسميناه. لكن مكانات في بحر الغزال أو في إيكاتوريا إن كان في إيست ولا ويست ولا سنترال ما يتكلموا انه موارد ده بتاع قبيله واحد، بالعكس هم ذاته عارفين الموارد ده كان قاعد يستخدموه عشان يساعد الحركه الشعبيه عشان يقدر شنو يعمل مجهوداته. اليوم لقيناه بقى نسوا كلام ده، قال هم ماتوا. فانا ما قدر نكتر، لكن قدر نقول شنو. انا بشكرك and بشكر brother Daniel for giving us the chance to speak. لكن خلينا Fertility fight for their land and for their right بدون خوف، لانه اليوم الحق لازم تقف عليه، عشان بكره تقدر ترجع لارض اجدادك. ما في زول بيجي بيشيل ارضك يقول انا يا سيدك وانا يا حررتك، لانه حريه ما بيجي زي ده. Liberty comes from people, you know, everyone is liberated, everyone is liberal. ربنا ادانا له زي في كلام Benjamin Franklin said, freedom is not gift bestowed upon us by other men, but a right that belongs to us, to the law, by the law of God and nature. يعني ده حاجه ربنا خطها لنا والطبيعه. ما في زول بيجي بيحررك، انت حر من خليقه بتاعك. So let them know that. And those people who call that whom we are liberators, they are lying to us. فإحنا حتى في وقت التصويت, we are the one who decided if to be a nation or not a nation. And today the same thing now, Equatorian, because they're frustrated. We are frustrated with the situation. وإحنا pushed to the limit. That's why we're calling now for separation. But أنا ما عندي كراهية to anyone, but we are looking forward for a better future. كان في طريقة. لكن the moment there is no any sunlight showing up, so عشان كده واقفين على حاجة اللي شايفينه اللي يقدر save our people, our heritage and land. So أنا بشكركم كثير and thank you so much. And God bless you guys.
Odysseus, I'm going to deny you the credit tonight. I will give it to the credit to people who look after you, your mom and dad. And when they listen to you, they must be very proud, regardless of our disagreement. But I enjoy listening to you, how you make your point with logic, a bit by a bit, and you never rush it. You try to explain it so that even you know, those who never been to school, like Asha Falatia or Akhwa al-Khashif, Madaris, if they listen to you, they can get the message very clear. And
okay.
You are a great asset to our people. So far, we are still one country, right?
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
You are a great asset to our country. And may you continue to do your work, okay? And maybe somehow, somewhere, such great asset will not be lost. And when I listen to young men like you and Brother Gabriel Tor, and many, and those of Joseph, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And also, I look at it from a positive perspective. This glass is half full. Okay, this is my optimism. May God continue to bless you.
Thank you.
You protect it, give you a good heart, to use your voice, to use your knowledge, so that you reflect the voice of the voiceless. And also you reflect, you address the issue of injustice. But still, my elder brother advice to you, as I said it earlier, you know, this is South Sudan is inheritance of our ancestors. We have to fight, we have to stand our ground, and we have to stay, okay?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to capsulize yourself within those 36 tribes of Equatoria. أنا ما هناك أكسر لك لكن with your caliber, okay, أنت ممكن تمثلنا في منظمة واحدة الأفريقية. You can represent us in UN, okay? So why you want to local yourself just to be a great fighter for Equatoria? Fight for those who are suffering in Western Bahr el Ghazal, who are suffering in Upper Nile, who are suffering across Africa. This is my little advice, food for thought. Think about it, and the conversation will continue. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you too. Have a blessed night.
Be safe. Yeah. That was young Odysseus, the guy behind the mask. His voice is familiar. And, let us hope for the best for everybody. Those who want to separate, those who want to stay with the country, we hope one day we will find a medium whereby will bring us together. ZööMTV, on my humble behalf and my co-host and Durinder, we want to thank you for your endurance. You guys are listening. It is different. For us in the studio, we are interactive. We are thinking proactively. You are thinking to react, to respond, to comment to what is happening with the participant. But we appreciate your time. You are here for a good 6 hours, 14 minutes. We hope it is a time well spent, and we look forward around the same time when we start our prime time to have another debate. But before each and every one of you leave this show, please don't take anything personal. If by any means the conversation got heated, we said something, you find it offended you, please find a place in your heart to forgive us. Nothing personal. Very few of you we met in person, we interact with them, but there is a lot of you that we don't know. But we claim now we know each other through this interactive media. And we are privileged. Let us use it for the benefit of our people. Your contribution is very essential. Without you, we never have survived. So we are here together. Bring your perspective. We will, make our counter argument. If we lost the debate today, next time we will go and do our research and come back. We started, just to do a recap quickly, we are touching two issues precisely. We are calling on the unity of people of Western Bahr el Ghazal, because charity starts at home, monitoring the situation with the IO, the resignation, and there is so many other development. The cow conference in Western Bahr el Ghazal, though we don't own cows and so forth, but now we elevate this conversation to a different level. So nation, they evolve by replicating and copying the good models. So whatever you pick from this conversation, take it to your state, take it to your region. We call upon each region have to fix their home, and that will make it much easier so that we can come to unite as a human being. So to our contributors, the list will go on and on. Your input is well received and well appreciated. Please come back. Let us keep this conversation going. So wherever you are, early good morning to you, those who are in Western Hemisphere. Happy Sunday to those who are in Europe, across Africa, and pleasant and blessed Sunday afternoon to those who are in Japan, in Australia, in India, and other places. ZööMTV is the place to be. We look forward seeing you guys again. God bless you. Bless you all. Thank you.
fazen najma ya on najma junnubi ya juwa gamara ya habibi junnubi ya juwa gamara kefni saniya niya ya fazen najma niya kabila zen najma wo najma kumuriya bukore fi shajara bugol biniya kumuriya binangin fi shajara bugol biniya دولة بتاعنا دولة هنا دقنا باب لماما كله فتالينا هنا قلنا سلامات لمريم هي سلم علينا هنا قلنا أكيفو كله ويقفوا لنا جنوب يا نانا يا نانا بابا بفكر في الشجرة عشان يربي يالو ماما بفكر في الدنيا عشان ما يشاف بنيا بفكر في قلبه عشان محبة جنوب يا ماما يا نانا بنيا يا فاز نجمة بنيا جميلة نجمة وو نجمة كمورية بكوري في الشجرة بقول بنيا جنوب بننن في الدنيا بقول بنيا جنوب يا جوا قمرة هي جنني جنوب يا جوا قمر كيف خلانية جنوب يا بابا جنني كمان 3 بنات أنا لقيتهم في السكة أنا شفتهم ماشي لمدرسة حبيبية 7 بنات أنا لقيتهم في السكة دي أنا شفتهم ماشيين كنيسة كله جيرانية بنية بسلة رونية بنيا بمجد ربنا شوف بنيا مسؤولية الواحد في الدولة يا نجمة مسؤولية 2 في الدنيا يا بنيا مسؤولية 3 في الدولة دي يا بابا ماما جنوب يا ماما عليزا يا ودي شباب جمجمة جنوب يا سيستا يا مغلد مشوار جنوب يا ماما يا مدوى أبني مسؤولية واحد دولة يا نجمة مسؤولية 2 دنيا يا بنيا مسؤولية 3 دولة يا بابا ماما